Good evening, everyone. We're going to call to order the Boulder City Council meeting of November 8th, 2018. Lynette, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett.
Here.
Carlisle.
Present.
Grano. Jones.
Here?
Morzell. Here. Nagel. Here. Weaver.
Here.
Yates. Young.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Just a couple of announcements before we get started. And mostly I want to bring to your attention that we have in our information packet a 5-year update to the Historic Preservation Plan, and you can access that on the Boulder City Council website. We also need to amend our agenda, and we would like to add item 1B, which is a declaration of Colorado blueprint to end hunger. And we also want to add a correction to the motion item 5B, discussion and input for the proposed 2019 state and federal legislative agenda. And we're also adding an issue under matters.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of amending the agenda? It is unanimous. Okay, and with that, we want to start out this evening with a special proclamation addressing homelessness and hunger.
You can test it.
Yeah, we're doing this from our seats.
Okay.
I tested it too.
And I'll just note that addressing hunger and homelessness is an issue that's a high priority for, I think, all of us in Boulder, and it's especially on the top of our minds this time of year. And so we wanted to highlight during this week.
And there are way too many people that are going hungry, even in Boulder. So I will start with the 2018 National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. The City of Boulder supports National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week, recognizing the importance of both increasing awareness of the broad reach of homelessness and hunger and demanding bold action from a broad coalition of community and state partners across government, business, the nonprofit sector, and residents alike. Nearly 22,000 Colorado children and youth, together with their families and thousands of seniors, veterans, and other residents, don't have a safe, stable place to call home. 1 in 6 Colorado children go hungry, and nearly 628,000 Coloradans are food insecure. In partnership with the City of Boulder, many organizations and initiatives, such as the Colorado Blueprint to End Hunger, Homeless Solutions for Boulder County, community nonprofits, faith organizations, and others are committed to building well-being by connecting residents to available services, implementing public policy initiatives, and encouraging all Coloradans to learn more, speak up, and lend a hand so that the City of Boulder can be a community where everyone has a safe place to call home and enough food to eat.
The City of Boulder has partnered in the new Homeless Solutions for Boulder County system to help 329 adults exit homeless services in 1 year. And in the last 3 years, the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Division of Housing supported the creation or preservation of 7,745 affordable housing units in communities across Colorado, and in state fiscal year 2018 dedicated $15.3 million in marijuana tax revenue to supportive housing interventions. The City of Boulder helped 332 families stabilize in housing last year through support of the Keep Families Housed pilot, and Colorado has improved from 44th in the nation in school breakfast to 11th. And over the last year, more than 35 state agencies, counties, healthcare systems, nonprofit, community leaders, and individuals with experience have launched the Colorado Blueprint to End Hunger, a 5-year plan to end hunger in every Colorado community. The City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares November 10th through 18th, 2018, National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. We urge all citizens, all residents, to speak up in support of efforts to end homelessness and hunger and take actions such as volunteering, donating needed items, and supporting efforts by public leaders to increase affordable housing opportunities and food security, with the goal of making homelessness and hunger history within our community and within our state and within our lifetimes. I'll also note that we encourage everybody to get involved if you're not already. If you go to the City of Boulder website and you go to the Human Services Department page, you can find ways to get involved in different efforts, including, I think we are doing a food drive and other efforts right now. And anyhow, we just thank everyone for the priority this community places on these issues and the engagement of our citizens. Okay, and with that, we're going to move right into our agenda. We are going to start with open comment. As most of you know, you are free to speak to us about any matter except for matters that we're going to have public hearings about later in the meeting, because you can sign up to speak at those public hearings over there. Those two topics are our towing ordinance and our 2019 state and legislative agenda. Anything else, you're free to talk to us about. And if you would start with your name and address, that would be great. So we will start with Kay Howe. And Kay and everybody else will have 2 minutes. Thank you.
I'm Kay Howe, and I live at 500 Pleasant Street in Boulder. I'm here to invite you all to the Saturday, November 17th opening of the Boulder Experience Gallery on the second floor of the Boulder Museum. This is our central gallery. It is our big exhibit. It is engaging, interactive, and continually evolving. Beyond that, on the first floor, we've hosted with great pleasure the Open Studios exhibit, the Open Space exhibit, and coming up, Living with Wolves, a topic which all of you may know very well, given your business. We've already had 30 school groups since the beginning of the year and taken our programs to Casey and Whittier, among others. Our programs range from the popular conversations to the You Fix It clinics to training on how to create material for Wikipedia, a splendid distribution system for Boulder history, people, and events. Reaching out to the Arapaho people, the people of this valley, as partners in the creation of the new gallery is work that may be some of the most important we will ever do. To say the truth about what happened here when people like many of us came, and to deal with it. To move toward facts, reconciliation, and a genuinely inclusive community. For them to be with us in this work, that is the best work. I didn't know that is the beginning of the most important human journey. The museum needs to be one of the institutions moving us towards that moment of recognition. We will certainly try, and the new gallery is a beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kay. Next up is Alan Owens. And after Alan, we have Kathleen Ashworth.
Well, I'm Alan Owens, homeless. The camping laws in Boulder are no better than the September 4th, 2018 case of Martin v. the City of Boise, Idaho, where Judge Owens of the Ninth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals stated that it fell under a violation of the Eighth Amendment of the Bill of Rights. The Eighth Amendment states, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. This amendment prohibits the federal government from imposing unduly harsh penalties on criminal defendants, either as the price for obtaining pretrial release or as punishment for a crime after conviction. In a Boulder court hearing in the municipal courts November 6, 2018, a homeless man was asked by the judge what he wishes to do on his camping case, and the homeless man stated, "Your Honor, I just want to sleep." Later that day, there was another case where a 49-year-old lady new to the area, homeless out there, was asked the same question, and she stated, "I did not know it was illegal for us to sleep at night." We have war veterans out here, that are not able to sleep at night. Every time we cover up, the police come through and give us tickets for camping just because we're trying to sleep at night because we had things to do during the day to try to house up. Judge Marsha Bassone said, as a result, just as the state may not criminalize the state of being homeless in public places, the state may not criminalize conduct that is an unavoidable consequence of being homeless, namely sitting, lying, or sleeping on the streets. On the premise, I believe the Boulder law concerning homeless camping be either revised justly or eradicated so that the Boulder Police Department can stop violating the rights of the Boulder homeless subcommunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kathleen? And then Mike Pitchy, or Peace?
My name is Kathleen Halloran Ashworth. I live at 2376 Keystone Court. I'm here to ask you to speak out against recreation at Rocky Flats. In 1974, my husband and I built a house downwind of the Rocky Flats nuclear weapons plant. We raised 2 children there and sold the house in 1996, which means that we lived there for 22 years. We trusted that the Rocky Flats facility was being run properly and were not aware of the fires in 1957 and 1969 emitting plutonium into the air, nor of the contaminated soil, sediment, groundwater, and surface water until the FBI raid on the facility on June 7th, 1989. We are currently members of the Marilyn Cook et al. Versus Rockwell International Corporation et al. Class action lawsuit, which found that, quote, plutonium will continue to be present on the class properties indefinitely, end of quote. Just a little background from the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, which the Rocky Mountain Poison Center sent me to. Plutonium-239 is the isotope used to manufacture nuclear weapons. The half-life of plutonium-239 is 24,100 years. The main health effect from exposure to plutonium is cancer, which may occur years after exposure. The types of cancer you would most likely develop are cancers of the lung, bones, and liver. Given the health risks of plutonium, I ask today that you take a stand to halt recreation at Rocky Flats. I am proud of the 7 school districts who have made commitments to not allow field trips to the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge. I guess I need to stop.
Yes, you're welcome to email us the rest of your comments if you'd like.
Okay.
You can just send them to council@bouldercolorado.gov, and they will go to all of us. Is this Mike?
Sarah, would you like your clicker? And it'll be this one right here. And we'll take just a second to get your picture.
Hi, my name is Mike Pichet. I'm a board member at the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art. I live at 45 Morningside Drive in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. On behalf of BMOCA, I'd like to thank the city for its recent support of a new initiative launched by BMOCA in partnership with AAA Colorado.
It's always tricky.
The goals of this partnership are to explore the powerful intersection between art and architecture, to raise public awareness about ongoing projects and opportunities for high-quality architecture, design, and planning, and finally to consider urbanism, neighborhood identity, diversity, equality, sustainability, and affordability. This October, we held a lecture at the library's Canyon Theater. This event was free and open to the public with the goal of raising awareness about opportunities for good design and architecture, focusing especially on public space and affordable living. Christopher Hawthorne, the Chief Design Officer for the City of Los Angeles and former architectural critic for the LA Times, presented as a keynote speaker. This was followed by presentations from Shannon Cox-Baker, Vice President of Development at Urban Ventures, Scott Holton, Principal at Element Properties and former Commissioner of the Boulder Housing Authority, Jim Robertson, Director of Planning, Housing and Sustainability for the City of Boulder, Richard Epstein, Principal of RE Architecture and former President of AA Colorado North Section. And we concluded the event with a panel discussion with all three of these speakers. The following day, we had a breakfast. This breakfast was followed by a more in-depth work session the next morning, which provided a platform for leaders from local government, nonprofits, and businesses to voice their thoughts and opinions. The aim was to see architecture and design as a tool to help understand our community's populations, shifting our perception of design away from merely aesthetics to one that recognizes and generates social impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul.
Thank you, Mayor Jones and the Boulder City Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Alter. I live at 3855 Birchwood Drive in Boulder, and with me are Jocelyn Dials and Deborah Bernardoni. We are all court-appointed special advocates, CASAs, volunteering with Voices for Children. We all live in Boulder. We're here to talk briefly about child neglect and abuse in Boulder and what Voices for Children and CASAs do to help. Jocelyn emailed you some additional information, including that it's National Adoption Month. So far in 2018, there have been over 3,000 substantiated reports of child abuse in Boulder County. There are currently 607 Boulder County children in active abuse court cases and over 300 children in out-of-home foster placement as a result of abuse. The average cost to Boulder County per child is $6,264 per year, or just over $3.2 million per year. Children in foster care are less likely to graduate from high school and more likely to become homeless or incarcerated as an adult. And there are currently over 250 children being supported by 238 CASAs here in Boulder County. As a CASA, I'm a volunteer representative of the Boulder County Court. I work with children who are in the court system because of neglect and abuse and ensure the court hears their voices. We spend time with the children, we build relationships, we get to know their challenges and triumphs, and the difficulties from their family and their needs. We are there when one of our children is competing in a spelling bee and neither of their parents will attend. When the parent needs help getting our child assessed and treated for ADHD. When one of our child reports abuse and we need to call the child abuse neglect hotline. And we're there when one of our children comes running up to us after school and gives us a big hug just because we are there. These are all things that have happened with our children over the past year. We're here to answer questions and to let you know that we will be back at future Boulder County City meetings. Just made it.
Wow, very impressive. And you also emailed us, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hey, we have a question.
Well, it's not really a question so much as a comment. I think your work is really important, acting as an advocate for the child, particularly in these court situations. And I just wanted to express that thanks. I've been through the training, and I think it's just awesome that you're doing it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Sammy Lawrence.
Greetings, everybody. Sammy Lawrence, 1926 Canyon Boulevard, apartment number 10. Thank you for taking the time to hear me today. I'm actually here to speak on the account of court. I, Sammy Leon Lawrence IV, contest that under medical necessity, I need my full reasonable accommodations to all courthouses fulfilled. I especially call for my medicine, medical marijuana, to be stored on site due to the stresses of court that have given me a seizure. I also contest that the lack of this reasonable accommodation infringes on my First Amendment rights to represent myself fully in court, puts the public at risk, puts the state at risk, puts my health at risk, and as well is discriminatory against my persons for the medicine I utilize to stop my seizures / calm my disabilities. Colorado has already started the processes of writing laws that amend or provide reasonable accommodations to youth who utilize marijuana. Jack's law for children utilizing medicinal uses at school is a key component that I cite for my reasoning. I have had a medical marijuana card since the age of 16 from Colorado for PTSD and ADHD. I would have been covered and would have aged out of Jack's law and now face the issues of being vilified by my state. I am left with the choice to either commit contempt of court with my medical marijuana on person, commit contempt of court with not going, leave my medicine at home and risk a seizure that has already happened in court, leave it with someone and get both of us a misdemeanor, leave it tucked into the public somewhere, and possibly get myself a misdemeanor. What I asked for has been done before and is reasonable to provide to severely disabled patients that use medical marijuana of all ages. I fight for this not only for myself, but for every disabled man, woman, child, and other in Colorado that utilizes medical marijuana to live a semi-normal life. We will not be your boogeymen anymore. I urge Justice Coates, the Supreme Court, Boulder County, and the state of Colorado to make accommodations for all severely disabled persons that utilize medical marijuana court rights, either by storing up front or allowing a monitored storage container / cubby outside for premises in accordance to Colorado MMJ law. Thank you for taking the time. Are there any questions?
I don't think so at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Patrick Murphy.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. The muni is superstition. Superstition is not based on fact. It's based on confirmation bias. Great lies presented by the honorable get believed and become superstition. The difference between lies and truth is sometimes easy to define. Truth is full truth. Lies are half-truths and full lies. The city of Boulder is either lying or telling half-truths about the true cost of the muni, and many of you are propagating that superstition. I sent you an email and asked, how much has the city of Boulder spent on the muni? The answer from Steve Katnack, the leader of the muni effort, was $14.9 million. That was either a mistake or a false answer. The city's latest report shows that the muni effort has cost the city closer to $20 million, and that over $4 million is somehow not included in the total cost of the muni. That is deceit. In addition, the muni effort has specifically resulted in about $10 million worth of undergrounding to be lost. Thus, the true cost of the muni is closer to $30 million, not $15. That lost undergrounding reduces the reliability, resilience, and safety of the Boulder electric supply. That's just one example of the muni failure to be transparent and demonstrates a loss of integrity. The citizens of Boulder cannot collectively make good decisions when we are being propagandized with half-truths or full lies. The cash flow analysis provided online is one more example of deceit. The absence of any stranded cost or going concern cost prove that. It's time for correction and full truth.
Thank you, Patrick. James, and then Chris Hoffman.
James Duncan, Boulder. Good evening, Council. Thanks for your service, and thanks for the efforts and the priorities of the homelessness and hunger. And it's so good to hear. I hope that it's more than just a Band-Aid addressing the gross inequalities. The difference is the root. Gross inequalities is the difference in the root of the problem. And I'd like to know what you might do to address that. And from a quote that I sent you in a link this morning, the most effective public intervention in reducing mortality in the U.S. would be to reduce the social inequalities among our people. Anyway, what I really came up for is to continue my recount of the story from a woman who is in the spent a night at the Boulder shelter. She says, "I have come to bear great animosity for the bulk of the employees there. I've been woken in the middle of the night to find the individual at the desk sound asleep. I've seen an elderly lady with a walker who wanted to know when she can enter the building to escape the sweltering heat get laughed at. I've been told by one staff member who could not extort gratitude from me, a shirt that I'd been wearing in the building for 6 months was inappropriate, and I was to change. The model of services has always struck me as a blend of correctional institutional tactics and mental health facility philosophy, when I'm neither patient nor inmate. I'm nonetheless institutionalized by night and required to make all traces of myself disappear every morning so society doesn't have to admit I exist. Right? That was from, it continues on, but 2 minutes is not a lot of time to finish, so next time. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, James. Chris, and then after Chris, we have Sarah Gintel.
Chris Hoffman, 1280 Fairfield Drive in Boulder. First, I'd like to thank you all, Council, for your work on behalf of the community. I know you have a heavy workload and deal with a lot of complex issues. And I particularly appreciate your efforts in dealing with the climate crisis. The recent IPCC report tells us that we need to cut our carbon emissions in half in the next 10 years in order to achieve even the least bad of the worst-case scenarios. So related to this, I appreciate your ongoing work of the Energy Future team on community power. I participated in the Beyond the Switch outreach event at the West Boulder Senior Center last month and found it both clarifying and community building, and I'm looking forward to low-carbon community power. Next Monday, I will be in Washington, D.C. with other members of Citizens Climate Lobby working towards national carbon fee and dividend legislation. One of my meetings is a face-to-face meeting with Senator Bennett. Thank you, Council, for endorsing carbon fee and dividend. It definitely helps our work on the climate crisis at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Sarah? And after Sarah, if Fripp can be ready to go?
Hi, good evening, and thank you all for having me. Basically, wanted to speak about community relations and remembering when I was growing up in Philadelphia as a young child, the security of walking down the street and saying hello to an officer standing there, and that was a stable situation in which, you know, someone walked the beat and they got to know you, you got to know them. And I knew that my family and I were protected from the bad guys. Unfortunately, somehow or another, moving to Colorado 11 years ago, I became the bad guy at the age of, God knows what, I'm 53 now. I'm not a bad guy. I'm a single mom. I do the best I can do. I work hard. I start businesses. I do ministry. However, the police in Boulder have an issue with authority that they presume. I've been assaulted physically. Just bringing my husband home from work, wound up getting staked out and having rifles drawn on us. And as we're sitting in our car talking about our grandchildren and our future and buying a house, and I just do not feel safe with them. I don't know if it's because they don't like themselves, that they don't like everybody else. In Philadelphia, before I left, it could be 1,000 people walking past, an officer standing there, and I'd be the one to say, hi, how are you doing? That's gone. And I do appreciate you all. There has to be some type of community relation going on. Everybody's not a bad guy, just because they can't pull a lawyer out their butt. I thank you all for having me. Peace to you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Ma'am?
Ms.
We have a question for you.
Gintil? Have you filed any kind of complaint or lodged any kind of
I did.
notice about this?
I did in 2015, and then the incident here in 2018. I'm afraid to file anything. I did contact higher authorities. I don't know what they're going to do. I am in touch with press and other things Something has to be done. I'm scared for me. Other people are scared for their kids, and I don't want my daughter being assaulted.
Of course, no.
Can I say something? I believe Ms. Gintel is the individual who wrote council an email at our last council meeting indicating that she had concerns. The police department has done a thorough investigation of the complaints that she has raised. And in fact, these particular incidents were reviewed by a professional standards review board and found not to be believable.
Of course, that would be the case.
No, it would not, of course. So we've looked into this before, and we believe from the point of view of the investigation of the underlying incidents, as well as the complaints about the police officers, that this is not an issue. We can provide further information to council if you would like us to do so.
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming. Fripp, and then Lily Franklin.
Hi, my name's Fripp Pralo. I live at 1920 19th Street, and I'm a CU law student. I'm also here to talk about the Boulder camping ban, which I think is particularly relevant on nights like tonight, where the low is 24 degrees. My issue with this ban is that it's a categorical ban. It doesn't take into account whether or not there are options for the homeless community, such as shelter space to go to. And for this reason, the Ninth Circuit recently said that they believe that that laws such as these are unconstitutional and constitute cruel and unusual punishment, which is prohibited by the Eighth Amendment. Although this precedent doesn't control in Colorado because this is the 10th Circuit, I think that it is very relevant and should be a part of a renewed conversation about this issue. This is a very real issue. The homeless community in Boulder exceeds the amount of space available at local shelters, and particularly in Boulder, it's enforced disproportionately. And there have been more citations between 2010 and 2014 than the rest of the cities in the state combined. This cost $950,000 of taxpayer money to implement, and I don't think that's a good way to use community resources when we could be investing in the causes of homelessness more directly. I think that this could be implemented more efficiently and more equitably than it currently is, and a solution that would do that would need to account for other options, such as shelter space. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily? And then Mike Hunt.
Hi, I'm Lily Franklin from 3462 Cripple Creek Square. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I'm also here to talk about the recent IPCC report on the implications of global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The IPCC says if we wish to remain below this critical threshold, we have to cut carbon emissions in half by 2030 and get to net zero by 2050. This means we have 12 years not to start working on this, but to actually succeed. So I think it's urgent that we move really more quickly, beginning right away. Climate change impacts, the IPCC found, are far more advanced and far more serious than we predicted. And already we have to accept the death of 90% of the world's coral reefs. Even if we stay below 1.5 degrees centigrade, they're gone. So that is a sobering fact. The IPCC says we have to abandon coal entirely by 2060. But most importantly, staying below 1.5 will require drastic cuts in carbon emissions from electricity generation. And I just wanted to say that countless studies tell us that distributed energy is the way to go. Excel is not moving us forward quickly enough, and I'm getting tired and angry of naysayers and business interests trying to sabotage our efforts to do something about this. I think Boulder really urgently needs to get control of its own energy system, and that's the only way we'll cut these emissions in half by 2030. If we succeed, we'll be a beacon of hope for everyone, so thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Mike? And then if Mina can be ready to go.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hearing concern how certain people are being singled out by the Boulder Police Department. A few months ago, I seen a man on the side of the road. Young man, had long hair, had 8 police around him. Okay, well, I went on about my business, drove Denver, drove back. Noticed he was still there, so I parked my car. And it was, I'm sure it was at least an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes at minimum. And I act like I was recording with my cell phone, you know, walking up toward them. They seen that, they just, you know, dismantled. They just went on about their way then. I asked the young man, I'm like, well, what was the issue? He says, oh, I don't know. There's just, you know, just talking to me, wondering who I was or whatnot. And so I'm like, wow, almost 2 hours for eight police officers doing that. And there's a lady and a gentleman was going down the road and was keeping up with traffic during rush hour on 36. And they got pulled over. And they asked them, well, why'd you pull us over? Because you're speeding. Well, there's impossible to speed because it's bumper-to-bumper traffic that's going as fast as everybody else. And so they got pulled over and held there for better than an hour on the side of the road. And after, I guess, they're satisfied, they let them go. Next day, they showed up. When they got it home, they pulled in, talking for a few minutes. All of a sudden, a few guys got out front there. They looked like semi-automatic weapons and had dot lasers on their head and their chest. And
thank you, sir.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it? It makes you proud to be an American, doesn't it?
Mina, and then after Mina, we have Stephen Keenan.
I'm Mina Gaich, founder and director of Art of Duo, Boulder's international chamber music competition. In 2016 and 2018, we received generous support from Boulder Convention and Visitors Bureau. This support helped us present the events at Dairy Arts Center and to feature musicians from 21 countries. The BICMC Art of Duo is a special and unique competition in the world of classical music, known for a progressive approach that includes commissioning new work of living composers. In the month since our events, the performance videos have received over 100,000 views worldwide, and thousands of artists are referring to Boulder as a leader in supporting the careers of dynamic young concert artists. I came today to thank you for supporting the work of professional musicians, tomorrow's luminaries and mentors. Thank you for helping to make sure these series of events continue to help shape our cultural landscape. We look forward to October 2020 and the next Art of Duo in Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I mean, if I could just say, I've heard amazing things about the competition, so I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
The cultural community here and to help raise our artistic profile worldwide.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stephen, and then after Stephen, we have Chris.
Good evening, Council. Well, we've got a Boulderite in the governor's office, so congratulations to Jared and his partner, Marlon. I think they're going to be great people in the governor's office. You know, I was talking with the teenagers about a month ago after you'd had a discussion about some of the drug issues going on in town. And the teenagers brought up the fact that right now Boulder has the oldest skate park in Colorado. Now, I haven't checked and verified this, so I'm not 100% sure if this is true. But if we have the oldest skate park in Colorado right now, it might be time to think about sprucing it up a little bit. And they said that they would really like to see that happen. I was in New York City and helped a Dutch film company recently finish up a series of documentary films on our wonderful President Donald Trump, who I'll be working very hard to make sure he gets reelected. I think you know I'm teasing about that. But the Dutch film company is well worth watching their documentaries about our dear president. The film is the film company Zembla, Z-E-M-B-L-A. And the reason why I bring this up is that I feel that we are probably going to be walking into days of a constitutional crisis setting with our dear president. And the more people are aware of what this president's done in the past, the better we're going to have a chance of keeping our democracy intact. So if you Google Zembla, Z-E-M-B-L-A, and Trump, you will find that there's a series of documentaries about our dear president. The first one is The Dubious Friends of Donald Trump, and it goes deep into the years 2007 and 2008, and I recommend that everyone watches that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Chris? And then last up will be Kurt Nordbeck.
Chris, excuse me. Chris Allred, Longmont. Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on Rocky Flats, and I just wanted to briefly address that one of the previous speakers. I was surprised by the city manager's response. I think that when someone has the courage to bring an issue to the council about personal experience with discrimination from the police, that deserves a more respectful response and shouldn't be dismissed in that way. So I just wanted to say that it's something I've observed here tonight. And regarding Rocky Flats, I'm here to request that the council support a sign-on letter that is to halt recreation at Rocky Flats. This is a sign-on letter to address the fact that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service opened the plant to recreation. This plant was a factory that made 70,000 plutonium pits for the nuclear weapons arsenal. The U.S. conducted over 1,000 nuclear bomb tests up until 1998, I believe. These tests were done on animals. There were nuclear tests done in space. There were tests done on the Marshall Islands that had major health impacts on the indigenous population of those islands. And that violence is rooted at Rocky Flats. And it's no way to reconcile that violence by opening that land, which is still contaminated, to children and families. And so we're asking that the local governments please speak out on this issue and help to guide a better national policy around this issue, because there are many other sites in the nuclear weapons complex that are experiencing health impacts. Thank you for your time. I'll pass around a paper version and I'll send a follow-up by email.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Kurt.
Hello, Kurt Nordbeck, 777 Delwood Avenue. I want to just quickly give thanks to the city for the neighborhood speed mitigation program. I live on Delwood across from North Boulder Park, as I said, and also across from the playground there. And so for our blocks along there, the safety of the kids has been a big concern. So we applied for the NSMP program, and we were awarded a speed hump, which was installed a couple of months ago. And anecdotally, I don't have data, but anecdotally, it's made a big difference in the speeding along there. So I just want to thank the city for doing this program, and I hope you will continue to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kurt. So with that, we're going to close open comment. I want to thank everybody for coming to share. We had quite the diversity of issues tonight. Staff, do you have any response?
No further comments.
I do not either.
Yeah. Council members? Cindy?
I have a question about Sammy Lawrence. Is this city city court that is it Muni court or is it county court or is it?
Sorry.
I was just going to say Tom's going to answer.
Okay.
It is the county courthouse. We've inquired. When he showed up last, I contacted Sheriff Pelly to ask about it because it's the sheriff's deputies who man the desk. He responded that the chief judge makes the rules for entry, and that the chief judge has banned all marijuana. That they've asked Mr. Lawrence at the time whether he had a medical marijuana card. He did. His marijuana was not in a medical container, however. It's against their rules for them to keep it. They waived their rules on that at that incident to keep it for him while he was in the courthouse. It is an issue of concern, but I'm not sure there's anything we can do. And I've also spoken with the municipal court judge, who also has no say over the entry and exit from the courthouse.
So he needs to have a medical container if he wants to carry it within the courthouse?
I don't think so. I think the judge's order is that no marijuana can come into the
None
courthouse.
whatsoever?
Yes.
Is he, but the chief judge is aware of this issue?
I believe
ongoing?
so, yes. I know the sheriff is.
Maybe we should make it known to the judge that at least one of our citizens is having issues with this.
I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, I am going to jump in at this point, too, because we've also been working with the court administrator, James Cho, and he is fully aware of it. And so I'm pretty sure that Linda Cook, the judge, is also aware of it. And we're trying to work with the county to determine if there's an accommodation that can be made in this circumstance. I don't have an update right now about that, but we are working on it.
Thank you. And if Sammy's still here, I hope he heard that because he's been coming regularly. Thank you.
Okay, I have Sam and then Mirabai.
I just have a quick comment to the folks who are concerned about climate change. We have a new state government, and one of the things that I would say is many of the policies that have gone in place here could be affected in other cities and other parts of the state. So I'm going to be working with the incoming government on climate policy, and I would suggest that that's a great place to amplify the message, because right now the federal system is pretty choked up, and so we've got the cities and the states. So that was just a comment.
And indeed, we'll be talking about our legislative agenda later tonight. Mirabai.
I was just curious for the gentleman who was talking about the police on 36. That's state's jurisdiction, correct? Not local?
It depends what part of 36 he would be talking about, because part of 36 would technically be in the city. I have already written to the chief of police and asked him to listen to the presentation made this evening to see if there's anything that we can follow up on. I didn't hear any details, so I'm not sure that we can find out exactly what the situations were, but we're going to look into it to the extent we can.
I was just curious if it was even within our jurisdiction, so thanks.
Okay. Well, Lisa?
I'd just make a couple comments about Rocky Flats. The Rocky Flats Stewardship Council is looking at having a special meeting about the proposed siting of wells, oil and gas wells over a 16-mile area, square mile area. And so we're having a special meeting on that, and I will attend and report back to the community on that. And then for people who are interested in the opening up of the refuge, that was a Fish and Wildlife decision after getting a okay from the EPA and Colorado Department of Public Health and Education, or Environment. And Rocky Flats, the Fish and Wildlife Service is conducting soil sampling on the site. We will have a meeting at the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council meeting the first Monday in April. That's an open meeting, and we will talk about the results of those studies, as well as the results of the studies from the FLAP grant, which pertains to land that is outside of the federal jurisdiction and is right now on City of Boulder or County of Boulder open space. So I'll bring those issues back in April.
Okay, then. Thanks again to everybody who brought forward issues for us to think about and work on. Appreciate that. With that, we will move forward with our agenda.
Your consent agenda contains items A through M.
Okay, so we have a mix of things. I'll just note that I'm going to recuse myself from item F, which affects my day job. Other comments, concerns? Lisa?
Today I sent out 2 emails concerning just some minor details of the ADU ordinance that is on its item. It's now not 3K, it's, where did it go?
3I.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. 3I. And I don't know if I can pull that off and put some new amendments in there and it pass by emergency, or how I should proceed on this.
So on your pink piece of paper, there's an amendment to 3I that addresses a concern that Lisa raised regarding houses with extra thick walls. We hadn't, I think, done a good enough job of drafting what council's intent was. You can see the language added allows for one measurement that disregards the width of the wall. It measures 6 inches out. So I'm not sure that we can pass this on emergency. If you want to amend it, my recommendation would be to go ahead and amend it, and we'll bring it back for 6th reading. It still would be one less reading than the tree ordinance, so it wouldn't set a record.
I like records. The other thing that you and I had spoken to was there's a clause in, sorry, I have to find it. There's a clause in the ordinance that addresses architectural design and materials.
Yes.
And I would just ask that council agree to striking and materials from the ordinance, so that that provision is trying to get at is that the detached dwelling unit that is constructed at a single-family house, that it somewhat comports with the architectural design of the main house. My only difference in that is that many of our houses are standard frame constructed houses and don't necessarily use sustainable materials or are energy efficient. And so I want people to be able to have the option of being able to construct their detached dwelling unit out of materials other than were used in construction of the primary house. It's an energy efficient measure.
So the language that Lisa's referring to is on package page 122, line 11. The language reads, architectural design and materials shall be consistent with the existing residence on the site or the adjacent buildings along the side yards of the lot. And Lisa's proposed amendment would be to strike the words and materials. So it would read, architectural design shall be consistent with the existing residence on the site.
Aaron.
So yeah, I'm certainly fine with both of those changes, Lisa. I just want to ask Tom, this won't change the date that we start taking applications, correct? Because that's into next year.
It shouldn't, no.
Shouldn't?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, it will not, Aaron.
Thank you. All right, that's what I wanted to hear.
And then...
Well, wait a minute, is that it for ADUs?
I had one more thing.
Well, ADUs, okay.
And help me out here, Tom. Just a minute, I'll get to it.
Lisa, was it page 121?
Our pages are still messed up, aren't
Oh, sorry.
comporting with each other.
Okay, do you remember what the issue?
The issue, it was size, it was materials.
It was occupancy, and my view is that it's not. So the issue was that there's a reference in the provision. I haven't been able to find it, but it refers back to 963A. 963A now has been changed with the occupancy limit. So all it's saying is we use that occupancy limit. I think that that's okay, and we don't need a further change for that.
Right. And I remembered my other thing, my other issue. And so if somebody wants to use materials that would result in a thick wall, as the ordinance is written right now, the applicant, the homeowner, would need to go to BOZA, which would add an additional $550 in fees, and would also delay construction of their project as many as 6 weeks. And so my intention, and I thought we had done that in the second reading, but that's I'll take the blame on that, that people can go right directly through with these thicker walls without having to go to BOZA, and that it's just approved on their building permit.
Sam?
Lisa, it looks to me like the change that's made here would mean that they wouldn't need to go to BOZA.
Okay, that's fine.
That's my reading as well, Sam.
Okay, that's excellent.
So then you're proposing just the two changes?
Right. If
two changes?
no BOZA path is in there, yeah.
Is that okay? Are you speaking to the ADU thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Speaking to the ADU thing, specifically to the short-term rental thing, and I cannot find it in here where it says that we had a bit of this discussion last time, but I'm not going to support this ordinance because I think it limits the flexibility of people. Well, I'm in favor of the ADUs, generally speaking. I think it limits the ability of people. It's too prescriptive and too restrictive. And Tom, perhaps you can find that under where it says that if you have an existing short-term rental license and you apply for an ADU license, then you have to give up so that you cannot have one whatsoever on the property. So, and I've been looking.
Yeah, we did
here.
discuss this.
We did discuss it last time.
And I thought we grandfathered, or at least at one point we had grandfathered the existing. How did we land on it?
It was because, and this is not to, the staff said that it would be too difficult to monitor it. So they were against that flexibility. So I'm, given that, again, as I said at the time, I thought it was too prescriptive. And so I'm not comfortable supporting this.
Okay.
It just gives up too
Aaron.
much flexibility.
And Tom, maybe if you can find that particular language. Cindy, my understanding was that people who currently have short-term rental licenses on an ADU would be allowed to continue with them, but that if you have a short-term rental license now but do not have a licensed ADU, but then added an ADU in the future, you would not be allowed to apply that short-term rental license to that new ADU.
I think you had to give them up on both units. That was my understanding. You couldn't have one on either unit.
So I believe the language is on page 133, line 11. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cindy. It starts there.
Is it 7?
Yeah. Subsection 7 there.
What line?
Line 11 on page 133.
Oh, for any violation?
No, that's, I think, Lisa, your packet's not the same as
know.
mine.
Yeah, right here.
And mine is different. I don't know which one it is either.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. But what's the question? We're looking it up to remind ourselves? What are we doing?
No, I was just saying that I was just pulling that out specifically, but I couldn't find, I still can't. On my page 133, line 11, it says licensing limitations and requirements.
Yeah, I think that's
Is
the
it
one.
A, B, C?
Yeah, I think that's the language that you're referring to, isn't it?
All three of them?
Yeah, well, so the A is the grandfathering clause, and the B and C are the subsequent licensing clause.
Okay, and so basically what it says, you can't get a new short-term rental license for ADUs.
So, I mean,
but we've talked about.
If we're going to make amendments, then we're not going to pass it tonight, and maybe we'll have time to sort out what the on-the-ground reality is, so you'll know by the time he comes back.
And Cindy, I'd be happy to sit down and see if we could find something that makes it
would
more
be
acceptable
great.
for you. And we can work with our licensing staff to see if we can do that, so.
But I think it might just also be a disagreement. Hello, Jay.
Oh, Jay's here.
Hi there.
This was Jay
Sugnitz.
last time.
Division of Housing. So just as a quick reminder, so we did pose this as a policy question.
Yes.
At a previous reading, and the outcome, as I remember, Councilor Young was very eloquent. She's like, well, if someone chooses to have an ADU, they have to make a choice. Would they rather have the ADU or the short-term rental license? So hopefully that rings a bell.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this a lot. We want, if people are building ADUs, we want them to be rented for long term. We've made that pretty clear. So, okay, so in the interest of time, we have, I hear what you're saying. We have 2 proposed amendments. So I would like us to move forward with that.
Do we need to pull it off the consent in that case?
No, you can amend it on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Just don't, we just won't pass it as a final ordinance.
Okay.
Okay. And for God's sakes, if anybody has any more changes on ADUs, get them in next week. We can't keep going on with these additions. Additions.
Sorry.
Okay.
And I want to thank Jay Signet and Tom Carr for their help in revising.
Yes.
And Hella Panaweg.
Thank you. And Hella, she's great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, anything about anything else on consent?
Yes.
Or not? Yep, go ahead.
Well, I need to, I just wanted to make a slight editorial correction on page 15, where it says that's the consideration of a motion to approve the October 2nd regular meeting minutes, and it should be, I believe, the October 16th, because that page appears twice in this particular packet. And I need to, if we're ready to vote on it, I need to recuse myself from a couple of the, approving a couple of the regular meeting minutes because I was absent.
Okay, we need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we ready to vote? Okay, you can recuse yourself as you vote.
And I thought we decided last time as a matter of procedure that you don't need to recuse yourself just because you were absent. That was we talked about it, and I believe Tom weighed in on that.
Did I miss that?
Yeah, that might have been the meeting.
Just maybe save you the trouble.
It was the meeting I missed, so, yeah. So, all right, thank you for that, Sam.
So it doesn't require a roll call vote, but I can do one if you'd like.
I just need to recuse myself formally from
3F.
item F.
And Councilmember Carlisle, do I have you as nay on 3I?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
So we can do a show of hands.
Show of hands on, except for those 2 things. Mary's in? Okay, so that's unanimous. Okay.
Your first public hearing tonight is a motion to adopt Ordinance 8295 regarding towing and impoundment.
As we tee up this issue, I want to note that we have a special guest with us this evening. We have PUC Commissioner Francis Consilia. We're honored to have you here. People may not know that the PUC has jurisdiction over towing ordinance, or towing policy in our state. And we appreciate you being here. We invite you to come and say a few words if you would like.
I want to thank you all for encouraging me to come because we are hermetically sealed at the Public Utilities Commission at 16th and Broadway. The 3 of us sit there, we can't talk to each other. When you appear in front of us, we can talk to you, and then when we leave, we can't talk to anybody about what we've done. So it is a relief for me to get invited outside of my hermetically sealed life to talk to real people. And yes, we have authority over all sorts of things other than electric and gas utilities. We have rail crossings, we have towing, we have household good moving, we have taxis, we have limited regulation carriers, so it's a full range of things. And the transportation area is something that I've been very interested in. I've just finished issuing a 95-page order and 67 pages of modified new rules, which will hopefully go into effect if nobody challenges them. And towing is something that I've been very interested in. I know that property owners have a right, and we need to make sure they have the ability to protect their property rights because people want to park for free. On the other hand, I'm very concerned about vulnerable communities and want to make sure that we give them a voice. And so I'm here to listen. I'm anxious to see what you want to do. And if you think that we're not doing things we should, or if you want to do it all on your own, you should let me know. So thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Tom.
So I will be presenting on this evening, the towing ordinance. So I wanted to give you a little bit of background. The council started receiving some complaints from some towing that was going on up at San Juan del Centro, and I want to give Mary Young a lot of credit for stepping in and helping the community. And one of the things we discovered, as we often do, is that most of the things that were going on were legal, and they still imposed a significant burden on the community members who were affected by them. And so council decided to explore ways in which we could provide a little bit more protection for our community members. And I just want to talk a little bit about how the disproportionate impact of towing affects folks. Towing, basically, and I'll show you in a second, if your car's towed, you're going to be out $300. And for a lot of folks, that's what they live on for a month. And so losing $300 is a big deal. You can also lose your vehicle, and that can mean you don't have your job. And I'll talk later about an email we got late last night from someone at Orchard Grove who talked about losing their job because they lost their car, and their car had their vacuum cleaner in it, and they used it to clean offices. And so the other thing that sort of we've talked about, and we've discovered in doing some other work with the city, is that lower income people often don't have an alternative to driving. If you're working in construction or gardening or cleaning, you often have to go places where the buses don't go at times when the buses don't go. I know in my office, David Gear and I both ride our bikes because we live not far from here and we can afford to do that. Almost no one else can because the people who don't make as much money as we do have to travel further. So in lower income communities, parking can actually be a greater challenge than in higher income communities. Also, you've got higher density, so fewer parking spaces. So a lot of this conflict it has greater impact on those who can bear it the least. So so one of the things that we know is that towing companies make money by towing cars. So they have the point of this is that they have an economic incentive to tow more. Not that they do it wrongly or rightly, but if nobody ever parked illegally, towing companies would go out of business. And so they have an incentive to tow cars even without anything. So one of the things that we're talking about here is how can we bring some countervailing pressures to provide some protection to undermine the incentive to go ahead and tow cars. So I want to summarize the ordinance that you all passed on first reading first. And I'll do this relatively quickly, but I think it's important for folks to know what's in there before we start talking about changing it, because there's been a lot of emails flying around or coming in about potential changes and concerns. One, it requires signs to be in English and Spanish, including the name and telephone number of the authorized towing company. It requires property owners to wait at least 1 hour before a vehicle is towed. It prohibits property owners from receiving payments from towing companies. It requires free release of a vehicle if the owner or custodian arrives before it is removed from private property. It requires authorization for a tow. It prohibits towing companies from requiring cash payment. It waives the storage fee if a storage facility is not open during normal business hours or a representative does not respond within 1 hour outside of normal business hours. It limits the maximum charge for releasing a vehicle after hours. It prohibits towing a vehicle more than 10 miles. It requires a valid motor vehicle carrier permit. And it requires a tow company to record the reason for the tow, the location, the time of the vehicle, the time the vehicle was towed was identified being illegally parked, and the make and model of the vehicle. It also requires a photograph. It requires telephone notice to the owner within 24 hours. It requires notice to the police department, and it requires that if a vehicle is sold, the tow company must hold in trust any funds that exceed the towing and storage charges. So I want to give you a little background on state law to sort of see what you're changing and what you're not. So this is going to take a couple of minutes, but I thought it would be really helpful for you to see this. So under the state law right now, and the rules that I refer to are the PUC adopted rules on towing, the CRS citations are to the state law. But they both function as state law because the state legislature has delegated authority to the PUC to regulate towing. So the tow company must notify local law enforcement with 30 minutes of taking possession of the vehicle. And it has to provide the location of the storage yard where it's being taken. They must notify the lien holder and the owner by certified mail no less than 2 days, nor no more than 10 days. And that's straight from the state statute. It's in 2 different places in the state statutes, one dealing with tows on private property, which is that citation, and one deals with tows on public property. If they don't provide the notice within 10 days, they have to release the vehicle without any fees. They must accept immediate payment in cash or credit cards. They must at least accept Visa and MasterCards. They must release the vehicle within 1 hour outside of business hours and on demand during business hours. So want to talk a little bit about maximum fees. The fees have 4 elements: a base rate for the tow, a mileage charge including any applicable fuel surcharge, a charge for vehicle storage, and a charge for release from storage. The base rate's $180, and all of these numbers are for vehicles of 10,000 pounds maximum gross weight or less. If the vehicle's bigger, the rates go up. But I assume you're mostly concerned with cars and SUVs and pickup trucks, and those are all under 10,000 pounds maximum gross weight. There's a mileage charge of $3.80 per mile plus a fuel surcharge. Right now, the fuel surcharge is 30 cents per mile, so the current mileage charge is $4.10 per mile. The maximum mileage charge is for 12 miles, although it's 16.5 miles if you're more than 10 miles from I-25. The storage fee is $30 per day, and the release fee is $66. So if you assume a 12-mile tow and release within 24 hours, and the storage charge is per 24 hours or any portion thereof. So if you get there within an hour, you still pay for 24 hours. If you get there in 25 hours, you pay for 2 days. It would be $325.20. So when I said that it starts at $300, that's if you're at a relatively close yard and you get it within 24 hours. Of course, if the tow is less than 12 miles, you can subtract $4.10 per mile. You're still going to be over $300 most likely. So sale of abandoned vehicles. This is where we might have an issue with one of our provisions. They have to notify the state if the vehicle is deemed, if they view it as abandoned. They must notify the owner that the vehicle is deemed abandoned. That the company, they have to tell the owner that the company is going to claim a lien on the vehicle for storage and towing charges, that if the vehicle is not claimed within 30 days of the date of the postmark on the notice, the vehicle is subject to sale. The vehicles must be appraised and sold in a commercially reasonable manner. The sale must be to a licensed motor vehicle dealer or a wholesaler or through a classified newspaper advertisement. There is a prohibition on sales to people related to the towing company if the vehicle is appraised at more than $350. The proceeds of the sale go in this order: to pay the cost of the sale, to pay any charges for towing and storage, any law enforcement costs if there was a police department disabling or involvement in it, and then the balance is paid to the state. These are some kittens, because that was a lot of stuff. So I went through all of the emails that you received and all the position papers and the people I spoke with, and these are the community concerns I identified, and I want to go through them individually, and I have a slide on each one.
Can you just pause there and just explain to us, we have state law, the advantage to going for us to codify. Can you just explain why we would do this?
Sure. So Commissioner Consiglio shared with me that there are 7.9 FTEs for the whole state to enforce the state law. If we have a local law, our police department or some other department could do it. It brings a lot more ability to address these concerns here. Also, we've structured this ordinance to address the concerns that we've heard from our community, so it's more focused on what we believe will help our community most. And Suzanne, I should mention at the end, I have had things that I did not get into this ordinance that I think are really good ideas, but I just haven't had a chance to draft them. And so I'm going to recommend, my recommendation to you is pass this or amend it and pass it, and then let me bring back something else in about 6 months that addresses some of these additional things when I've had some time to do some additional work, or assign it to somebody other than me, which I'd be really fine with as well. So community concerns: revised signage, the 1 hour rule, 10-mile towing limit, notice provision, sale proceed trust provision, towing based on condition of the vehicle, which is not included in the ordinance, but I posted a proposed amendment on Hotline. So revised signage. So the ordinance requires specific things on the sign and that the signs be in English and Spanish. Under state law, name and telephone number of the towing company are already required. So that's not a change. It won't require a new sign. The only new requirement in our proposed ordinance, and I've given you the packet page there, is that the signs be in both English and Spanish. So, yes, Aaron.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
you raised your hand.
Just when you finished your sentence.
Right.
But so I'll go ahead and ask my question. So, would there be anything in the way that it's phrased currently that would prevent you from adding on an additional sign with the Spanish language?
No.
Okay, because we've gotten complaints about cost, but it's certainly cheaper if you can just put another sign below it versus replacing the original one.
And so one of the things that I've done is I sent out an amendment in the packet that would, I'm sorry, I posted on Hotline, an amendment that would phase this in. So basically say that any new sign had to be in Spanish, and then I proposed that also have Spanish in it, and then I proposed that all signs by January 1st, 2020 had to have Spanish on it. But I picked that date out of thin air. You could do whatever you like. So that would be another way to address the cost issue, Aaron. Lisa?
So I understand Spanish is probably the second most spoken language in Boulder, but we have many other people who speak languages other than English or Spanish, and I don't think we can put a sign in every language of people that we have in our community, but I'm wondering if we could not use something like an international type of sign that warns people that towing is could happen, and if their car has been towed, this is what to call. Anyway, I just was
Certainly,
wondering about that.
Anybody
because
who's traveled into Europe has seen they have signs with little pictures of tow trucks and a no parking symbol.
Right.
We don't tend to use those in the United States because the United States has primarily been one language.
That's a problem.
But sure, you could certainly require those as well. I think my purpose for this slide was to identify the cost issue, which you've heard about.
No, and that's perfect, but I just want to recognize that there are many other languages, although not as prevalent as Spanish, but what we're trying to do is protect everybody.
Okay. So the second one you heard the most about was the 1 hour rule. This was Barhar, the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association's prime concern. You also heard from several of the major property owners and some smaller property owners in Boulder. So in the packet, I've included 2 potential amendments. One would eliminate the 1 hour rule, and the second would create exceptions for the 1 hour rule if it was parked in a fire zone or adjacent to a fire hydrant. It was parked it would park in a spot clearly marked as employee or customer parking. It was parked in a disabled parking spot, or it was parked in a manner to prevent the operation of business or residence. One of the things I heard from some folks was that you'll get a car that's parked in front of a dumpster, and the trash company shows up, and then they can't empty the dumpster. In a restaurant, that can be disabling since they usually fill up their dumpsters. So the intent was to allow access to allow businesses and residents to function. Yes, Mary.
One of the things that I heard in speaking with people and also reading emails was the idea of separating out residential and commercial. And is that something that would be feasible, and what might be the pros and cons to that?
So you could. It's certainly feasible, Mary. I think I've heard the same issues identified both for commercial and residential. I know that if you're in a residence, and we sometimes allow for reduced parking for developments, and so you'll have just enough parking spaces, and the residents start complaining if people are using it, especially if they're for areas where there's a lot of traffic and a lot of reason to park there. So commercial, you get a business that may have 2 spots allocated to them. We saw that. There's a really interesting email from the orthodontist today who said that she's frequently unable to serve her customers because they're right next to one of our marijuana businesses and her spots are filled. So she runs a relatively small business, has 6 spots, and so for small businesses, it can be very difficult and really impair their ability to operate if they can't get people out of there.
From a practical standpoint, did I read somewhere that if someone's parked illegally, it's going to take at least 15 minutes for somebody to get hitched up to a tow truck? So there's a functional delay?
That's what I've heard. And then in the ordinance, so under state law, there's a reduced fee if they release it right there. Our ordinance would eliminate that fee completely and say that you couldn't charge anything if, and I heard from the president of Boulder Valley Towing that they prefer that anyway, because trying to get the fee out of folks when they're angry at them can be really difficult. So they generally would release it anyway.
So it's almost like a de facto 15-minute could function in that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions?
So, no, it's a comment, so I'll hold off.
Okay, why don't we, I think because since we do have people we know want to testify,
Right, I did have a couple of questions, additional questions. No, not on this one, sorry.
Keep going.
I have a few more. The 10-mile towing limit. So the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association expressed a concern that this would be a limitation to competition, that there are only two companies, Mars Towing and Boulder Valley Towing, that have lots within 10 miles of the center of downtown Boulder, so that it would prevent competition from anyone else. Lisa?
So as you pointed out so well at the beginning of this discussion, many of the people who are affected might be lower income people who depend on their vehicle for work. And if that vehicle has been towed, how are they supposed to get 10 miles, 12 miles, 25 miles? How does that happen? I mean, does the tow company come and pick them up? I don't think so. So how are they supposed to get there? I mean, there may be a real obstacle to people if they don't have another way to go pick up. I just...
Okay, clarifying questions so that we're just going to, we all have a lot to say about this, but we want to make sure.
Well, I'm just asking.
Yeah, because we want to make sure people in the audience can testify.
So I included two draft potential amendments. One on page 226, attachment E would eliminate the 10-mile rule completely. Attachment F would change it to 25 miles. I did a little search on a map and found 2 additional impound yards within the 25 miles, so then you would have 4 rather than 2. The towing company would still be limited to charging for 12 miles.
Right, but in your original cost estimate, the person whose vehicle has been towed and now they're without a vehicle would have to incur an additional cost.
No, the cost is capped at 12 miles by state law.
I know, but to get to the...
Yes, to get there would cost them more. So notice there's a concern about the potential conflict with state law. This was again raised by the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association, and I think by the Chamber as well. It requires notice no sooner than 48 hours after the tow. I don't view this as a clear conflict. This is a state requirement, but I think we have the ability to make it less. So it's a question of whether you want to require quicker notice to the property owner. We also require, in our proposed ordinance, we require a telephone call if feasible. As you said, I quoted the language up there, the operator cannot reasonably obtain the owner's telephone number. The owner's telephone number is not in the DMV motor database, so it's not readily available, but it might be available. And so obviously it's better. The state law does require that you notify the police, and I know on the times when I've come back and my car was missing, the first people I've called is the police. Because in my cases, in both times it was stolen, so they were able to tell me that, so that it hadn't been towed. So I think that is a natural response. You do have that, but I don't see any legal reason why you cannot require 24 hours or the language that we've got there.
But what's the point of delaying until 48 hours?
I have no idea. And
that doesn't make sense.
The language is written in a very odd sense, there was an argument that I think Barhar made that they were prohibited from accessing the database, and it doesn't read like that at all. The language just says that they have to do it. And I reviewed everything I could find on accessing the database. They can only use it to notify them. And so if they were required by our law to notify them, my own view is that it would be legal for them to do it. I mean, somebody could contradict me, but I could find nothing that said that you can only do it 48 hours after. So that was the argument, and I think you'll hear that from the towing companies. this is my view is this is a policy choice for you. It is not something that's governed by law one way or the other. Sale proceeds trust provision. I think this does conflict with state law, and I recommend that you remove it. So the provision in the first reading ordinance says that if there's any funds in excess of the amount that's owed for the tow and storage, then that money, and the cost of the sale, then that money should be held in trust for the owner. Well, I think that's a good idea. State law says that it has to go to the state.
Question?
Yes, Cindy, of course.
If it's an unclaimed vehicle,
Yes.
how could it be held in trust for a non-known owner?
The thought was that perhaps they would show up.
So I could show up and say that was mine.
Well, so there's provisions in state law about who can claim the vehicle. There are requirements for proof. You have to have two of several things: the keys, the title, registration, insurance, things like that.
Well,
so I recommend that council adopt attachment H, which is a packet page 229, which would eliminate this trust provision. This was added on first reading.
Right. Okay, and part of the issue is to make sure there's not a conflict of interest, right?
Yeah, so
With
I
where the
generally
money
advise
goes?
you not to do things that are expressly conflicting with state law.
No, I got that part. But where the money goes to, if you can't require it to be held for the person, making sure that it doesn't go to.
It doesn't go to the towing companies, which is what we thought was happening. It goes to the state.
Okay.
So Suzanne, the idea was that if the vehicle ended up sold and the person was somehow later it was found that they should be compensated because of the circumstances, then there would be something that could go.
Oh, I understood. That was a great idea.
Okay.
I just was trying to figure out what's the next best thing. But it sounds like state law, state law.
Yep.
So just another question then, since I was not here for the first reading, or wherever it is. If it is held for this person who may or may not come, is it just held in perpetuity? Or is there a?
So, no, you mean the car or the money?
The money.
The money, so under our proposal, it would have been held in perpetuity.
It would be held in perpetuity.
That was the proposal, yeah.
Wouldn't you think that wouldn't it be reasonable that after, this is a question, a certain amount of time, it would go to the state? Or it would go?
I would guess.
So that there would be some
But
endpoint on it.
that wasn't the language that we added.
But since it's illegal, we kind of can't do that.
Well, if it was illegal, you're a home rule city. We could argue that it's a matter of local concern, but I would prefer not to have to.
Okay.
Towing a vehicle based on the condition of vehicle. This was not included in the ordinance, although Mary and I had a conversation, so I've drafted something and posted it on Hotline. One email objected the need to tow abandoned vehicles. So we have heard that tow companies will patrol residential areas and tow someone if their plates are expired. And we got an email, which I'll discuss later, about someone, and this is a tough one, because the argument is, if a vehicle's abandoned, you need to get rid of it. I mean, you need to be able to get rid of it. And I'm sure everyone here has on occasion let their plates expire because you forgot to put them on your car, even though you'd already paid for the registration. I mean, my car is parked in a garage, so it's never going to be towed. We got an email, it was a really sad email, which I'll discuss, from someone whose car was parked in their front driveway, and their tabs were expired and it was towed. Now, the tabs have been expired for 8 years. So that's a challenge, but the car wasn't abandoned. I think it was someone who didn't have the ability to pay for their tabs. And they were apparently driving the truck with expired tabs for a long period of time, and they ended up losing the truck. So it's a difficult one. I agree that there are vehicles that are abandoned that need to be disposed of, and so I'm not sure, but I have drafted something that would prohibit towing based on the condition of the vehicle, only for illegal parking.
Well, wait, so just, is condition of car, illegal plates and condition of the car, are you equating those two?
Yes, because sometimes people have a broken windshield and can't afford to fix it.
Well, that's what I thought you meant by condition of car.
I mean both, and
Okay.
but this is a tough decision. but it's a policy choice. And Mary asked me to tee it up, and I have. I'm not sure how I would go on it.
So, Tom, can I ask, so if there are vehicles in the public right-of-way that have been abandoned, those are collected at some point, right? If there's a process for that, right?
Yes.
Oh, do you tag it for 3 days or whatever the rules are? So what are the criteria that the city uses to identify something that's been abandoned?
So there's actually, Aaron, there's criteria in state law for identifying an abandoned vehicle, and so you could apply those. The challenge here is that, and so there are two separate sections of state code addressing abandoned vehicles on public property as opposed to private property. So there are different criteria for the two. I've focused here on private property because this is what we're regulating. Police tows are a different area, although subject to some of the same rules.
I'm just trying to get at the criteria that you could use for that.
I'd have to look it up again. I looked at it today.
Okay, thank you.
So, but Tom, what you're saying is that you could apply that criteria within the ordinance if that.
So the language I drafted, which is on your blue sheet, was an operator may only tow a vehicle without consent of an owner if its owner or driver, without the consent of its owner or driver, if the vehicle is parked illegally. No vehicle may be towed for any expired license or based solely on the condition of the vehicle unless the operator has evidence that the vehicle has been abandoned.
And evidence that it's been abandoned would automatically tier you to?
The state law.
And would that really be automatic, or do we need to add language, like as defined by?
You could. I didn't draft language, but I certainly could.
Okay.
So there's some more cute pictures because you've listened to very well to some tough stuff. Other concerns, these are things that I think we should consider following up on. And these are hard, which is why I wasn't able to do them in this ordinance. Prowling tow trucks. So remember I said that the tow has to be authorized. So state law expressly allows the property owner to delegate the tow truck company as their agent for authorization. So a tow truck, so even though we require that you have to have the authorization for the property owner, the tow truck company, under state law, can give themselves that authorization. Can give themselves that authorization.
So when you say the property owner has to designate them, right? So they can't really give themselves the authorization. They have to have been delegated.
Yes.
And then once they're delegated, they can tow based on the criteria.
So I would just amend that. So once they're designated, they can then authorize themselves to tow. So that's legal under state law. So one of the concerns that Mary has raised and that we've heard is that tow truck companies will drive around in the middle of the night and tow people for violations. Now, if having lived in an apartment building where there wasn't enough parking, and I'd show up after maybe a council meeting at 2 o'clock in the morning, and there wasn't a space, I really wanted those people towed. But if your car is parked there and your tabs are expired, and you come up the next morning with your tabs in your hand and your car is gone, you're now down $300. So this is another tough policy choice. I'd like to do a little bit more investigating before I propose anything to you, but it's challenging. Yes, sorry.
So, with regard to prowling tow trucks, so once the property owner designates the tow company as the owner's agent, and let's say comes on a residential property that has mobile homes as its primary use, does that allow the towing company, without the property owner's agreement or knowledge, to just tow whatever they want to inside of that property?
Anything that's illegal, yes.
Well, that they're deeming illegal,
Yes.
so.
They get to make that decision.
But so in the example where we had a truck parked in the resident's driveway, which would be considered on his property, I guess that's the problem with mobile home parks, that vehicle could just be taken out of that person's driveway? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to get
And so that's something I think you might want to consider.
Absolutely.
But it's very complicated, as you can tell. And then I'm concerned because state law expressly allows it. It would be hard for us to work around that. So I need to think about that. So Mary, I'm sorry, you had a question.
Well, I have a question about, under state law, is it possible that, because, as I understand it, tow truck drivers are paid by the tow, and this was information that I received through my meeting with Anthony Cummings from Dora. When you, if you couple that with, and this is where my question is, the possibility of being able to share in your profit, if you're taking only cash, say, to share in the profits with the management, the property management, is that, is that possible? Does the state law prohibit that sharing could occur?
It does not. So that's why we've included that in our ordinance.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm almost done here, and I apologize for taking so long, but this is really complex material. Booting. So Mary asked me to look into booting. Avon the town of Avon does have a very good ordinance, I think, that's a model for us that I'd like to look at and work on and get some experience with how they've enforced it. So booting is something that is disabling a vehicle in place and requiring a payment before you release it, is what I refer to as booting. Mary also asked me to look into licensing of towing companies by Boulder. Denver licenses towing companies if they're not licensed by the PUC. So most of the common carriers, the ones that we're talking about, would have to be licensed by the PUC, but you could imagine somebody who owned a garage who had a tow truck, and Denver licenses those folks. Avon actually does license all towing companies, or companies that boot. So we could do that and use them as a model.
And the benefit is?
The benefit is being able to revoke their license and prohibit them from doing business in Boulder if they didn't comply with the law. It's the best, I'm sorry, I should say that. It's sort of the most effective sanction we have, because usually, we have a $100 fine or a $200 fine after we win a trial. It's a lot better to stop somebody from doing business. So, and certainly, we've learned in the rental licensing area that we were getting nowhere with finding people because their illegal rentals were making far more money than our fines could ever be. But saying you can't rent at all, that's a pretty significant penalty. So I think it would be an effective thing, and I'd be happy to do it. I'd just like to work with Jane and with our licensing department to see how we structure that. It wouldn't be a lot since there aren't that many companies doing business in Boulder, but it would be an effective tool.
And, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, just a quick question. Under the proposal or the ordinance as it's proposed tonight, what would be the outcome of a towing company violating any of these?
So I don't think we put in any administrative penalties, so it would be the standard criminal penalty, $1,000 or up to 6 months. But
This is something you'd bring back to us?
Yes.
Okay. So these are things we could look into.
Yeah.
You have a question?
Yeah, just that, but under our ordinance that we're looking at passing, people would have to be licensed by the PUC.
Yes.
Correct, right? So it's not like, so Denver's sort of doing additional licensing.
Yes.
But people who are not licensed by the PUC would not be allowed to tow in the city of Boulder.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Just want to follow up with a clarification on that. But in Avon's case, even if you have a PUC license, you have to pull an Avon license, correct?
That's the way I read their code, yes.
Yeah, so it would be all towing companies, those already licensed by the PUC, and perhaps some that aren't, but that sounds like that wouldn't be a good idea.
I just want to make sure there would be no unlicensed companies operating in Boulder in the meantime while we consider this.
Okay.
Well, I guess that begs the question. All companies have to be licensed by PUC, correct?
All companies that are doing business, doing non-consensual tows have to be licensed with the PUC.
Okay.
All right, so a couple more. Release of tools. So as I explained earlier, we got an email about people whose cars were towed, I think 2 of them, who went to claim them and were told they could only get their tools for their jobs if they paid the towing fee. And I reached out to the towing company and they had no record of that, so I couldn't verify these facts. But I will tell you that state law only requires tow companies to release prescription medicines, medical equipment, child restraint systems, credit cards, cash, identification, and cell phones. So that behavior would be consistent with state law, that if there's something else in the car, so if you have something that's necessary for your business, a laptop or a lawnmower, whatever it might be, you cannot get it out of the car until you pay the towing costs. So we might want to provide for something like that, and I'd like to work on that as an additional thing. And then towing in mobile home parks, as you all know, the sort of split land use in mobile home parks makes everything a little challenging. The parks generally own all of the land and rent it to the homeowners. I would like to work with our mobile home community to see if we could do something a little bit more effective. I did see that the Orchard Grove does have signs posted. I got copies of those signs, so they are there. But again, one of the things about the English and Spanish requirements, reading a lot of these emails, it sounded like the folks didn't even know, and if you don't read English, you might not know that your car could be towed. And this is a pretty big penalty if you are on a limited income, if you don't know about it. So that's my presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And thank you.
Well, how about, okay. Aaron, and then, I don't know, Mary, did you have any more?
I'm just looking.
You like the puppies.
So, Tom, just one thing I wanted to get your thought on. In the ordinance, it says that, I lost the page now, but that anything superseded by state law, that the state law would control.
Yes.
Should we consider adding state law and laws and regulations if there are regulatory things that supersede us, or would that?
We could. I would include that under state law.
Okay, so that would be included with that definition.
Yes.
Okay, that's very good then. Thanks.
Okay, anything else? We can always, I just noticed people with small kids out there waiting to testify, so maybe we can always come back to questions unless they're relevant to what the public might want to talk to us about. That work? Okay, let's move to the public hearing. Okay. If you could start with your name and address, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Todd Ulrich. I live at 4175 Cooper Court here in Boulder. I am Vice President of Barhan, speaking on their behalf tonight in deference to your time. I wonder, I can't read it. We, as you guys probably know, we've been working with you on a lot of issues. We represent over 12,000 rental units, 350 different vendors that we work with or that are local businesses, and over 20,000 of our residents are living in rentals in Boulder. It was our understanding, based on the information that was provided to Bar Hall, that council was only receiving complaints from one property. It sounds like it was one community instead of a single property, and that process was being investigated. It would seem from a public policy perspective, it doesn't make sense to impose additional changes and restrictions on the entire community when it's not a citywide problem, as far as we know. Anything over and above the PUC rules, or in contrast to the Department of Revenue rules, should be well thought out. This proposed ordinance applies to all commercial and residential parking lots in Boulder, so it's extremely important, as with all of the policy initiatives, to have a balanced approach. Property owners and business owners need to maintain the ability to offer their customers and residents parking, and in order to do that, they need to have the ability to tow cars that are illegally parked in a fair and reasonable manner. Unintended consequences of a poorly considered ordinance could impact many of our law-abiding citizens in very negative ways, including limiting access to assigned parking spaces in a timely manner, creating a loophole that would allow anyone in public to park in a reserved parking space for up to an hour, unreasonable and excessive expenses related to new signage, which would also likely result in increases in prices for goods and services those businesses charge. There are likely other unintended consequences as well. Barha does appreciate the relationship that we have with the City of Boulder and the Council, and we do look forward to continuing to work together. Since long-term rentals are such a large segment of an important part of our community, we feel it's important to be good citizens, and therefore suggest additional discussions and collaboration on this and any other issues that may come up that impact our residents and local businesses. Thank you.
Can we just ask a question? So you heard us talking about the 1 hour rule. I'm just, we went through 6 issues there that we've gotten comments for. And I guess I'm just curious if you have any other specific ones that leap out. Because you were just generally saying it applies citywide, we should consider it carefully.
Signage could be a little bit of a burden. The idea of maybe an additional sign added onto, I think, would lessen that burden. That was a pretty good idea. The 1 hour rule, I think, our members think is one of the more important issues. I think you actually brought it up earlier about the logistical limitations of getting to that illegal parking spot takes a while anyway. And that forcing the wait time is going to be hard to document.
Okay. All right. Yep, go ahead.
So I spoke to Megan today, and I'd actually brought up the same idea to her as Aaron had in terms of the additional sign, but she was talking about it just being the additional costs that many of the rental owners have had to incur with smart regs and so on and so forth. And so now this is just another thing in terms of what Tom has proposed with the 2020, all signage being up by 2020 and that it's by attrition. Is that something you guys would support, or?
We did discuss the idea of all new construction, changing some of the regulations or the requirements as far as new construction goes. But maybe work out a phase-in system if it was not entirely changing the signage, but it was adding on to it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Cindy?
And how did you, what do you think of Lisa's suggestion of adding an international symbol, which is pretty clear and could be very cost-effective and simple, really?
It could. There was a little bit of discussion about that as well, and if it was simply a no parking symbol and we could make up stickers, put them on the signs, maybe a small additional sign.
Towing truck.
Right. Something to minimize those costs. It's not an opposition to it, it's just the way it's implemented so that it's not a burden.
Thank you.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Troy Porras, and you're pooling with 2 people out there. Can they raise their hands? 1, 2, okay. You get 5 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll try to speak fast because I've got a few things to say. A little introduction, I'm Troy Porras, I own Boulder Valley Towing. Just a little bit of background about me. My dad's first language is Spanish. I'm a Hispanic fellow myself. I'm very sympathetic to that population. I'm one of them. Several years ago, when I was a child, I lived in an apartment community not very different from the one we're talking about now. I often tell my people at work, those are my people, because those are people I care about. The other thing, though, is I'm an attorney. And for better or for worse, for the last 8 years, I've spent every day thinking about tow rules. And so while Tom, I'm super impressed with his towing rules ability, because he really has done a lot of work in the last month or so learning a lot about them. I present myself as a bit of an expert in that area. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that. I really spent a lot of time interacting with PUC, with the Department of Revenue, and with every other regulatory agency that has anything to do with towing. I want to state unequivocally for the record that our company does not, has not, will not, we do not discriminate. There's been a lot of talk about this particular property, the San Juan del Centro. We are not focused on that. In fact, in Boulder alone, we tow similar amounts of cars from the Boulder Canyon apartments, the Lodge apartments, which are both student housing apartments. In fact, we tow a lot more from those apartments than we do from anywhere else. We tow from Gold Run, from Apex 5510, which some of you might know is a new development out towards Gun Barrel. They've got bad parking problems over there, and generally their rents start at $1,500 a month. I don't think it's mostly disadvantaged communities, but we tow more from there. We tow from the Hub, from the Hive, from Marshall's Plaza. We tow from a lot of properties. I just want to be absolutely clear that we have never had a salesperson in Boulder. We don't go out and try to find people to tow and contracts to get. Frankly, people call us and say, we have a parking problem, come solve it for us. And so on demand, we show up and say, well, what are the rules you want us to enforce in your particular parking lot? They establish the rules. It is not correct that once we have sort of a contract, that then we just decide which cars are we going to tow, what rules should we enforce. That's absolutely not true. It's the property manager at each property. So for example, we have properties already that say, we don't care about abandoned cars. Leave all the abandoned cars, don't ever tow for that. Only tow if people are parked in a fire lane. Perfect, that's the rule for that property. We have lots of others that say, cars that have smashed windows or they're up on blocks, or if their license plate's expired. And by the way, we also offer tagging services. So there are very, very few properties that we tow from without notifying first. So we go in, we put a sticker on the window that says, hey, your license plate's expired. You got 72 hours or 48 hours or whatever the property says. Please be aware of that. And so it's not true that we're sort of prowling. I'm sorry, Tom, I don't really like that word. We call it monitoring services. But it's not true that we're prowling around deciding what it is we're going to tow and when we're going to do it. We do what the property manager asks us to do in every case. If we didn't, right, they would suddenly get a new towing company. They would kick us off the property and say, hey, you guys are taking advantage of our residents. More importantly, and also importantly, as you know, I sent you an email. We own several other towing companies in the state. We have gone, I believe, above and beyond in every aspect trying to be compliant. We meet regularly with the staff at the PUC. I'm very proud of our record of compliance across the state. You saw in the newspaper and then in my email, in the last 5 years, we've had a couple hundred complaints, but that's of hundreds of thousands of cars towed. And then of the complaints, only 5% were found to be violations. And so in rough numbers, every few thousand tows, we make a mistake, and we readily acknowledge it, provide a refund, and pay fines for the PUC at that. But it's just not true that we are out there sort of willy-nilly doing things that we're not supposed to. I've only got 1 minute left, but I'll talk quickly about the main issue. Signage. It's hard to explain, but if you drive around Boulder and look around, there are signs. Boulder Valley Towing's been in business for 46 years. There are signs, some of them are 40 years old. I have no idea where they're all at. And so if you said they all have to be compliant, I wouldn't know how to do that. I think it makes a lot of sense to do it going forward. It's impossible to do it retroactively. This whole notice telephonically thing, one thing that's been missed here, and Tom, is a little miss there, is 95% of the people pick up the cars in the first hour, right? They come out, the car's not there, they call, they pick it up. It doesn't make sense from an effort to call everyone the minute we tow their car. First of all, we don't have any phone numbers. Go out in the parking lot right now and figure out whose car it is. You don't know, right? And so after 48 hours, we have access to this database that then we can send a certified letter, and importantly, we've forgotten the lien holders, right? Most people have loans on their cars, and so you need to notify the lien holder as well as the property owner, actually, and that's what we do consistently. But notice after 24 hours doesn't make any sense because most people have already picked up their cars quickly. I guess my time's up, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, yeah, it actually would be helpful, I think, for you to go through the list.
Yeah.
Can you just go through the list? And can you explain the 48-hour notice thing?
Yeah, so currently, it is actually a little complicated because the Public Utilities Commission obviously regulates us, but Department of Revenue has a set of rules around abandoned vehicles. And so it's Department of Revenue rules, of which, and Commissioner could clarify this, I believe that the PUC can enforce them, but they don't write the rules about abandoned vehicles. But anyway, the rules say you tow a car, and then if it has not been picked up, again, because most vehicles are picked up, if it hasn't been picked up, after 48 hours, we have access to this database, which is basically the DMV database, and there's listed, and truthfully, it's only about 60% of the time, because often cars are listed out of state, or the data is not there. But anyway, there's listed the lien holders and the owners of the vehicle. And recently, there was a Department of Revenue rule change, which required us to do out-of-state searches, which is great. And so now they have out-of-state information too. But still, the databases, they only have, I don't know how many, but like 25 of the states. So there's not data for a lot of cars. But anyway, we gather the data, we send certified mail. Each of those letters cost about $7 to send. And often there's 3 or 4 letters per certified per person, right? Because there's a lien holder and their mom's on it and then they're on it and there's different addresses. So there's a real expense. In fact, we spend more than $5,000 a month on postage. There's a real expense associated with notifying people, and I absolutely think we should, but the 48 hours is about the right place to notify someone that most people know when their car is gone, right?
Oh, okay.
Other questions?
Just in terms of, there was a few other issues.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
The notice thing?
Yeah.
Sam, did you have that? Or so after 48 hours, you're granted access or allowed to access the
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify exactly, Mr. Carr is right there. The rules do not say after 48 hours you can access it. We have access anytime. The rules say we're required to send a letter no sooner than 48 hours and no later than 10 days, basically. It's 2 days and 10 days is where the window we're given to send a letter.
Right. And so that database of information, does it sometimes contain telephone numbers?
Never.
Okay. So if there were a requirement to call somebody, do you have access to any information that would give you their phone number?
None.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful. Oh, there's a whole list. Go ahead. But let's.
So good, that clarifies that you have access to the database all the time. So there's no 48-hour hiatus, so you can get there right away. How hard would it be for your employees to do? I mean, you have the location of the vehicle, the name of the owner, and many times you can find that information online pretty quickly. Would that be a burden to you to
find which information?
Their phone number? Just by looking up, hey, here's the person's name, here's the address it's registered to, and here's the community it's located in.
I've never tried that, but my experience, well, let me say, I try not to go too far off the subject, but it's very difficult to find people's phone number online, is my experience. We've never tried it with respect to towing. I tried it recently because there's a fire in California right now, and my father-in-law's home is on fire, and so we were trying to get a relative's phone number, Googling online, and we couldn't find it, as an example, today. I don't think with, I think it's impossible, not to mention that, well, I don't know. You guys' phone numbers are all online, but I hope mine isn't. I'll say that.
So I guess, I would say that there are services that provide that service. So it'll be something that I want to talk about further, because I think it's another way to access people, because mail is also unreliable. So having a couple different points.
Sure. My general observation about that is the PUC has carefully balanced. There was a towing task force set up by the state that met for over a year to discuss rates, and you look at costs and expenses and try to figure out the right rates. Is it possible? Yes, right? LexisNexis, for example, is a service that has lots of people's phone numbers in it, right? But we don't subscribe because it costs tens of thousands of dollars a month. I mean, could we get phone numbers, and could I have an employee whose job it is the minute a car is towed to call the people and say, hey, we've got your car? Certainly. If that were a requirement in Boulder, would we do it? No, we'd probably not do business here, because we have a process of how we do it in accordance with state law. And if you add many things that add to our expenses without increasing our rates, which you're not able to do, there will become a point where it doesn't make any sense to do business here.
Mm-hmm. And then what about the contents of the car reclaiming? So if there's certain things you have to give back, right, without having the fees paid for the impoundment. But what about things like tools and laptops? What's your policy if somebody comes to your impound yard and says, you've got my car, I don't have the money, but I have to have the laptop today to do my job? So what's your policy around that?
So, we provide, our employees have some discretion, right? So if someone comes respectfully and asks that, they may well end up with their stuff. If someone comes and threatens to kill us, and then we follow state law, and you can get what you can get what's required, what we're required to provide, and nothing more. We at a minimum follow the state law. Sometimes people get more when they're respectful.
That's at your discretion. Okay, yes. Thanks.
Just as a follow-up to that, what do you do with the stuff that you don't return if they threaten you?
Well, they usually come pick up their car and get their stuff, is what happens.
In the case, if they don't, and do you sell the stuff?
Stuff is auctioned off with the vehicles.
Okay, thank you. So I had a question as well. In a meeting with Mr. Porras, Councilmember Yates, who's not here tonight, and I met with him, Mr. Porras stated that the notices were only sent out to the lien holder.
No, 2 points of clarification. One, it was Trevor Forbes, the president of our company, that met with you, not me. So I've never met with you personally.
I'm sorry. I meant Trevor Forbes, sorry.
And secondly, if either, one of two possibilities, I wasn't there, right? Either you misheard or he misstated, but it's not true. I just forgot what the point was, but whatever you said was not true.
Liens, people.
Oh,
That you don't, that you, do you notify both?
We're required to notify the lien holder and the owner.
Okay, thank you.
And we do. Not only are we required, we also do it.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. So I'll just ask the question that I asked Tom, and that is often the vehicle that's towed is the only vehicle the person has. And often they have no way to get to. How do people get to you?
So, as a practical matter, most people get a ride from a neighbor or friend. Most students take an Uber. Some people ride their bikes.
And how far are you located?
We're only about 4 miles from here. So, our yard is very close to most of Boulder. We're just barely outside the city limits on Longhorn Court, if you guys know where that is. So it's quite close from here. People ride their bikes, people take an Uber, people get a ride from their friends. It is, I agree, and that raises the issue. I want you all to know that not only am I not unsympathetic to the burdens associated with towing, but that we do our best to train our employees. We know that when you get towed, it sucks, right? And it's a miserable experience. But I want to emphasize that people get towed when they make a decision to disobey the rules. That's when people get towed. And there are sucky consequences associated with that. And we try our very best to treat them with respect and to minimize the bad day. Everybody who comes, everyone who comes to our office is having a really bad day. It's a very tough job to release vehicles.
So, go ahead. I just have Mary asked, with respect to vehicle impoundment and tools and things, those being impounded. You also, though, I was just looking at your website, and you also sell cars. You buy junk cars. So do you ever take the cars that were towed and impounded and not claimed and then sell them?
Yeah, and we're required by Department of Revenue rules, actually, and there's actually a time limit. We're required, so after 30 days, we can sell them, and we're required to sell them, and frankly, I shouldn't say this out loud, we're not always perfect at it, and so we violate the law by not selling them quick enough sometimes, but we're required to dispose of them within 60 days. And so, yeah, we do. We have an auction in Denver every 2 weeks where cars are sold that have been abandoned.
And who does the auction revenues go to?
So the towing company, in the cases where the fees, I mean, as we've talked about, most of these cars, you might all be imagining your cars, and that I'm auctioning off all these cars, and they're selling for $10,000 here and $5,000 here. A large percentage of the cars are sold for scrap recycling metal, and the price is in the low $200 range. So that after holding it for 30 days, the proceeds don't cover the tow fee. Not even close. It's often a fraction, about 5% of the tow fees are covered on 95% of the cars. And so there's this theory that, we're towing nice cars and that we're selling them and there's all this excess money. I can count on one hand the number of times that you get this sort of excess money that gets sent to the state. People don't abandon cars that are worth a lot of money.
Thank you. Sam? And then we'll get to our final person.
So there was an example that we talked through tonight where there's a truck in a designated parking spot in a mobile home park, and the tags are expired. And so what's your policy if you have the contract for that lot? What would trigger you to tow that truck?
Thank you for asking that question, because again, that implies that we're the one making the policy, and that's never the case, never the case.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt, but if you're the authorized, so you got your set of policies.
So we're not authorized in a, to use the legal term, right? I could give you power, I could give you power of attorney to do anything I want in my life, right? Or I could give you power of attorney with very limited scope. In this case, we're the authorized agent with the rules the property owner sets.
I understand that.
Right.
I got that.
So back to the mobile home park, the question is, what does the property owner ask us to do? If they've asked us to tow vehicles with abandoned plates, and the most common, 99% of the time, they say warn vehicles with abandoned license plates. And so in that case, we drive through, we look at a car with an abandoned license plate, we put a warning on it per the rules of the property. And then they say often, sometimes 2 warnings or 3 warnings, but after that, if it hasn't been fixed, then tow it. We do what the property owner asks us to do.
Does that mean that you can tow that vehicle if the property owner has authorized you can tow expired tags and it's in their parking spot? So their thought as the owner of the vehicle is, hey, that's my driveway, right? There's no way people can tow me. I have expired tags, but that's my choice and my exposure. So if the mobile home park owner had told you tow that vehicle, would you just tow the vehicle?
So can you restate the last part of the question? The mobile home owner points at a car and says, tow that vehicle. Would I tow that vehicle? Is that the question?
If it had expired tags. I mean, in other words, do you have as a company policy putting the notice on? I mean, I think the most egregious thing I can imagine is not noticing. In other words, the person didn't have a chance to see it when their only violation is something which is like a municipal registration violation.
Sure. I think that that's a reasonable, well, the answer is, again, we do what the property owner asks us to do.
So you would tow without notice if the
property owner asks us to. They're our customer, right? But, I mean, candidly, between all of us, between you and I wouldn't be opposed to an ordinance that says for particular violations, the property owner should be required to give notice, for example, because I think that's reasonable. And most, again, 99% of them do. But the fact is, there's these cars that we're monitoring and doing the thing. But people, for example, I'm concerned about this issue of the condition of the car, because there's say a shopping center, and there's a van that looks like a van that has broken windows, and somebody parks it on property, and they take the tires and leave. Well, the strip mall owner, or the mall owner, whoever calls us immediately and says, hey, I need to get rid of this thing right now. Well, the rule as proposed would say that we can't tow it for its condition, right? Even though it doesn't have any wheels and it's sitting on the ground in the middle of the parking space. And so, my opinion is that the property owner, well, they own the property, and that they ought to have discretion. I think they ought to be reasonable, but it's their discretion about what vehicles are on their property. And they should be able to tow any vehicle that's on their property if they don't like it.
So what Tom told us about this was that there were criteria for tows in the public right-of-way, and then there's criteria for tows from private property. So how does the condition of the vehicle intersect with the fact that it's private property? I mean, just because a property owner saw a car that he didn't like, he wouldn't have the right to tow that car. It would have to meet certain criteria. Is that correct? In other words, for a car to be deemed abandoned on a private lot, are there criteria for that?
Yeah, that's the abandonment is defined in the state statutes. But, this is an extreme case, but you think about it, I presume many of you live in homes that have driveways. And if someone goes and parks a car in your driveway, should you have discretion to move it, to demand right then that it be towed away? In my private property world, your driveway is the same if I own a small strip mall. That's for my private property, and I can decide what the rules are for what cars I should allow. Or if I'm an apartment owner, I can decide. In fact, most leases say the rules. You can't, most leases, and this is a rental issue, but most leases say that you can't have cars on the property that aren't registered. And so that's why most property owners ask us to notify and then tow vehicles that aren't consistent with that. That's like a standard sort of lease thing.
Okay. Thank you. This has been very helpful. You're probably hanging around a little bit.
I'll be here if you want more questions later.
Great. And we'll get to our last person. Thank you, whoever that is, for waiting for so long. Jose Juan Lopez. Ah. Come on up.
Sorry, I've been sitting so long,
Oh.
I fell asleep.
We feel your pain.
Yeah. I was gonna say, this is nothing.
Although we're not translating.
Hola, mi nombre es José Juan López García.
My name is Jose Juan Lopez Garcia.
Vivo en 34 Street.
I live in 34th Street
En San Juan del Centro.
in San Juan del Centro.
Es un testimonio que estoy diciendo ahorita.
I would like to give you a testimony of something that had occurred.
Soy padre de 7 niños.
I am the father of 7 children.
El día, más o menos el día 14 de mayo,
On 14th of May, approximately,
mi niña tenía una cita a las 9 de la mañana en Cherry Hospital.
my daughter had an appointment on Children's Hospital at 7 a.m.
Y salimos a tomar a abordar la camioneta para
And
podernos ir a Cherry Hospital.
We came to the vehicle so we can go to Children's Hospital,
Y la camioneta no estaba en su lugar.
and the vehicle was not there.
Es muy doloroso
It's very painful
porque era un transporte para 7 niños
because it was transportation for 7 children,
y especialmente para mi niña
especially for my little girl that was
que tenía las cirugías de sus dos
going to
ojitos
have surgery on both her eyes
el día 14
on
de...
the 14th of May.
Lo que es más doloroso es de
And what
que
was more painful was that
yo no violé ni una ley.
I did not violate any law
Respecto, estando la
when it came
camioneta
down
parqueada
to the parking of my vehicle.
en su lugar que le pertenece al apartamento.
And it was right at the place where my apartment was designated.
Hablé con la oficina de los apartamentos.
And I talked to the managing office of the apartments.
Y lo único que dijo ella,
And the only thing that he told me was that
yo no sé nada,
I don't know anything.
tráeme tu registración y yo te doy un sticker.
Give me your registration and I'll put a sticker on it.
Cuando la camioneta ya estaba en el towing.
When the vehicle was already towed away.
Ok, la camioneta estaba en transcurso de compra y venta, que fue un viernes en la tarde.
And the vehicle was already being auctioned for sale, and it happened. The towing was on Friday afternoon,
Y nosotros le íbamos a poner a la oficina de San Juan del Centro.
and we had put it at the office, or registered at the office of San Juan del Centro.
Entonces nosotros ya no pudimos hacer nada con la camioneta ya estando en el corralón.
And then we couldn't do anything to get the vehicle out of
Keep
once
going.
it was out. Continúe, por favor.
Yo pienso que no estoy violando ninguna ley
And I thought that I was not violating any
de
of
los
the laws,
apartamentos,
neither of the
ninguna ley de la
apartments,
ciudad.
neither the city laws,
Y lo único que yo quiero
and the only thing that I wanted
es
or
de que no sigan
want
violando
is that
más,
they don't continue to violate our
más personas quitándole sus carros que...
more vehicles, more people that are parked there.
Porque hasta la fecha yo no,
Because now,
hasta la fecha
up
yo
to now,
yo no puedo tener un carro.
I
¿Por
can't
qué?
even have a car right there because
Porque tuve que pagar la camioneta
I had to pay off the vehicle that I had been towed
que no tengo.
that I don't have anymore.
Entonces yo lo único que
And so
quiero
the only thing that I want is that,
y yo les he pedido la ayuda con tanto como la oficina
and I've asked
de
your
San Juan del
help,
Centro
I asked the people from San Juan del Centro's help, and
y
the only thing that I've gained
a los
is
managers, a los dueños de Valley
nothing.
Towing,
Because the owners of Valley Towing,
y solo lo único que me dijeron
and the only thing they were able to tell me is that
no sabemos nada, necesitamos saber
know
más.
nothing.
Y eso ya
We
pasó
need more information.
más de 5 meses.
And that happened about 5 months ago.
Hasta ahí, y lo que,
And
lo
up
que
to
ahorita me
that point,
preocupa,
to this point, what really worries me is that
poder mover a los niños, a los más pequeños para las
I
escuelas.
need to move my kids so they can take them to school.
La camioneta no la quiero para lujo.
I don't need the vehicle for any kind of luxury or for any kind of other thing.
Lo único que yo necesito es un transporte para mis niños.
The only thing I need my vehicle is to transport my children.
La raquera se pudo haber visto adentro que había portabebés.
The towing company could have seen, or the towing person could have seen, that inside the vehicle there were baby seats.
En las sillas de los niños.
And the chairs for the kids.
Y la herramienta que necesitamos.
And all the tools that I needed was there, visible.
No quiero otra cosa, simplemente quiero que regresen la camioneta a su lugar.
And I don't want anything else. All I need is that they return the vehicle back to its place.
No he violado ni una ley.
And I never violated any law. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what towing company did you say?
¿Cómo se llamaba la grúa? Valley Towing.
It's the same, okay. Do we have questions?
¿Preguntas?
No, pero gracias, señor, para sus palabras.
Thank you for your words.
Gracias por venir, José.
Thank you for coming over, José.
Yo tengo una pregunta.
I have a question.
Una clarificación. Más
Clarification,
o menos.
actually.
Para entender bien, dices que el viernes habías comprado el vehículo.
Friday, you bought the vehicle.
Y el lunes estabas planificando de obtener el propio calcamonía.
Estaba tratando de obtener el lunes entonces,
para poderla
las placas.
Para poderla meter. Sí. La registración, ponerla a la oficina.
So I was trying to get the registration so that I could take it to the office so that it would be current.
So the reason it got towed was because it wasn't registered?
Y la razón por que se la llevaron es porque no estaba registrada.
Porque no tenía un sticker.
Because it didn't have a sticker.
So it had tags, but they were expired?
Entonces, y que tenía los...
No.
Tenía las calcamonías, pero no estaba expirada.
El sticker es por parte de la propiedad.
The sticker is part of the property identification.
I see, yes. Was the car currently registered?
¿Estaba registrado el vehículo? ¿Estaba al corriente?
El carro estaba al corriente.
It was registered. It had license plates, it had stickers, it had registration, it had everything.
Thank you.
Gracias.
So it didn't have the sticker from San Juan.
Entonces no tenía la calcamonía por parte de San Juan.
Y sabías que necesitabas obtener la calcamonía. Sí.
And you knew that you had to get that sticker from the property manager. Yeah. Yes.
Pero solamente habías comprado la camioneta el viernes y el lunes.
You had only bought the vehicle on Friday. So you had until
Y el lunes en la mañana ibas a ir.
on Monday morning the vehicle was gone.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Did you go to Boulder Towing or Valley Towing and ask for your vehicle back?
Valley Towing y a pedirles el vehículo.
Okay, yo soy padre de familia, yo soy el único que trabajo para mi familia.
And I am a head of household, and I'm the only one that works for my family.
Y les hicimos una llamada para saber cuánto era el costo para poderla sacar.
And we called them to ask them what the cost was going to be so we could take it out.
Entonces traté en esa semana de conseguir dinero.
And I tried that week to get the money.
Pero cada vez va subiendo más.
But then it's a never-ending story. It keeps going up and up and up.
Y pasó esto. Pago renta.
And then this is what happened. Either do I pay rent
o tengo carro.
Or I have a vehicle.
Y ya cuando quisimos juntar todo el
And
dinero,
when we tried to gather all the money,
la camioneta ya la habían subastado, no sé.
and then the vehicle was already, sold or something like that.
It's so weird. So San Juan, if, you wouldn't be the one to answer this, I suppose, but it seems as though San Juan is the one that violated or
Entonces,
they designated
aparentemente,
that the tow company come if what
San Juan fue la que violó
Mr. Porras said is correct.
esta ordenanza o esta regla. And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part. San Juan violated.
That it was the management who had an agreement with the towing company to say, pick up anyone that doesn't have a sticker.
Entonces fue la que estaba manejando la propiedad de San Juan la que habló con las grúas para entonces removerla. Pero entonces ellos son los culpables de haber hecho esta decisión.
Entonces, yo cuando hablé con la manager,
So when I talked to the manager,
me dijo,
she said that
yo no le llamé al towing,
I didn't call the towing company.
ellos se la llevaron,
They took it.
yo no sé más.
I don't know anything else.
Y hasta la fecha, ella me dijo, yo te hablo la próxima semana, 2 semanas, 1 mes, 2 meses, 3 meses.
And I said, I'll call you next week.
Hasta
And
ahorita.
it's been 2 weeks, 2 months,
Hasta ahorita.
all the way up to now, and I still haven't received
Nada, no tengo ninguna respuesta
any answer,
ni por los dos lados.
neither from anyone.
From the management or
Es
from the towing.
de las personas que están manejando la propiedad y las personas de la grúa. Yes,
And how
yes.
soon did he find out that the car was stolen, or, sorry?
¿Y
sounds like the car
cuándo
was
se dio
stolen.
cuenta de que se habían
that it
llevado
was
su vehículo? Que se lo habían robado, no, que se lo habían llevado.
Cuando salí a las 7 de la mañana para llevar a la niña a Children's Hospital.
When I got out at 7 o'clock in the morning to take my daughter to Children's Hospital.
So on the Monday morning.
No, but that the car was towed then, but then it was sold.
Pero
by the
¿cuándo supo
towing
cuándo lo vendieron o cuándo lo subastaron?
Cuando volvimos a llamar para saber cuánto, pues habíamos juntado.
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Era $900.
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Si acaso fue como al mes y medio.
So when we gathered all the money, it was like $900 that we need to gather so we can get the vehicle out. It was about a month later.
Entonces, yo entiendo sus reglas del towing, yo entiendo las reglas
And I understand
de la
the
ciudad.
towing rules. I understand that the city has rules.
Y como dice el señor,
And like,
ahorita ellos dicen que mandan una notificación para poder vender ese auto.
and like the gentleman was saying, right now they say that they send a notification to sell your vehicle.
Y eso ahorita no hemos tenido ni una
And we haven't
notificación,
had a single notification,
ni un aviso,
not a single advisement,
ni un papel en mi puerta.
and not a single piece of paper on my property, on my door, that's telling me about anything
Que dijera,
that would say,
tu carro fue vendido.
we're selling your car or we're about to sell your car.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is very helpful.
Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes.
Thank
Gracias
you.
por escucharme.
And thank you for listening to us.
Yes.
Gracias, Jose.
Okay. With that, we're going to close the public hearing. We'll turn back to council. Let's just talk briefly in terms of process. Is it the general will that we want to move something forward and with some amendments tonight? Okay. All right. Well, then let's. Do you have a slide that? There we go. Okay.
I have some staff questions too.
Before we get started?
I don't know if they're before we get started or not, but I was just going to ask about the management of San Juan del Centro. Is it city? Is it private?
It's private.
It's private.
Well, I guess one question about that is in terms of, we've gotten complaints. Would you say it's from more than one locale, or they're mostly concentrated in one locale?
The ones that I've heard of most concentrated in one locale, but as we saw in the emails that we received, it was the mobile home parks as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Mary, when we had that meeting with the new owners of San Juan, was that after May? Has hands switched since?
So the property changed hands at the end of July.
Okay, so that was prior to that switch.
All of this occurred prior to that switch.
Okay, and so
under the new management, things have stabilized.
Good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check in on that one. Thanks.
Okay then, revised signage. Should we just start from the top and go down? We had some discussion about how there's not maybe opposition to the idea, it's more how to make it less onerous, phase it in. Who's got thoughts on how the best, who has an idea about which of those we think is most useful?
So I think that phasing it in would be a reasonable way to go. I also like Lisa's suggestion of using graphical language, and perhaps it could be something that is moving forward as parking lots are renovated or on new development, or as perhaps as commercial properties change hands, things like that. I would be open to that.
Is there a way to begin, or at least start with mobile home parks? Since we have a concentration of complaints coming from them, could we do some phase-in or even offer assistance or something to get those at least signed sooner than a year and months from now?
Sure.
Oh.
San Juan is an apartment complex. It's
not a mobile home.
It's not a mobile
We
home.
could also do affordable housing sites that aren't, because I think BHP already does their parking signs bilingual at least. So I think I like the idea of, pretty much right now, all of the split, the reason mobile home parks are so problematic in a way is because of land ownership and the dwelling ownership are split. And so I would support mobile home parks, and all affordable housing has to do it quicker. And then as far as the private lots that aren't in those categories, I think we have a couple choices. I like Aaron and Lisa's idea of, additional, so you don't replace the whole sign, you do additional. Another thought was change of ownership or major renovation. New construction, this should just get, regardless.
Are you writing this down?
I'm listening.
I'm just putting ideas.
Well, I know, I just think a lot of them are good ones.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
so I think we should do the international. That's my thought. I like that very much because that gets us around a lot of things. I don't know if I think it should replace the Spanish language, because I think that's a really, clear population that we're trying to help out here. So I like the idea of close in, doing the more, the mobile home parks and the affordable housing, and then phasing in over, I think a year is fine. But also, if there's new construction, if there's a lot redo, if anything happens, change of ownership, then that has to happen right then. So you could do a phase-in for existing, but certain kinds of conditions happen right now. So I know that it can't happen right now, where you say 2 months for the mobile home parks and the affordable housing units and anything that changes hands. And, 2 months for mobile home parks and affordable housing locations. Then it's a year for everything else, except if a property changes hands or there's a major renovation or new construction. Those would happen sooner. So I know that's a little complicated, but it makes a few classes. It makes the general lot, and then it makes the affordable housing and mobile home, and then there's anything that has a trigger.
Okay, Aaron wants in on that, and then we're going to clarify what we'd require.
Yeah, so Sam, I think you're going in a good direction. I'm concerned, though, about the affordable housing providers, because I think a lot of them don't operate on enormous budgets. So I'd hate to hit BHP and Thistle with a really large bill in a really short period of time. So I support the concept of, make sure those residents have that signage, but I would worry about overburdening the affordable housing providers.
So let me just tell you what I was thinking. I think some of them, like BHP, already have bilingual signage. So I think for many of them, they're partway there. And I liked the sticker idea. I really had to say that the sticker with the international signage, I thought that was a great way to go. So maybe we could work in the interim. We're probably not going to do a final thing tonight, and talk with Thistle and talk with BHP about, how soon could they do it and how much of a burden would it be?
Well, and if they already have bilingual, that's the minimum, and we can talk to them about a sticker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And I mean, I think I like the idea of the international signage for sure, but I think our largest needs in our community, other than English, is for Spanish. And so again, I would worry a little bit if BHP already has the bilingual signage. Do we make them spend a significant amount of extra money? Because there may not be room on the sign for the stickers.
Sure.
I mean, so we could have a discussion with them before the next reading and then hone this in. That's fine. And just one other thought, that maybe 2 months is January 8th, so maybe it's right after the holidays, maybe 3 months.
Okay, all right.
Is that sounding right to people? Yep. Nope.
One thing I want to make sure that we address head-on and in our initial phase is the situation that happened at San Juan del Centro. And it's not just one incident that happened. It happened multiple times. We've just heard from Mr. Lopez tonight. And so how you net them, get them in the net, I don't know, but...
Get them out of the net.
Get them out of the net, you're right. So I'd like those type of
Well, how about places where we're getting complaints?
Yep, I'd be happy with that. But I'd certainly want to make sure that was done at San Juan del Centro. It's been happening for a long time.
Question, San Juan del Centro is permanently affordable, is that right?
It's a really complicated scheme,
So
but
then let's make sure it's there.
Yeah, I guess whatever net, Tom, that we need to cast in order to get that, or can we just say areas where we've received numerous complaints, or is that too?
What about the request of the residents?
What do you mean?
And could we consider Mr. Lopez's testimony as a request?
I wouldn't, but what I'm suggesting is that if you required Spanish language signs where the residents speak Spanish and say they need it, then that might be a way. I mean, the problem with, so I think what happened in part at San Juan del Centro is they changed management, they changed rules and started enforcing things they hadn't been enforcing, and the signs were all in English. The population didn't know about the change in rules and got caught up in this. So, I mean, I'm concerned about San Juan del Centro because, as I understand it, it's HUD financed, so it's got
it's HUD, it's CHAFA, it's like 4 different funding sources.
But this towing incident, I'm not going to go into previous complaints we've had about San Juan del Centro, but this is one that's made it up to council. And I'm glad to hear there's new management, but I hope their practices are much better than previous management. So
I'd have to think about it.
People there, they pay rent, it's their home, and they are subjected to predatory practices. And I don't know how we stop that, but we need to stop that.
Well, that's what we're working on.
Yeah.
So, all right, so you'll think about a way.
So, yeah, about a definite, so what I've heard is that, if I can summarize what I think Sam said, and I did write it down, Suzanne.
All right, good. What we pay you for?
I would suggest that for mobile homes and for any properties that have subsidies for low-income residents, that they would have to have Spanish language signs by February 1st, 2019, because we're not going to pass this on November 8th.
So could I just, oh, I'm sorry.
And then everyone else for new construction or any properties that change hands, they would have to have it also by February 1st. They would have, for any new construction or any properties that change hands, they'd have to, at that time, put in Spanish language signs, and everybody would have to comply by January 1st, 2020.
Yeah.
So just to go back to the towing company that was talking about all the signs around town, and he was stating that it was not feasible or known where all the signs are.
So
How do we address that?
The property owner would have to put the sign up, and they wouldn't be allowed to authorize tows if they didn't.
Okay.
So this would be due to the property owner, and certainly the property owners know what signs are on their property.
Okay, all right, cool.
Okay, Mary?
Yeah, just one comment that I wanted to make. Since the ownership change at San Juan, we, and by we, I mean staff from the city and myself have been working with the management there to make sure that the residents are aware of what the new rules are under the new management, and making sure that the information is communicated about how the towing works and what rules apply, and making sure that the house rules, which contain all of the parking rules, are available in Spanish automatically, versus before the house rules were only available upon request and were not available at all in Spanish.
Okay. So, good enough for this one?
Yes. Okay. So do you want to do something about an international sign?
Can you explore what that looks like? No, I meant what it would take. And, I mean, I don't know what the signs look like. Is there room for a sticker? You know.
So I guess if we're going to look at tagging on Aaron's really good idea, if people can add signage, then I don't see why we wouldn't just say in Spanish and with an international symbol. I mean, it's just, the sign's not going to cost that much more, just adding the international symbol. So I think if we say the new signs need to have the international symbol in Spanish, and it can be put where the English sign is, then that should kind of minimize the...
So we don't really need a sticker, in other words, we just would include it.
It would be included in the phase-in, is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, and just if we can include some outreach, you know, in, between now and the next reading.
Okay.
And Tom doesn't have to do the outreach.
Thank you, Mary.
Tom, personally, you need to knock on all the office doors, please.
Okay, 1 hour rule. I guess I'll just put out there, how about we get rid of it?
Yeah.
Yes. Does that work?
Yep. Rid of the 1 hour rule.
So, just get rid of it? Okay. 10-mile towing limit.
But actually, before we leave the 1 hour rule, the current ordinance language has the free drop provision?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, good, because that covers it, right?
Yeah,
You get your 15 minutes and you don't have to pay if they're in the middle.
And probably much longer than that, depending on how the patrols of the lots go. I have a thought on the 10-mile towing limit that I'll just put out there. I like lining up with the PUC requirement, which is you can only charge for 12 miles. But rather than, I think that helps cover it. So I don't know that we need to actually limit the mileage, but what we need to do, what the hardship that arises if your car's 25 miles away is how do you get there, right? And so I think that if it's towed beyond a 12-mile limit, then the towing company should credit the cost of the transportation to get there towards the fees that they're going to pay. So say somebody's going to go take a cab and go pick their car up, and it's been towed 20 miles. Well, I think the tow companies that are signing up to patrol in Boulder and are towing 25 miles away, part of their cost of doing business is going to be crediting the transportation fee to it's going to be a credit. So there can be a requirement that you show a receipt, right? So that it's, if your neighbor drives you, you're not going to get the credit. But if you needed to take a cab to get there, or a Lyft or an Uber, or however you paid somebody to take you there, if you get a receipt for it, you show it to the towing company and they credit that back. So it allows the complaints we've heard from the business community are we want to have more competition. It allows that competition without the fact of that competition burdening the people who are towed. Anyway, that's an idea.
That's an idea. Are there other ideas?
I have a thought, but
Okay.
are you going to go first?
Just, I like the idea, just to play devil's advocate, though. If they pay their friend, they could say their friend's charging them. I'm just curious, I'd be curious to hear from the towing company's side of how this is going to affect their bottom line, because again, there's everybody in this side, and so if they have specific costs and the friend says, well, I'm going to charge you $300 to take you down here, I'm just, again, playing devil's advocate because there's always loopholes on this.
We could limit it to taxi companies and Uber and a receipt, or ride-sharing companies and who offer their services to the general public and require a receipt.
Well,
Limit it to a reasonable amount.
Okay, we're still collecting it. Aaron was next, and then Mary.
I kind of have to disagree with the idea of limiting it to taxis and Ubers, because if the people that are least able to get there are probably more likely to get their friend to drive them there. So it seems to me that the thing to do would be to reimburse for mileage to get there.
I was going to go exactly there, because the cost could be small to very large, and then but if you could have the formula of the IRS mileage amount for the distance past 12 miles to the distance from the car to the lot that's past 12 miles. How about that?
Well, is the amount that they charge for, are they just going to tack it onto the charge that they do per mile?
They can't.
Okay, that was my question.
It's regulated by the state.
It's regulated by the state. Okay. I will say this, whatever we come up with, it's got to be simple. Otherwise, just explaining it, if it's complicated, nobody's going to be able to take advantage of it, especially with language barriers. Yeah.
I like this mileage because with a taxi or Uber, which I think for Uber or Lyft, you have to have an account for it to work. I don't know. I don't use it. But having a already determined mileage, if you're taking a taxi out there, you've got to take the taxi back.
No, if you're going to pick your car,
yeah. Oh,
well, you don't.
I guess not. Yeah, okay. But anyway, I think the simpler one is the mileage.
I agree. I'm convinced that's the easiest way to do it.
Can it be either or? Or does that makes it too complicated?
Make it too complicated, and it wouldn't necessarily be fair. I mean, I agree that people could game the system and they could take a party limo down, and right. So that's the problem with.
Ooh, there you go. That changes the whole bad day kind of scenario. Okay, so the going idea is you get reimbursed the federal mileage rate for the distance you have to go to get your car.
Beyond 12 miles.
Beyond 12 miles.
So that lines us up with the PUC, principle, and I like Aaron's idea of how you reimburse for more. So it will be a slightly higher cost of doing business for tow companies that are operating from Denver, or whose lot, I guess, is far away.
Okay. All right, so we're going to try this stuff out, and we'll hear from people what they like or don't like about it. Okay, notice provisions. This was confusing.
What was that?
The notice provisions. Can you? What was?
In telephone.
Yeah. It sounds.
So there's two components here. There's the notice that they have to give, like in the mail, right? So there's that, and then there's the. Should we require that cars that are otherwise parked legally that have expired tags get a notice before they can tow them?
Oh.
So two separate issues.
Okay. So first off, it seems to me we should try to address our conflict with state law.
So Tom, a question. Does the ordinance as it currently stands have a 24-hour notification?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the question is whether we're not sure we can require to say within 24 hours.
I think you can.
Yeah, I think.
Well, okay.
Because I don't think the state law is clear enough to create a conflict, in my view.
So it's just potential conflict.
And they have access to the database all the time, right?
Okay.
So
leave to contact them within 24 hours?
Well,
It seemed to me that the towing company's concern was because of the expense of doing all of the mailing, they want to give people at least 48 hours to claim their car before going into the, I could be wrong, that's a question possibly for, because the cost $5,000 a month is quite a substantial mailing postage fee, it seems. So one doesn't want to be necessarily mailing out those provisions within the time the person's traveling to get the car. Is just.
But we could do the telephone.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm sort of compelled. I understand the towing company's concerns that because they have to notify the police, and so as Tom says, you call the police and you'll find out about that. But also, their phone number is on the signage at the private property, right? That's part of the requirement. And so it seems like people have a chance. They're like, well, my car's not here. There's that sign with a number, so I feel like we're between that and the PUC rules, we've got people pretty well covered.
So I'm not sure I agree. I mean, I think we're making some of these rules for the 5% of people who don't show up in a short period of time, who may have some barrier, and this could save them one day's worth of lot fees. So it could save them $30 if they know earlier. And these are people who, for whatever reason, haven't called. And these notices are required anyway. So the only cost to the towing company is the people that they only got there 2 days later instead of 1. So they'll have to mail out a few extra, but it's probably not a whole lot extra because we heard from the president of the company that 95% of people get it within 24 hours because they need the car. So I'm more concerned in a way with saving the people who need it the most, the $30, than mailing it.
So say again how you...
I'd leave it the way it is. I'd leave what we have in the ordinance the way it is.
Which requires notice.
24 hours. Right, Tom?
Yes, it says an operator shall provide telephonic notice to the registered owner of any towed vehicle within 25 hours of the initiation of the tow. If the operator cannot reasonably obtain the owner's telephone number, the notice shall be provided by United States Mail.
And so we heard that it was difficult to obtain the telephone numbers.
Yes.
So it would be by mail.
Yes.
Well,
those are two separate issues.
We'd have to define that a little. I mean, they're reasonably. Tom, what would be our interpretation of reasonably? Okay, it's not in the motor vehicle database. Would we make them do other things? What would the reasonable?
So I think that if there was a challenge, the person who was towed would be able to show how easy it was to get their phone number. So some people's phone numbers are easily accessible on the internet, noted, and some people's aren't.
It seems, I was just going to say that it seems arbitrary, again, to be as clear as possible, I think, with all sides, including the towing companies. I realize they're 5% bad, but maybe not 95%. And we don't want it to make it harder for them to do business, because then they'll be before the PUC and their rates are going to be going up.
Yeah, and I guess, given that there's clear requirements for mail notification, I'm willing to let the phone number piece go for now. Maybe with further exploration, we could punt it into one of the parking lot issues that we're looking into more. But what I am concerned for is that I would like the 24-hour notice for the mailing.
So when with the notification, additional signage or bilingual signage, more clear signage, or clearer signage, it will hopefully be more clear. Will be clearer where the car has gone, and not as critical.
That was what I was getting at. But Tim, I support the 24-hour. You made a good case for it.
So we're thinking that we're requiring them to send certified mail within 24 hours?
Boulder? It's now 48 hours. I mean, right now it says between 48 hours and 10 days.
So functionally, isn't that after 48 hours?
It is
More than 48 hours, but less than 10 days.
Yes, anyhow, I'm just trying to figure out realistically if you, I'm just trying to make this simple. Certified mails within 24 hours, that means it's sent within 24 hours, as opposed to after 24 hours you have to send. I'm just trying to be real clear, because right now they have 2 days where they don't have to do anything. So, and what was said, I'm sorry, we're not ready for you. Is if most people come within 24 hours, but you also have to have mailed within 24 hours.
No, not within. You know, I guess I would say.
That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Right.
After, between 24 and 48 hours?
Yeah, between 24 and 48 would work.
So
because right now it's between 48 and 10 days, right? And that's too long.
I agree.
Okay, so 24 to 48. Thank you for the clarification.
And then we just have the post office isn't necessarily available. You know, if you're like 7 a.m. on a Saturday.
We can phrase it, I'm sure, and it's Memorial Day, you know.
But just, Tom, I think we have to keep that in mind. Either there would be 48-hour periods during which it would not be feasible to send certified mail. So you'd have to have some way of phrasing that.
Yeah, so the next business day.
Yeah, next business day.
Yeah. Would we like to ask the person in the audience who's so anxious to speak to us?
Mr. Forbes. Not Forbes.
What?
That's where I'm going with.
You want to, well, yeah, but, sure, if you want to come forward, but we need, we're moving quickly, and we have very specific.
I understand, and I apologize, and if you don't want me to speak, obviously I won't.
No, just speak quickly about the notice provision.
Well, I just want to point out that Aaron pointed out part of it already, that if someone gets towed at a certain time, you can't, it may only be 5 business hours before the 24 hours are going to be up. So what you're sort of implying is the minute we tow someone's car, we need to send them a letter.
No. The way it stood when we last talked about it was in the window between, so before 48 hours would be the simple way to say it. You must have a certified notice.
Right, which is what we got to at the very end there, and it's much better.
Or the next business day.
But as a practical matter, we can't just press a button and the mail sends. There's administrative work involved, and it takes some time and effort. And so this is an example of a regulation that may well say, we can't comply with this.
But within 48 hours?
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Do you typically do 10 business days?
No, what we do is as soon as the 48 hours are up, we typically do it the next business day, but sometimes that takes us 2 or 3 days to, we don't have a staff of people who are sitting there ready to mail letters for us and such, right? We have a tow company, we have 4 employees here in Boulder. And so I'm just saying that, and you probably don't care, but this is one of the areas that I'm not going to operate out of compliance. It's just not the way we roll. And frankly, lots of towing companies do. And if you make laws that make it impossible for us to do business here, we won't do business here. And you'll be left with the towing companies who don't care about the laws. And so in this particular area, you have a point, right, that there are some very small percentage of people who may end up paying. Don't forget, mail takes days, right? So we're not talking about the issue that, we're going to notify them and they're going to know necessarily in 48 hours. They may know, they may not check their, we send it, it goes in the mail, they check their mail 4 days later. It's just not an issue that people don't know their car's been towed. There hasn't been any testimony that I've heard or any emails that I've seen about people who, the person, Mr. Lopez, who testified, he walked out, oh, my car's not there, it got towed. That is the way it happens. Very, very rarely. Somebody's on vacation in Europe and they don't realize their car's been towed. But we're sort of solving a problem that's not a problem by this issue. I'll stop talking
I'll just say it a different way. For people who have other reasons or other barriers why they haven't figured out where their car is, this is a legal requirement for doing business. It's right now between 48 hours and 10 days, right?
I'd love 48 hours and 56 hours, for example. It's very hard to do it before 48 hours is my point. And I agree. And our practice is to do it immediately after 48 hours, the day of. But it's not, sort of the hour thing. So I would love and recommend, if you want to make the window smaller, we have to mail letters I can't add 24 to 48 in my head very well.
Or we'll do 72 and...
We'd love it, but I'm just saying this is an area, there's lots of things I don't like, right? But this is an area where just as an administrative matter, it becomes too burdensome. And we don't, I want to follow the rules to the extent that we can, right? So I appreciate you hearing me, and I'm sorry I just don't want bad policy for the city, right? Because it's bad for all of us.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Within 72 hours or the next business day?
Wait.
Whichever's later, the end of the next.
Within the next business day after?
No.
Yeah, say that again.
Within 72 hours, a certified notice will be sent, or the next business day if the 72 hours falls on a holiday or weekend.
So the later of 72 hours and the end of the next business day.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We have the issue of...
So that brings us back to the other notice. I mean, to me, some of the most egregious things that we've heard about that were the most harmful to people were when there's a vehicle that is in their spot and it's simply not registered, right? And then somebody can tow their work vehicle, right? And it seems to me that there should at least be some notice that that's going to happen. And I don't care what the property owner thinks. I think it's only fair to tell them that their vehicle is going to be removed from a designated parking spot for them that they are otherwise in compliance with, that's registered with the mobile home park and everything else is copacetic. It just seems like there should be some notice. I don't want to change property rights. I just want to.
Right. Isn't there a couple things going on here? Though, was the San Juan example because they didn't have a sticker for that complex? Okay, so one of the problems is how does somebody tell the difference between somebody who's visiting and who's not?
I'm not addressing that one. I'm addressing the one in the mobile home park.
Okay, sorry. Okay, and so the other one we also need to address.
Yeah, but I don't know how we're going to do that. But this is one where
They have visitor. You have designated visitor.
Well, so what happened just shouldn't have happened to the guy. I'm just trying to figure out. So I agree about notice of if somebody's...
If it's otherwise legal and registered, so this is kind of a restriction on the property owner, not on towing companies. It's if a vehicle is parked, which is registered with the owner of the property, and it is parked per the agreement with the owner with the property, you can't tow it until notice is given.
Right.
Doesn't the amendment that Tom provided take care of that? At the bottom of the blue sheet?
I believe it does. And just for people following along, that's the prohibition on towing based on the condition of the vehicle that says you can't tow for an expired license or based solely on the condition of the vehicle unless there's evidence it's been abandoned.
So I actually, while you were talking, I looked up the definition of an abandoned vehicle, and it's not great. It's a vehicle's abandoned if it's been on private property for 24 hours.
And I would say the only other thing that is here is there's no notice requirement in this. It's a prohibition on towing under certain circumstances, but what I'm after is not that the property owner can never do it, it's that you need to give notice to the owner of the vehicle, even if it would otherwise comply.
Notice and time that goes with the notice, right?
Yes, and some time to cure time.
Right.
Yes.
So rather than prohibiting it, you would give a notice requirement instead?
Yes.
So if you change has evidence that the vehicle's been abandoned, it has provided at least 48 hours notice or something like that?
72.
Has provided at least 72-hour notice?
Yeah.
By posting on the vehicle?
Yes.
That sounds good.
Now, does this stop if someone knows a vehicle has been abandoned, that other things apply?
I mean, I think there's state law on vehicle
right, and so that
abandonment. So this is if it's on private property, and I mean, if a vehicle's been abandoned but it's otherwise parked legally, 72 hours notice is no skin off anybody's nose because it's otherwise parked legally.
So can we
what-
change that almost to doing like business days? Because, so let's just say it's on a weekend and that takes your 2 days and now you can't go get it registered and leaves you Monday to do it. So almost like business days would be great.
So we said 72 hours.
Right, I understand, but if it's on a
Perhaps
Saturday morning, that's your
business
Saturday,
days.
Sunday, and now you just have Monday to be able to go
Yeah,
get your
3 business
registration.
days notice?
Yeah, that'd be great.
That's good. That's better.
So I'm just trying to think through all the, so it's parked in a parking lot. That's not an issue.
So if it's parked,
There's other things, like you can't leave your car in the shopping center for 3 days, can you?
so that's a more complicated one, as we heard. Maybe we have to limit this to mobile home parks and
Or residential.
residential property.
Well, I'm just trying to think through we don't want unintended consequences.
Well, we've got a month to think about it, but I think
Yes.
residential, this is a work session essentially.
Yeah, so-
I think, I like residential. I think that's really good.
Although just keep in, and some that we can keep exploring this, but the provision does say you can only tow the vehicle without the consent if the vehicle is parked illegally. And in a commercial parking lot, I assume that they have the right to say illegal parking is more than 2 hours, for example. Right? So that would
we've
count as
covered.
illegal parking. So you can't leave a car in a commercial lot for 3 days.
Yeah. They also usually say if you're not a customer of one of the businesses.
Right, so you would still allow commercial property owners to regulate their parking lots as they do currently. It's just that if they are parked in compliance with all the rules of the parking lot, you can't then tow them just because there's a broken
Expired
window
plate.
or an expired plate.
Okay,
Okay, I like that.
I'm feeling good about this.
Good.
All right.
Okay, you got this one?
I do.
We're going back to the list.
Oh, sorry.
So what we didn't,
proceeds.
what we
That's
didn't,
the next one on the list. Sorry.
what we didn't address was, and I don't know that there's a way to address it, is what happened at San Juan del Centro, right? With and maybe we can, the complexity is the visitor issue, right? So there's the person, I know there's visitor designated spots, but say somebody comes and visits and blows that off and parks in somebody else's spot. So the gentleman who got towed from San Juan del Centro didn't yet have a sticker on his car which showed that the car was registered legally to be in that spot. So is there a way to fix that where you can't tow over the weekend? Well, see, it seems a very complicated thing to try and fix.
Okay, go ahead.
They could get something temporary. I mean, that's I think, an agreement between the towing company and the apartment complex. So it's a hard thing to regulate.
So one of the things that was very disturbing in Mr. Lopez's comments is that he never received any kind of notification that his car had been towed. And I don't know why that is and how that is remedied. But it seems that in state law, Mr. Lopez had a right to be notified. So if he's not notified, how is he supposed to know where his car is and how he's supposed to retrieve it? So I guess
Is this a mobile home policy?
No, that was in
San Juan del
saying
Centro.
that,
This
sorry.
is an apartment complex.
Well, he knew, he was just never notified.
Yeah, but he should be notified.
Should have
and
been notified.
That's part of the state provision, and so that was violated. And so what can be done to fix that violation and somehow make Mr. Lopez more whole than he is? Is there a way we can do that?
I don't know, Lisa, and I don't know all the facts. So one of our, Mr. Lopez complained to our Human Rights Commission, so our staffer reached out to the towing company on this issue, and they had a very different set of facts. And so I don't know whose right or wrong in that circumstance. So it's hard to go back and say we're going to fix a particular circumstance. So I can look into it more, and when I bring this back, see if I can come up with something. I don't have an easy answer for that. I mean, I believe Mr. Lopez is telling the truth, and those facts sound horrible. But I've got a different answer from the towing company.
So is there somewhere in this ordinance that we could strengthen the notification provision?
Well, that we
You already
were
did.
just talking about.
I know, but
Yeah.
But that was sort of, okay,
I mean, it's already in there, so what is the penalty when that doesn't happen?
Yeah.
What are the consequences? So I'll just throw that out, but I certainly would like to have some teeth in this.
Okay.
okay, so let's keep doing this. I just, from a time perspective, we're just way off. So let us proceed.
You're almost done. You have two more. You have one more issue.
I know.
related to-
So let's do that, and then we'll try to move on. We have 3 other topics tonight. Sale proceeds. It seems to me that we should comply with state law.
So just adopt attachment H.
Yep. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. And then the last one is?
The last one you've already addressed. It's towing based on the condition of the vehicle.
Okay. And then, real quickly, put up your parking lot. Yep.
Just focus on.
Puppy and, I guess,
So what I'd like to do here is, yeah, Tom, go ahead and look into those things and bring it back, and we'll
Yeah.
Please
Okay.
look into
schedule it.
those things.
what?
Well, there was one other one I wanted to bring up that was on the next page.
This one?
It's the release of tools.
Yes.
That doesn't seem complicated to me. That seems like something that we could add fairly easily. That we could just add to this list that tools or equipment necessary for work are also required
Yes,
to be.
necessary for work.
Absolutely.
yeah.
I was complete agreement.
Okay.
Okay. And do we need this, this last one, is this complicated too?
Yes.
That one is
It is.
complicated.
I mean, I think you've done some good work on it tonight, come up with things I hadn't thought of,
Yep.
but I'd like to work on it some more.
Great. Great.
Okay.
So how would you like, I mean, I've actually written the amendments, so I could read them to you, or we can just do this and go to a third reading. I can amend it on second reading, which is probably easier, so then you get to play with the language a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's do that, and that way we can move on to the next thing.
Yeah. Does that work for everybody? Yep.
Thank you very much for all your work on this. It's great.
Thank you.
Okay. And thanks to everybody that came and talked to us. This is very helpful. And you'll have opportunity to take a look at this and give more input.
Yeah, they will, please stay engaged. There'll be another round on this. So from a process perspective, what's our formal next step? What are we doing tonight?
Do we need to just simply move it forward on second
Move it
reading?
forward, and you'll ask me to bring it back on second reading at the next meeting with the amendments that you've discussed tonight.
So do
Third
we need a-
reading.
Third reading?
Or are we doing a motion to continue the second reading, or?
That would probably be better, because you're going to have to amend it. So it doesn't really matter. You could pass it on second reading without adopting it and with an intent to amend, but just continue second reading is good.
Can I do that? Can I move that we continue the second reading hearing?
So,
Second.
Second. So
All those in favor? Okay, unanimously. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, let's just do a process check. We have a public hearing on our legislative agenda. That is, right now, we have a discussion around 45 minutes on that. Then you have 60 minutes allocated to mosquitoes, and then an IGA on Pearl Street. So,
Get in there, Carl.
let's be clear, let's not make people stay here and then release them at 11 o'clock because we're tired.
No.
Do we think we can get through all 3 of these?
I'd like to get,
Yes,
yes.
just don't turn it.
Nope. Well, no, well, I mean,
You're good.
we have over 2 hours of stuff.
So let me ask a question, Jane. The mosquito program is 60 minutes. Do we think it will take all of that?
Unless you have a lot of questions, it won't. We scheduled it for that because it is a change from what we normally do. And we wondered if you were going to be getting a number of emails from residents, because we're suggesting that we won't be treating with BTI as prolifically, I guess, as we have before. And there could be a chance that some residents would be concerned about that. So that's what we were thinking would make it take a little bit longer.
We have people to speak to that issue. I don't see mosquito people out there. Unless they're watching and they're going to arrive at 10.
Not a public hearing.
So, of course, Rella is in the audience, or staff member, but it's not a public hearing, it's a matters, yeah.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to do this. We're just going to try to move faster than our time allocations. Okay. Oh, my gosh, and you guys are here, too. Okay, I guess you're getting paid, though. All right.
Both of them this time.
You just missed a really exciting towing ordinance.
No, we didn't.
No, you didn't miss it.
They were here for it.
They've been in back.
This is what democracy looks like.
They like spinning.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm going to try my best to move things quickly. I will try not to cover what was in your memo. I think you read it. Obviously, we have some great news on the state front, very favorable changes that will bode well for our ability to move our agenda forward. Every expectation that the new composition, both in the executive office and the General Assembly, will help us accomplish many of our goals. So fantastic news there. Casey Becker was selected as House Speaker this afternoon. So for those who haven't heard of that, fantastic news.
I should know a council member by that name.
Former council member, in case any of you didn't know that. Steve Fenberg was selected as the Senate Majority Leader. And want to mention that even though there is a president and a majority leader, the majority leader role is very significant in this Senate, makes quite a bit of decisions. And so it's a very substantial thing for Steve and for Boulder. Edie Hooten was also selected as House Majority Caucus Chair. So just a complete run on leadership from Boulder at the State House.
They never want us to testify.
So we will also be attempting to make sure that our perspective is represented in the governor's office through the transition, through the appointment of department heads, and something that we'll be working on. So my main message is this is a very exciting opportunity for us, no doubt about that. It's also one that we have to be very careful with. The Democrats will have to be, and it'll be challenging for them to remain focused on their priorities and not to be distracted. And that means that it'll be our responsibility to make sure that we are judicious in what we request of our representatives. So with opportunity comes great responsibility, and I think we'll have to be balancing that. I would say that the legislative breakfast for December 14th will be more important than ever. So I would really encourage all of you to make your best effort to attend there. We will have Casey and Edie and Steve. We also will have Representative Jonathan Singer. And I just reached out to Representative Sonia Lewis, who is replacing Mike Foote. And then there's still will be a vacancy, or who knows, maybe by then they will have identified a replacement for Matt Jones, Senator Matt Jones. There is a vacancy committee that will be convened now that he's been elected as county commissioner.
You don't know the timing on that?
And
I don't.
And how much time's left on the term?
It won't be.
You have to come up. Oh.
Hi. I think the
Introduce yourself.
I'm Adam Eichberg. I am proud to represent the city of Boulder in the legislature. I think the current thinking is that the vacancy committee probably won't convene until the new year because there are 2 years left in the term.
2 years, thank you.
All right. So I think Anne Marie Jensen, and hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn here, but Mike Foote have expressed interest in that position, so we'll see. So we will not have anybody from that seat represented to the legislative breakfast. Okay, so on to tonight's item. Let's see, all the changes are highlighted in your legislative agenda. They're also summarized, which is your attachment A, and they're also summarized in attachment B. Most of these are minor changes to the wordings of existing positions or new examples, how we can reach those positions, or deletions of positions that are no longer relevant, mostly because we've already accomplished them. So I won't summarize those, but I'll be, of course, expecting to address any questions you have about them. The one new position that we've added is to update the state's greenhouse gas inventory and forecast. That is out of date. It was last done in 2014. It was done with assumptions that weren't specific to Colorado. So for us to have a meaningful inventory and forecast, we do need to have a new one. The one late proposal that I like to make is one that was brought to my attention by Councilmember Lisa Morzell this afternoon. Position 45 speaks about our support for funding DOE and U.S. Fish and Wildlife as they relate to their responsibility for Rocky Flats, both the central operable unit and the wildlife refuge. So the change that Lisa recommended that I think is quite useful to emphasize is that our support for Department of Energy is specific to their responsibility to monitor and manage Rocky Flats Central Operable Unit. Right now, it's not clear the way it's worded. So it's a point of clarification. And so again, I'll just read it to you. The proposal would be to take position 45, and it would then read, existing language, support funding for the Department of Energy for the Office of Legacy Management. And the new language that would be added is to monitor and manage Rocky Flats Central Operable Unit. And then it would continue as written. So hopefully just descriptive and not a controversial issue. The only thing then that's probably really important to bring to your attention is the four state legislative priorities that we are asking for you to speak to our legislators about. First one is to give local governments the authority to adopt minimum wage standards that are more stringent than what is currently required by the state, which, as you know, is having an incremental ratcheting up effect as it is. We believe this is something that's possible. It is in the list of economic security bills that leadership is considering, and we think that Boulder has a right to speak on this, since we may very well be one that would like to consider adopting such greater authority, and certainly we have a need for it. The second item. Yes.
People, it's page 233 of our packet if you want to follow along on the priorities. 233 in mine. If you actually want to, in the document.
And are you referring to the summary of it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
The table.
The second item is PARA, or Public Retirement System. As you all know, we are one of a very small handful of local governments that are members. We did pass a major reform in 2018, which we're very excited about. However, if you don't know, there was an unintentional mistake that will result in the local government division unnecessarily having their employees contribute 2% of their salary more than they currently do, starting July 1st. Total mistake that was done literally at the last hour in conference, and one that is not necessary for the solvency of PARA to be resolved within 30 years. So that is perhaps kind of administrative and technicality, but of great importance to the city in terms of our employees, and of course, you know, that's something that could affect our ability in terms of our matching raises that we often would have to give to kind of offset that. The third item has to do with the alternative fueled vehicles. Right now, Colorado has a tax credit that is matching, I think the federal government is like up to $7,000, the state I think is like $5,000. I'm not sure exactly the amount. What's important is that it's expiring at the end of 2021. So if you're buying an electric vehicle after 2021, you would not have that state credit, or a plug-in hybrid. The proposal that we would be advocating for here is to extend that to 2025, and multiple policy reasons for this. As you might have read in a Denver Post article, plug-in hybrids and electric vehicles depreciate at a faster rate, partly because technology changes so quickly. So just like the iPhone, you get one Nissan Leaf, and then 2 years later, the range has doubled or tripled, and your value of reselling it has gone down faster than a comparable combustion engine vehicle. So one of the benefits of these tax credits is they help offset that, if not even completely negate it. So if you have a federal and state tax credit, you are more than made whole, or perhaps evenly made whole by what your depreciation would otherwise be. Also significant to mention that by 2025, when we're proposing to extend these tax credits to, the Bloomberg Foundation has estimated that the price of electric vehicles, and more particularly the batteries, will have come down so much that the price of electric vehicles and combustion vehicles should be the same, of comparable value, of course, or comparable amenity. Finally, by extending the tax credit, we would be supporting another city priority, which is to require zero-emission vehicles, much as California and many other states do. We are actually a party to a Colorado Department of Public Health Air Quality Control Commission docket that will consider that, and it will certainly help our ability to convince distributors and dealers that they can sell electric vehicles in Colorado. If we say, by adopting this standard, we'll be doing our part, education, incentives, and through a tax credit. So something that certainly would help us. Finally, I'll just say that why is this here? Because Boulder is certainly a leader in terms of its commitment to supporting electric vehicles and charging station. I'm trying to bring home on each one of these that there's a perhaps unique relevance to Boulder taking the lead on this, or not necessarily taking the lead, but certainly making a priority. The last one is certainly not least. It is greenhouse gas reductions. We have long talked about making a 80% reduction in greenhouse gas reduction goal by 2050. So this year, this is being proposed again as a priority, with the addition of two elements that can be actually addressed through separate bills, but could also be addressed comprehensively. So not only make these goals of significant reductions by 2050, which we think are absolutely necessary for what the United States and Colorado has to do its share, but to make them enforceable and make sure that they're actionable cross-sector, across the economy, in every sector where emissions are realized. And finally, I spoke before about the inventory and forecast. To do this, you need to know, of course, where you started and make some projections of where you're going. So a component of this would be to have a revised inventory and forecast. So I will leave.
Can I ask you a question about that one?
Yes, please.
The enforceable sector-specific requirements.
Yeah.
Is that, within that is the notion of putting a price on carbon? Is that encompass?
It encompasses a variety of approaches of how to get there.
Including possibly that?
And including, it certainly could be a tax. It could be just an outright mandate. It could be some sort of cap and trade. It could be some free market mechanisms. Some could be passed through law. Some could be left to the agencies to determine. So the important thing is that it's an emission target, and it says by sectors, you need to get there one way or another.
And it's enforceable. I just thought it's worth calling out that
yeah,
number 4 is a big deal, and it would.
Yeah, thank you for emphasizing that. In fact, this is a huge deal, and I was recently reminded that we have partners in all of these items, and we are really an important player for us to actually champion this and lend our resources of our lobbyists and to be making sure that our legislators know it's important to us is really significant. Even though we have this great majority now in terms of the Democrats at the State House, this is not an easy thing to accomplish by any means. So, one of the things we had talked about before is like after the election, should we consider having even a more aggressive agenda? Just want to make sure that you all realize that this is very aggressive as it is, and obviously very important to the city.
So,
yeah.
In this discussion, is there, and I don't know at the state, if we could be a little more aggressive with our goals?
Well, what I was trying to say is this number 4 is worded in a way to be broad enough.
Okay.
To be.
Yeah, it's at least 80%, because there's certainly people.
So I just wanted to make sure people knew that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it allows flexibility for recognizing that there's many players, conservation community, the governor's office, and certainly our legislators have different views of it. So it's, but the main thing is that
I think people debate the best mechanisms to get there.
Right.
Yeah, right.
But that we need to.
So that is all I have to cover. I wanted to just mention that there are some other potential priorities that recently have been discussed that we might want to eventually add. They're not ready for prime time. It'd be, it's premature for me to discuss them now, and frankly irresponsible given the fact that we haven't had a chance to really dig into them and have the appropriate conversations. But they relate to our position 8, which is about enhancing customer electricity choice and about improving our public transit options. What I'd like to do is ask you for your permission that as we have these conversations prior to December 14th, when we come up for our legislators, if those conversations evolve to a point that we find that we have some significant options and are viable, that we really thought them through, is that you allow your legislative committee to give me direction to add them, if it's appropriate, to the legislative breakfast as an agenda item. That way we wouldn't be slowing the process down, yet allowing the flexibility to move forward on something that may prove to be very important to add by then.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we add one more layer of detail to that?
Sure.
Just those 2 buckets. I mean, we now have a governor that just ran on 100% renewable energy, and it seems like it would be very appropriate for us to add one of our priorities, how we think renewable electricity and promoting renewable energy might best be done, or at least add something to that. And so that, I guess, is one of the 2 that Carl's referring to. But I want to talk to some of the folks in leadership or major players on this conversation, so to kind of coordinate with them about what might be the most appropriate of that, knowing it's a top priority for us.
Just might wait till deliberations to authorize.
Right, he's making the ask, and I'm just adding a little more detail to it. I know you're waiting to get in here. And the other one about transit.
Yeah,
Well, I just want to say that some folks are looking into RTD governance and how, whether there's some solutions out there to make, to improve the efficiency, equitability of that body with regards to transit. So that's also something we've been wrestling with a while. So wanted to see how that idea ripens. Okay. So Carl's still going. Did you want to, did you have a question? Otherwise, we're going to comment at the end. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I guess one of the things, and I know it's been very much on previous councils' agendas, and we have tried this multiple times, and that is different forms of mobile home legislation for mobile home park for the owners of the homes, and Bill of Rights. And while we've been able to do stuff in the city of Boulder, we have been repeatedly turned away by the Republican-controlled committees that have not even let these bills out of committee. So I see this this democratically controlled legislature as an opportunity to get these bills through. It would not require new writing of the bills. It certainly would require looking at them and maybe seeing what might be changed. But I guess for me, that would be a priority since we've brought this up multiple times, and it's over the last 10 years. And so I'd like to include that.
Okay, thank you. Actually, something we're definitely paying great attention to. In fact, Brenda Rittenauer, our neighborhood liaison, recently had an event that Joe Grano was able to speak about, and we had Edie Hooten there, and it was talking about how you increase the options for owners of the homes to cooperate to buy the parks.
Right.
Okay, so wait a minute, I got us this straight. You're going to finish your presentation. We have a public hearing on this.
Okay.
And then we'll get to.
Okay, and I will follow up on that. So that concludes my presentation. I just do want to mention, as you've seen, we do have Will Coyne and Adam Eichberg from Headwater Strategies. I didn't ask them to say anything, but as always, they're here to help with any questions or any other comments.
Did you have anything on our federal priorities? That
I don't. Our federal priorities are proposed to be carried over as they were last year, with the exception of taking away the flood recovery priority, which continues to be a big priority for the county and Longmont, but not so much for us.
I have one question.
So that's all I have.
Okay, so we're going to go to questions. Go ahead.
And we might venture to say we're more likely to be successful in the state than the federal level in the next
Yeah,
year. Just a little bit. Carl, we've gotten some emails about the purple card idea, and that is in our legislative agenda, and I was just hoping you could highlight that for folks.
Yeah, thank you. You're referring to the letter that we got about the importance of continuing to support a card that would give, actually, I'm going to pull this up here, a new immigration status, sometimes referred to as the purple card, identical to the green card, except that it would not be a path to U.S. citizenship, but neither would it preclude the possibility of the eventual citizenship. And so we have this, and our support for that is indicated in position number 21D. So yes, we are being responsive, and I do think that that is something that would
Great, thanks for highlighting that.
Something we can move towards.
Other questions for Carl? We are going to ask you questions, just so you know, but I think we'll go to the public hearing first. Okay. Here we are. So first up is Omar, and you're pooling with two folks. Can they raise their hands? Okay. Thanks. Wow, that's what they...
Oh, thank you for having us again. My name is Omar Gomez. I live in 4831 West Moorhead Circle in Boulder. And well, as you mentioned, I'm the representative of Purple Card. And thank you, for all the support from this year, because we do successful, in this path. I'm not a political guy, but I get forced to do it. It is hard still as an immigrant to stand up and looking for the entire nation to do better, because up there is nothing so we can apply for. And Purple Card, as you know, is a path for a permanent residency. So thank you so much for all the great leaders that you are as this city. They show to the other ones, what we should do to accomplish things right here. And everywhere I go, I carry this one as you guys put us up there. And I speak about, how grateful I am to live here and that you support us. So the city of Aurora, we have a meeting next year with them, and, talking about the support, the same thing is here. And because that, I've been talking before with Jason Crow, and before he get elected, and he says, if I get elected, I will speak, we will make sure the Purple Card will be here up there in Washington, D.C. So I'm here because we're asking for your support to be in the next year, because it's so important for us as community. I keep doing surveys, and we have 1,400 surveys with 98% of approval. And it's hard still because a lot of the community is still scared. Like I say, it's hard for me to be here and represent them and try to speak in the right way to you so you can understand that we are in a big necessity to don't live in fear anymore, because the news always, with the new administration, they always put us in fear. One of the ladies is here. Her daughter get in an accident, and right away she's a DACA recipient. Right away they was thinking to send it to Mexico because she thinks maybe the whole family get involved and ICE might come through the house. So we still live in fear because all the news up there, and I know Purple Card is not the perfect path for as we wish, but it's accomplished something. So because we can live without fear, we can work legally, we can travel internationally. And just to make a reference, when Obama was a president, he had 2 years when he had a majority in the Senate and the Congress, and he don't do nothing for the immigrants. So how many Obamas we waiting for to have in these administrations? When? I'm here because it's painful to live in fear, and it's painful to see how many families get separated all the time and then live in fear. Even so, when we talk with the kids, they're still afraid to speak with the families because they don't know if the parents come home or not. So I'm doing surveys, and all the time I'm asking the families, do you make plans in case something wrong? And is why I'm here, because we need your support again from the next year. And thanks to you, I go with the Capitol around December last year, and then Pavon, I bring you to you last time I see you a copy of the state work permit that we was looking inside the Colorado. And just because you guys support us, otherwise we don't do anything. You know, it was only one vote against us. It was a state work permit for immigrants. And we try to do that way, according with Pavon, just so the federals can listen us, can see the state is ready to do something because they don't do anything up there. So we move forward here and there slowly, but we need your support.
Good. Omar, have you... Is he likely to carry the bill again this year?
I carried the bill with me.
Well, I meant, is Pavon?
Then Pavon? No, then Pavon, he's the last year.
Oh.
It was the last year, so we need to find a new one, a new sponsor, and we have a list of some up there. They might be a good candidates, but yeah, we was waiting for these elections. Actually, we was kind of waiting to. So, but we have a list of candidates up there.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah.
Well, I just want to say, Omar, I know you work very hard on this issue, and I appreciate your efforts on it. And hopefully this is a year that we can get somewhere at the state. And if we can assist with that in terms of contacting the legislators, please let us know.
Well, thank you.
And we'll try and remember to bring it up at the legislative breakfast that we have. So we should make sure to make a note of that and make mention that that's something that we passed here and support seeing at the state level.
And I would think that the new governor would also be, I would hope that he would be receptive as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for listening.
Yes.
Thank you.
Laurel.
Good evening. I think you all got an email from me. I am so sorry you're all still here. My meeting ended, so I was able to actually come after all. So I talked to you in the email about the showdown with DACA that we may be looking at, and so we really need to keep that in mind, that if there are problems with that at the federal level, the purple card is going to be absolutely crucial for that population as well. I am so impressed with what Omar has done over the years, putting together an effort and one that makes just an amazing amount of sense, and I look forward to some really good opportunities at the state level this year. You may have also heard somewhat recently about the new public charge rules. This is another reason why a purple card is so important. It used to be every immigrant applying for status, when they finally become eligible, possibly after waiting 20 years, they needed to have a financial co-sponsor to make sure they weren't going to need public benefits. This new set of rules has changed it so that the immigrant, him or herself, has to be self-sufficient on behalf of their family. That means they have to be able to pay for their housing, their food, their medical needs for everybody in their family. How are they supposed to do that if they don't have work authorization? So we need the purple card, because right now what we're seeing is a lot of people we used to be able to help, we are not going to be able to help proceed to apply for their green card, and it's absurd. It's a rich-only need-apply situation right now. I also wanted to emphasize that it is time to clean out some of the anti-immigrant legislation that is still hanging on, especially 2003's HB 1224, the Secure and Verifiable ID Act, which was an attack on the matricula consular back in 2003. in essence, in a response to the 2002 driver's license effort that I know Ms. Morzell remembers, and the city of Boulder was so supportive of back in 2002. In 2003, the other side came back and said, well, how can we get back at you? That's how I interpreted that. And so that's still on the books, and it carries penalties for civil servants that accept that card. That needs to go. So it's 2003-12-24. And also 2006-10-23, that was kind of a partner bill with SB 90 that really hurts immigrants, and it hurts nonprofits that serve immigrants and would like to serve them on a non-discriminatory basis. So if attention can be added to those two bills to perhaps get them off the books.
Could you repeat the second one? Senate Bill 2006?
It was House Bill 2006-1023, and the city is very familiar with that because in all of the nonprofit contracts, that's a clause. We have to follow that and assert that we are following the requirements of 1023. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for that email laying all that out as well. We get questions about that very provision sometimes because we're forced to require that, and
yes,
we don't like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Kurt?
Twice in one evening.
Yeah, that's a tough issue to follow. So I'm going to take you to something much more mundane, I'm afraid. Kurt Nordback, 777 Delwood Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of Community Cycles. Overall, we support the transportation elements of the legislative agenda and thank the city for taking on these important issues. We particularly call out item 55 in the new numbering, local authority to regulate connected and autonomous vehicles as an important one to get in front of. We do have concerns about item 53, opposing transfer of state highways to local government. In particular, the last sentence seems to uniformly oppose devolution, but devolution is sometimes a necessary precursor for improving the safety and character of highways within city limits. For example, the transfer of North Broadway to city control allowed it to be made friendlier and calmer. We suggest that this item be changed to support devolution when supported by the local government. We strongly support item 56, support for Vision Zero. We particularly endorse sub-item B, a prohibition on the use of handheld electronic devices while driving. As you know, distracted driving is contributing to a rising toll of traffic fatalities nationwide, and such a prohibition can be an important tool in counteracting this trend. We also urge you to add a sub-item supporting state legislation to eliminate existing restrictions on local government's use of speed cameras and red light cameras. Thank you.
Kurt, the one in the middle about devolution?
Yeah.
That was
item 53.
And can you just repeat, what is this?
And I'm sorry that we didn't send this to you in advance.
Could you send it to us?
Sure, yeah.
That would be great, because then we would have your exact language.
Yeah.
Unless we want to take it over.
Oh, you want us to take over state highways?
Well,
okay, that one's less, anyhow. Yeah, maybe send us something a little bit more about the circumstances under which you think that, just
for devolution?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Would you repeat again what you just said about the red light?
Well, existing state law restricts where red light cameras can be installed, or at least it requires certain signage, and there may be other restrictions, and it restricts where speed cameras can be installed and the manner in which they can be installed, at least that's my understanding. And so I think that we would support greater freedom on the part of local governments to make their own determination with regards to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll email this to you.
Great. Okay. All right, so we're going to close public hearing. So I guess if we could have you guys come up, I just think it's useful just to get a sense of, well, I think there's a couple key issues that we'll care about that maybe aren't our top priorities, but kind of getting the state of play, like on some of the well, this is a top priority, sorry. But on immigration, what do we know about what's likely to move? Do you have any sense? None.
None.
Okay. Okay. The other one.
Have any sense, so there's no possibility?
No.
Oh, no, there's certainly possibility, but I think it's a combination of it's so early. I mean, they're still counting.
We don't even know
now.
who's in the legislature tonight.
Right. We don't know the final tallies, and we don't know who runs committees. And so all of those are huge questions. There's certainly lots of possibility, and I expect lots of debate and stuff will move forward on immigration, and many of the barriers are now gone. But in terms of really what the specifics are and what they want to move, it's tough to know. And I will say, obviously, now that we're moving to essentially one-party control of the State House, we wouldn't say a totally dissimilar thing about a lot of issues right now, because ultimately, in Colorado, we have this crazy system, or interesting system, where every bill that gets introduced is required by Constitution to have a hearing and a vote. And then every legislator then gets to introduce at least 5 bills. So there are going to be 500-600 bills at minimum introduced, all of which are under one-party control. And so if you're a Democrat introducing a bill, it can automatically have a very good chance of passage. So all of that comes back to that the leadership of the state, many of whom are actually from Boulder, and including this new governor, are going to have really tough decisions to make about what do they prioritize, what do they move, and what do they want to have become law, because it's different than it's been for the last few years, where you've had a split legislature and Democrats would introduce stuff and the Republicans would kill it, and the Republicans introduce things and Democrats kill it. So it's a very new lay of the land, and really kind of too early to know what are the major things, other than, frankly, what Governor-elect Polis talked about in the campaign. Obviously, those are big issues that I think will sort of start to define the debate.
Okay, I will resist the urge to ask you to prognosticate. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I wanted to just see if you could give a sense of what your expectation is on a couple of big things. I mean, energy, I think we have a pretty good handle on that. You couldn't say anything specific because it's going. Governor Polis campaigned on stuff. Everybody probably who got elected who's a blue was campaigning on climate change and renewable energy. So there will be a lot there. There's one specific to Boulder that I want to ask about. It's small, but the legislature has come after our red light cameras for years now, and we've had to defend that. Do you think that's going to happen again?
We were just talking about that as we sat down. I think here's what I would say is that I think we will likely see a bill about it again. We have lost an ally in that the voters in the city of Aurora on Tuesday repealed their program around red light cameras, so they told the city to pull them all out. We had a strong ally there because the Aurora delegation is quite large and was quite active in the debate with us. So we have lost a friend. We've also lost a key ally in Governor Hickenlooper, who, as you all know, came from the city of Denver, who has a red light camera program. I have not spoken to Governor-elect Polis about it. I don't know if any of you have, so I honestly don't know where he is. But I think the fight within the legislature has gotten harder, and that it will be important that the governor is on our side, and particularly if he threatens to veto a bill, I think that that's important. The one piece of that that is good news is that Casey Becker is going to be the Speaker of the House and has stood with the city in opposing the efforts to repeal those programs, and obviously she'll have a lot of influence.
Good. And so the fact that the city of Denver has a red light program is probably pretty helpful.
Very helpful.
In any case.
Very helpful, but they are the poster child for the abuses around the system because, or perceived abuses, City of Denver people who are watching, perceived abuses around the system because unlike the city here who sort of nets out close to zero or just a little bit of revenue, they actually generate quite a bit of revenue from that program.
Okay. And then this one will probably take longer to answer, but what's your sense on oil and gas regulation?
That's what I was gonna ask, yeah.
I'm just curious because we've had, statements from the governor as a candidate. How do we think he'll actually govern? That's one question. And then what do we think about the legislature?
I think it's a very good question, and unfortunately, I'm not going to give you as long as an answer as you'd like. Ultimately, I think that issue particularly really comes down to what the new governor wants to do. And he had some comments today in a Denver Post article that weren't super expansive, but there will obviously continue to be a lot of pressure from members of the legislature who will continue to advance that. And Mike Foote was one of them, and he's gone at least for now, but certainly others will step in and take its place. So it will continue to be a debate, but I think there are still, certainly on the Senate side, a few more moderate-leaning Democrats who are not just going to go along with a huge push. I also think it will be interesting to see how the oil and gas industry positions with this new lineup, because on one hand, they defeated 112.
It only took them $30 million.
Well, that's the thing. And really $40 million. And so if you're those guys and you spent $40 million to $0 million, and the other guys still got 42%, then you should probably be pretty worried that it's a significant issue. So it is, it's still going to be a big fight. I imagine there will probably be some changes made this year, but it's really in the hands of the governor to decide what he wants to see the legislature do or not.
Thank you.
Well, and I guess the defeat of Amendment 74 and the fact that they managed to, I think it's fair to say, anger a lot of people that used to feel allied with them.
Well, I definitely think that in the last few years, the oil and gas industry's overall positioning in the legislature has hurt a lot of the relationships they had with Democrats. And they have a much more aggressive approach.
Okay, and then one last question. Transportation, a lot of work went into 110. And that, I'm just curious, in terms of big ticket items, are people just done thinking about transportation? No. Okay.
I think not. I actually had a long talk today with somebody who is very involved in 110 and represents the contractors at the Capitol. And I think that they will continue to push, as will, I assume, lots of local governments. It's a problem that's obviously just not going away because we didn't vote yes on 110, and I assume that the legislature is going to take it up. I know that many of the people I've talked to in the legislature know that it's a problem, and they've got to figure it out. I just don't think anyone knows what the solution is at this point, but I think it will continue to be front and center in the top several issues that the legislature tries to deal with.
Last question, you just said the top several. How do you list off the top? Where, the bulk of energy is going to go to what? Do you have a sense?
Economic security.
Yeah, I think that you go back to, if you have to talk about this now, and it is so early because we don't know who's going to work for this new governor. There's so much still to come in the next few weeks, but it's the key things he talked about in the campaign, right? Renewable energy. He talked about healthcare, so I think there'll be a big push on healthcare. Preschool. He's got a big priority around preschool and kindergarten, with really, I think that the initial priority seems to be around kindergarten. That's got a price tag, and so balancing that price tag with things like transportation is going to be a really difficult thing. And then I think there's obviously a couple of big fights that have happened in the last couple of years in the legislature that have died on the Republican side, like family leave, some other sort of progressive economic issues that are likely to come up and be significant. Those are the ones that jump out sort of immediately.
Okay. Is that good? Okay. Well, it's just going to get really interesting. So next time we see you, we expect you to have the forecast all figured out.
But interesting in the fun way.
Yeah, I hope so.
We'll be able to tell you all of that in May.
In May?
What do we pay you guys for again?
To be able to tell you what happened in May.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, anything you want to tell us that you haven't, We're just asking you questions. Is there anything you want to say?
No, I mean, I think you all probably read this in the news, but this is the biggest blue wave at the state level since 1936. And it looks like right now there will be 41 Democrats in the House, which is higher than any time in modern history. I was the chief of staff in the State House in 2008, and we had 40 at one point, but sort of, because we really elected 39, but then a Republican flipped. So anyway, this is a whole new territory. And not only are we being a little hesitant tonight in describing what's going to happen because it's so early, but it also really is a new dynamic with, we're going to have committees in the State House that have 6 Democrats and 3 Republicans, lots of them. And that's a whole we haven't really worked in that dynamic before, so it's going to be different.
Okay, let's hope it's much better. Oh, mobile homes.
So, as I stated earlier, we've brought up at the state level different bills that we wanted to get passed, and it wasn't just City of Boulder. There's Fort Collins, Westminster, different communities. What do you see the possibility of bringing those forward?
I think the first thing is that the champion on those issues was Senator John Kafalas, who was elected as a commissioner in Larimer County on Tuesday night. So he'll be vacating his seat probably around the first of the year also. And I think that without a strong champion, that I don't know if anybody else is going to pick up that mantle. So somebody hopefully will, but I think you need to find somebody, or we need to find somebody to carry those things. And then I think that the environment is, as you noted in the discussion earlier, the environment is a lot different than it has.
It's a lot different, and what was being asked for in these bills is very minor and would make a huge difference to the lives of people who live in Boulder.
I don't think you're going to have trouble finding a champion. I think
I'll find one, thanks.
There's the other thing that Will didn't say is that the new crop of legislators, I think, is much more progressive than we have seen in a long time, particularly in the House. That with a 9-seat majority, I think that the people that they elected look a lot different than the legislature did before. And so I think that there will be some opportunities. I think there will also be challenges with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Anything else for these guys? Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. We have a couple things for you, Carl, Aaron, and then Cindy.
So I had one thing that I wanted to bring up about the legislative agenda. I spoke with Carl about this a few days ago. So one of the proposals was to delete one of the items, which was number 55, formerly realign the Colorado Transportation Commission to include population, not just geography, to ensure fair representation in the metropolitan area. So just, I wanted to reinstate some version of this. Zan and I were at a meeting with CDOT, our regional CDOT director, a few days ago, and I had not been in a meeting like that before, but it seemed to me like the CDOT governance structure is not entirely effective and often works against the interests of more populated and more urbanized areas like Boulder or Denver, the metro region. So I don't know if there's any chance of this going anywhere, but after that meeting, it seemed to me worth keeping in our legislative agenda because the CDOT's priorities often follow more the needs of rural parts of the state rather than places more like us. So if people are willing, I'd like to keep that in the agenda.
I'm fine with it.
Was there a driver for taking that out, or was that just trying to trim down the size?
There's certainly an overall goal to minimize anything that's unnecessary, and it's something that when I started in 2004, I was there, and I hadn't heard any discussion about it, so I just didn't think it was relevant, but certainly can reinstate it.
Yeah, so we may actually have some movement on RTD structure this year, which has never happened before, or in recent times anyway, so that maybe this could be a follow-up in a couple of years.
No, it's not.
No, 55 is a ton.
Which one was it?
It's former 55, so it's right before current 51.
Okay.
Oh, I see, really.
We had tried to tighten some of these things up, like, I'm trying to think of,
The transportation funding ballot measure, we we combine that with another one.
Right, so the transportation, okay, obviously statewide transportation funding is still going to continue to be an issue, but you meshed it, where did you move it to?
With the very next position, which had to do with, it wasn't specific to a ballot measure as much as our overall position on needing new transportation funding. So we kind of combined it. And that position was...
Yeah, I see it now.
You see it?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out whether, do you want to keep it separate or to fold it into our approach on transportation?
If it's a bullet point in some other one, sure. So,
And it could be that RTD governance piece or whatever, I don't know, that, I no longer know where we're at.
well, the former 55 is on page 267 of the packet.
267.
Okay, so one possibility then is position 49 talks about our need for new transportation funding for projects that maintain existing infrastructure and that are multimodal in design. So we have already folded in what was previously our language about supporting a standalone ballot measure. Perhaps what we can do is to add the language as CDOT, and reforming the way CDOT districts are organized as an example, because after all, that's what, when we talk about representation from CDOT, we're often talking about funding. And we could also add one about governance from RTD. So if that's...
Yeah, I think that would be great, that if we could get both of those as an item in the larger.
So which kind of sticks with our model of, well, we have an overall concept, and then we have more specific examples about how it can be done. So I could certainly do that.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. And then maybe just, I think the point is to have these bodies be a little more responsive to the needs of cities like Boulder. So maybe the language looks something like that. The governance structure changed in such a way that they're more responsive.
In fact, I think language that, it's equitable, it's effective, and it's efficient.
Yeah.
Might work for both RTD and CDOT.
Yeah, efficient for achieving our goals.
Code word, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I have to speak up about this.
Oh.
Because I actually think that the opposite. But if the majority is willing to go with that, that's fine. I do think that in order to bring us more to a place where we are more united as just people, that I think that we have to give rural areas more consideration and not just think about cities. And I will say that. So.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about.
It is, in a way.
Well, no, we're talking about I-25, the northern I-25 communities outvote our region. In our meeting with CDOT, there's 4 other little regional bodies. This is yours, I guess I should let you talk.
Well,
but it's not rural, it's Weld County. Do you call Weld County rural?
Well, some of it is, but it's about highway funding over things like transit and eco passes. I mean, I phrase it a little poorly. It's not so much about making sure Boulder gets just what we deserve or more, but I think about supporting our larger goals around transportation, like things like the eco pass, things which is getting hurt very hard, or things like multimodal transportation over widening highways. So it's that the current governance structures encourage an approach to transportation that is not in alignment with our larger goals. And those goals, I think, can apply to, it's not just about urban versus rural.
In fact, it may not be very much about urban versus rural, because it's where the transportation districts are located and how the funding's allocated among, say, the whole Front Range. And so I think it's a little more like dense versus less dense, right? And so populous areas, but how do you address the modes needed in cities rather than just expanding highways to go to suburbs that are being built further away from the cities? So we just have to phrase it right. I think your point is really good.
That's what I meant, is these are Front Range battles that we were talking about, where we're getting outvoted by Greeley, stuff like that. Okay. Yes.
So I thought it would be remiss, given this morning's news, to not ask you to emphasize that we emphasize our concerns about gun violence. That we actually, in the numbers of weapons that are out there, I don't know how we go about doing this, but saying since we've moved forward on this as a community, that we actually take it up as much as we can in terms of saying what our concern is, excuse me, having to do with our entire country, and however we can push that forward statewide, city by city within the state.
So it's number, is that number 39?
I'm sorry, it's number 39, support efforts to prevent gun violence.
Right.
There's a lot of, these are the same kinds of things, but it seems to me that this is something, I don't know if this is under health and safety, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there have been moves nationally, federally, to try and make this become a public health issue. And there has been resistance to that. But however we can move this ahead and bring it to the fore, I don't know how many times this has to keep happening.
Yep.
So.
So with regard to gun violence prevention, last year, as many of you recall, there was a bill that was called the Red Flag Law Bill that would have allowed law enforcement to take guns away from people who were deemed a threat to themselves or others. There is 100% intention to bring that bill back very early in the session. There's strong support from Governor-elect Polis for it, and I believe that you'll see it move fairly quickly early.
And so I'd just like to see us, thank you, just really put our voices there in support behind that kind.
Do we even have red flag law in here?
It's not in here.
We do not, and we certainly can add that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
People in support of adding?
Yes.
Absolutely. Thanks for bringing that up, Cindy.
Okay. All right, so, was there another one? Nope. Is there, I think the other thing is.
Out of curiosity, do we have like anything about bump stocks, fire rate accelerators, everything that we just went through in April? It seems like that deserves to be at the state level as well, because I think if it's done the way we did it, it seems like it would be something that we would support.
This is absolutely, Sam, one of the witnesses this morning, in this morning's news, talked about watching this guy empty the gun and then reload it.
And he had extended magazines.
So, again, bringing whatever kind of attention we can in terms of stopping the violence, really, is what we'd like.
Okay, so I could use some more direction on, is it to include language to prohibit bump stock?
Well, if you look at the legislation we just passed in Boulder in April, I would think it would be generally supported that we'd like to see that at the state level. I mean, because we just went through what worked.
Okay.
Does that make sense to other people?
Yes.
Well, it would be good to word it in such a way that's general so that we can, in case there's something that is more creative or a little different from what we passed, that we could still support it.
So something that captures the concept of what we passed locally without getting into too much detail that may not be applicable at the state level.
I think so.
Yeah, you could say examples include high-capacity magazines, bump stocks, silencers, whatever the language was that we used here, you might use those as examples of.
Who's this, Tom?
Yeah, Tom will tell you.
I'm sitting next.
Yeah.
Right. I do think we have an A, B, C. I think we should have red flag as a separate one, and then another one about basically and generally limiting access, if we want to say, to assault weapons
assault weapons, fire rate accelerators, extended capacity magazines, everything that we just did. Tom can just tell you.
While we're at it, we also have, in the city, we have laws about how guns have to be locked up if you have children in the home. So I don't know if that's addressed at all in the state legislature, but, keeping guns out of children's hands or where you don't want them to end up. And I can't remember when we passed that. I think that was like 1999 or 2001.
Yep. It was
It was 99, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and so and it could be that you could, you're going to draft some language if you want our input or you want to let us know. This is going to come back to us on December
4th. Yep.
Okay,
Right.
so far, we have CDOT language, we have in RTD, we have red flag, we have this sort of catch-all on assault weapon issues.
We have the Rocky Flats language.
Yeah, I mean, the list we just said.
Military-style killing weapons.
Yeah, but.
That bucket.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, but the lockbox and the
That's
military are
different,
two different things. And when you look at public health and safety, many of the deaths that happen are by children.
Okay. What else have we, was there another thing? Yep.
Well, I'd like to bring up, I don't know if this is in here anywhere, but the idea of addressing mass incarceration. And, we just had this jail ballot initiative that seemed to address mass incarceration in the only way that a sheriff can address it, which is at the tail end of the justice system. So if we could address things at more of the front end and support initiatives as such, I think it would be important.
I would agree with that.
What?
I don't think it's in here at all.
Right, but that, we have to get probably more specific. Like, are we talking sentencing reform? Are we talking?
Sentencing reform, bond reform, just decriminalization, or for instance, people are still in jail for carrying small amounts of marijuana, and now it's legal, for instance. Another one would be just holding people in jail prior to awaiting their hearings.
Do you get what you need on that? Are people?
It sounds like Tom can help me out. We do have a section on municipal courts, and that could very well be an appropriate area to edit. So if that is something that the council is interested in.
Item 32 on page 254.
254?
54.
Which policy number is this?
Which policy?
32, preserve the discretion of municipal court judges to impose monetary bonding for offenses and instances of public safety or flight risk.
That's pretty different.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
The general area.
Yeah, I guess it would be a position right next to that one.
Yeah,
I don't.
Mary, I absolutely support that. I just, and just in terms of drilling in, then there's a question of drilling into specific kinds of policies that but maybe we could offer examples.
Right, it doesn't have to be done tonight.
No,
but just
no.
it's the idea of it.
I mean, I think an email that lists some of the things that you just said as bullet points, because those can be either fleshed out or not.
Okay.
Okay. If Bob Yates were here, he would say, good enough, this thing's too long.
He would say we should have stopped.
Yeah, he would start slashing, so, yep.
So under the recycling, another one that we've tried to bring up before but have not because of the current state prohibition against banning styrofoam. And again, I don't know who would carry that. I could ask around. But while it's a relatively small volume, it does a lot of damage and contamination to our groundwater.
So following up on that.
Isn't it in here?
Is there a section in here, Carl, on state preemption specifically? Because state preemption is the bucket that stops us from doing a lot of things. So we could have a policy on state preemption, and it could call out for examples.
Plastic straws, styrofoam.
Well, we do have a position, generally speaking, in favor of local control. So it is kind of a catch-all. So very often, we can advocate for bills just based on that. But if we know of an issue that's even more specific, we'll often create a different position under the category.
Neonicotinoids.
And in fact, there are some situations that we are willing to yield our local control for the greater good. If we know environmental issues would be the perfect example. So we do have that catch-all. In terms of your question about styrofoam, I think
It's the last sentence.
But we've never been able to bring it forward
Okay.
because of the state preemptive.
Well, I guess the last sentence in 12 is, we would support the repeal of the prohibition contained in state law on use or sale, on local government bans on use or sale of plastic materials or products, which includes styrofoam.
Yep.
There is discussions about getting rid of that.
So it's there. And if I could, real quickly, Lisa, back to the mobile home issue, I want you to know that is something we've been working on. I do think that perhaps Edie Hooten could be a champion for us. In some ways, we've been involving her with the hope that she could help us out with that.
Who did you say?
Edie Hooten.
Edie Hooten, that's who I was going to approach.
Exactly. And I definitely will encourage you to, let's work together if we want to go out and get sponsors. It's something that's of great importance to all of us. And there's also a group called the Colorado Counties Acting Together that have convened a group on housing. And one of the many things that we've asked them to focus on is mobile home, and more specifically, right of first refusal is one approach to get into it, but the other side of the spectrum is incentives that would allow homeowners to be able to, or let's just say incentivize the park owners to consider purchases from homeowners. So we're working it. We think, I'd love to talk to Representative Hooten about it, and
Maybe we can get together.
let's work together on that, because I know it's a great priority for the council.
Right. And yeah, I mean, it would be great if we could get more resident-owned communities and or cooperatives. So how we do that, let's see what we can do.
Okay. You have a list?
Yep, I have a list, as is usual. I will take it, I will revise this, and I will bring it back, presumably on consent. You always could pull it for December 4th. It will be successful. If you guys don't pull it, that means I've heard you correctly and I've captured your thoughts. And then we will bring it back to present to the legislators on December 14th. I will work with individuals to find people to represent those issues at the legislative breakfast, to make sure that we have council members and not me speaking to our legislators. If you have any interest in any one of these topics, please let me know. We'll be doing a trip to DC probably. We haven't identified a date. And, well, I guess that's all I have. But thank you all for your
I guess I do have one request. You're going to get us this draft again 2 weeks out. I guess if people want to wordsmith stuff, do it now, not the night before it comes on consent.
Right.
So let's figure out a way to kind of, especially stuff that we know that people have just highlighted, to look at it earlier, exchange edits, put it out in a hotline so that we are.
Yes.
I don't know. To me, that's a better process than trying to wordsmith it.
Certainly, please do call me. So, for example, Mary Young, sentencing reform, I think Tom's got it. I don't. If there's any question, I will certainly reach out to you. And if there's a need to make sure that the council still agrees, we'll ask Mary to put it in a hotline so that it's not just being brought forward for the first
I would float a draft.
I'll send you a couple of links where there's a whole bunch of items to consider.
Okay.
Okay. In the interest of time.
All right.
Thanks for putting this so well together. And
thanks so much, Carl.
Thanks, you guys. Have fun with your new
friends.
Paradigm.
See you later.
I know we're going to need.
Get her done.
We're going to need some check-ins. It's going to be a dynamic session.
Oh, and
it'll be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to put kind of a period at the end of the sentence here, there will be probably some evolving positions coming that are the result of what might be practical now that wouldn't have been practical before, and so we didn't really, work on it or emphasize it. So you heard Suzanne talk about some of those, but I think that, I don't know if we'll see them before the 4th or not, but it may be in the mid-session that we look at adding something.
Okay. Yes.
The last few years, it's just been defensive. What do we need to defend against?
Well, we haven't gotten anything out of committee, hardly.
Right. Okay, mosquitoes, you are in the unenviable position of having to talk really fast about whatever you want to tell us.
Okay, we'll try to just hit the highlights, and then if you have lots of questions.
Nope, we
Try to
probably
get through
won't.
those quickly, too. Yeah. So I'm Rella Abernathy with the Planning Department, and John Potter is here with me from Open Space and Mountain Parks. And so we'll give you a rapid overview of the changes that we're proposing to the mosquito program.
Yes, awesome.
So it's been since 2003 when we implemented the program that we've made any substantial changes, which is why we're at this point getting ready to propose some. And one of the things I want to point out that's really driving that's a driving force behind the staff recommendation is just the state of ecosystems right now. So if you listen to the scientists, what they're saying, and we're truly in a biodiversity crisis, which is why we're looking at ways of trying to enhance biodiversity. So the Living Planet report was just released. 60% of vertebrate populations have been lost worldwide, and with freshwater species being the hardest hit at 81%. And insects aren't faring any better. We're not just talking about intensive ag areas, but even in nature preserves, we're seeing losses as high as 70 or 80% of insect biomass. So why is it happening? I'm using honeybees as an example. It's one of the biggest problems is habitat destruction and fragmentation, pesticides, climate change, among a lot of other things like disease, but together they all are causing some pretty concerning changes in biodiversity. So what does it matter other than the intrinsic value that these organisms have and on their own? Well, ecosystem services, we rely on these organisms and the ecosystems that they belong to provide food and water and climate regulation and all the things that we need to live. Another thing that's really important about ecosystems and why it's a priority now for our climate action commitment is because we know that that healthy forests and wetlands and grasslands can sequester up to 1/3 of the carbon necessary to get us to our 2-degree goal. So it's another reason why it's really important that we protect ecosystems. And they're also, it's something we've known for a long time that's part of our ecologically based integrated pest management program, that we realize that one of those ecosystem services is natural pest management. And when we apply a product, we often cause a lot of unintended consequences and take out some of the natural pest control that's there. So going back to when we when we developed our program, and before that we didn't even have a mosquito program, was in the midst of the West Nile outbreak in 2003. I don't know if you can see the picture in this old newspaper clipping, that's a helicopter where they were spraying insecticides over a wetland in around the Fort Collins area. And we are under a lot of pressure to just do the industry standards. So mosquitoes, as you all know, have a life cycle where they have a terrestrial phase and an aquatic phase. And there are pesticides that target every single one of those points in the life cycle. So there are insecticides sprayed for adults, oils, surface oils that are used to kill pupae, pesticides, growth regulators, and bacterial products that are used to kill larvae. And when this program was developed, all of those were found to be unacceptable for the environmental and non-target impacts, except for the larvicide, BTI, which is a bacteria. So there are two different major groups of insects, vector insects, those that carry disease, and then the non-vector nuisance mosquitoes. And our program initially was focused only on vector mosquitoes. And they happen to be different, which is good for us, because you need to know your organism to be able to manage it effectively. And one of the things that we're lucky about is it just happens that the Culex mosquitoes, which are the vector mosquitoes here, look different. So the field technicians can tell the difference with their naked eye. So they all come up to the surface of, or almost all mosquitoes come up to the surface of the water to get air, and they have this siphon that's like a snorkel that they stick up there to get some air, and the Culex have long angled ones, which is why the field technicians can tell the difference. So the basis of our program was to map all the breeding areas, potential breeding areas, and then the field technicians go out every week, and they dip around with these cups on sticks, and then they count how many larvae are there, and then our program, if there were Culex larvae, then they would treat with BTI. So our current program, we have about 568 sites are mapped. If Culex are present, it's treated with BTI, whether there's 1 or 100, and it doesn't matter what size the site is. And then we added a nuisance program in 2007, where a subset are treated if there's only nuisance present. Most of the time, they're both present. About half the time, they're both present. So the nuisance mosquitoes are controlled just because they're present with vector. Another important part of our program is adult trapping. These are traps that are in the Boulder area. Most of them are ours, some are CUs, and some are counties.
And how do those work? They just suck them in? What are adult traps?
There's two types, but the main one that we use is a light trap. So it has light, and then it has a carbon dioxide source, usually dry ice. So it just attracts them in, and then they're caught in it.
And these are just for monitoring and counting populations, right?
Yes. Well, we monitor them, so that tells us what species, because they're keyed down to species, what species, how many, and where they're located. And then we have a subset of sentinel traps where we take those Culex mosquitoes and send them to the state for testing, and that's how we estimate West Nile virus risk. And I should plug us and say that our contractor developed the vector index with Boulder data from 2003, which is the gold standard across the nation for estimating West Nile virus risk. So that's what happens when you hire an ecological consultant with fresh eyes to look at a problem. So what's changed since we developed our program? Well, we have 15 years of data about mosquitoes, data most others, I don't even know anyone else who has the kind of data we have for larvae, because we count and separate the two major groups. We can have more information about actual risk of West Nile. And then we have a whole lot of recent studies about the ecosystem impacts of BTI. So the information we have is what we just said, that we have information about the adults and the larvae. And one of the things we found comparing our average trap data to the county level is, by and large, the orange bars are the county total traps numbers, and then the blue line's us. That it pretty much mirrors it. So when we have high mosquito numbers, regionally we have high numbers in the city and vice versa. Of course, people give us credit when they're low, even though we have nothing to do with it, and blame us when it's high, when we have little control over that. And we also have a whole lot more information about West Nile risk to the community. So these numbers, these orange bars, are just cases in Boulder County. So this is, Boulder's not pulled out of that, but it's just our local county area. And as you can see, in 2003, in the epidemic year, we had hundreds of cases and 7 people died. It dropped off a lot the next year, and then it stayed fairly low since then as far as cases go. And we, unfortunately, have had a few people die, but most years we don't. And then a study, luckily for us, was just published last year, where these scientists looked at 10 different states, and one of them was Colorado, where they had pretty much, I think they had the most data from us. And they looked at the drivers that cause West Nile cases. And for Colorado, it's human immunity, and that's because when people are infected with West Nile, 80% never get sick, but are immune. They don't even know they got it. And drought is one of the other drivers. And in their model, they predicted that we would stay pretty close to this, so they don't think we're going to ever have an epidemic again. We'll still have cases, so we need, to keep educating people about taking precautions, but it's not expected that even with climate change or drought that we'll have an epidemic again. And then we have a bunch of studies showing adverse effects from BTI that we didn't have before. So this is just a really simplistic representation of an aquatic food chain. But at the base, we have what we call the producers, so algae and bacteria and plants, protozoans, things like that. And the next level is where the mosquito larvae are, as well as tadpoles and other aquatic flies, the animals that eat those things below. And then, of course, they're eaten on up the food chain by other animals. And what we know about BTI is that it kills all aquatic fly larvae. So that's not just mosquitoes, but it's things like non-biting midges, which can be over 100 species in the wetland. Crane flies, a whole bunch of other species. And there are studies showing it potentially lethal to tadpoles were just exposed at field levels for 48 hours. They get intestinal damage. In your packet, there was a photo from one of the papers showing that. And then, of course, there are secondary impacts up the food chain. So when you take out that whole level, it changes the water chemistry, it changes the bacterial components and protozoans in that lower level. And then, of course, it has impacts on up the food chain. But the great thing is that healthy wetlands are actually ways of controlling mosquitoes, which a lot of people don't realize. But this is actually from the Indiana State Department of Resources, their handout and the work that Purdue does, showing that some people construct wetlands just to control mosquitoes. So based on a lot of this work, the staff is proposing that we, instead of treating all breeding sites the same, that we categorize them according to quality. And then we have these 4 rough categories based on quality and breeding potential. And so what we're proposing is that we treat high-quality sites differently than we do low-quality sites. But we're not just going to say, let's just ignore them and leave them alone. We're working on protocols now to train ecological field techs that will go out and measure what's happening with mosquitoes, but also look for indicators of ecosystem health and natural enemies that are present. And we saw several sites this last season where we went out with our crews, and we saw beautiful examples of that, sites filled with salamander and frog larvae and every insect you can imagine, and no mosquitoes. So we know that this works. And then with our low-quality sites, we can strategically use BTI on those. And then the difficult area are those high-quality, high-breeding sites, which will need to be treated most likely with BTI, especially if they have Culex present. So right now, staff and consultants we're completing our data analysis. We're continuing with our literature reviews, and we have 2 different consultants helping us develop the field protocols. And then our staff, we're also adding some components to the program. We're working with Open Space on an irrigation management strategy, and we're working with our urban crews, so parks crews and public works crews, to be able to find breeding sites in town and deal with those. And then the education for private property owners is another big component that we are going to step up. And so if you give us direction to continue on this track, we'd like to move quickly and get an RFP out this year, or this coming year, so that we can implement the plan in April. So our staff recommendation is that we revise our program to be an adaptive management plan that's site-specific, where we come back every year, because we're going to be learning as we have these ecological field techs out there, and revise our plan to make sure we're doing as good a job as we can, and take that information we're learning from the ecological data to better manage our properties as well. And so our main focus is we want to be on more ecologically sound treatment options. Oops, that's it. So, you have any questions?
Yep. Lisa? So I have 2, and this was a great presentation and very, very good report. But, you had talked about irrigation management strategy. How are you actually going to do that? I was just kind of curious physically how you might do that. And you don't have to go into big detail.
Yeah.
I know it's late. But.
Well, yeah, and it's a kind of big issue, and it relates to how we manage our agricultural lands on open space. And so some of the things that we're looking at are timing. So is there a way that we can back off on when the water is supplied to an area so that it coincides with the breeding times of the mosquitoes? So, you know, if we know that an area is dried up at the right time, we may be able to stop a cycle of breeding and that kind of thing. Also, just making sure that we don't have tailwater holding up in areas where we don't want it anyways, and it serves as breeding sites.
Thank you. And then my second question has to do with ecological control. So we know, you know, different birds and things really like different kinds of mosquitoes. Are you thinking at all of trying to introduce some species that would eat the...
Yeah, we're looking at a whole range of things. Some, you know, we have some sites that are doing great, and we want to see what those attributes are, why they're doing great. But, you know, there are things like as far, I mean, we don't want to bring in any invasive or non-natives, but some people are doing things like breeding copepods, which are little crustaceans that are native, and then introducing those into certain wetland systems, and that seems to work really well. So there's a whole lot of things that are out there, and we're coming up with some ideas of our own to try too. But, you know, you can attract them in. And it's mainly insects that are really great, aquatic insects that are great at feeding on mosquitoes at the larval phase, like dragonflies, and adults too, terrestrial. So we can enhance, we can introduce, we're looking at a lot of things.
Thanks.
I wondered if you'd heard, I heard just recently about some genetic work that's being done to make mosquitoes sterile. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, there's some genetic engineering, and there's also bacteria that they're using they're doing those types of projects mainly on really significant public health issues like Zika or malaria. So I don't know if that would have much.
I just wondered if it had reached other levels, or if there's any possibility of that happening, because the numbers, I have to say, were pretty horrific over there in southeast Boulder. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and you know, the whole thing with mosquitoes is that the more habitat destruction there is, the more human disturbance, the better they do. And they don't need high quality. In fact, a lot of them, the more polluted the water and nasty it is, the more they like it. Where, of course, the predators and other animals, that it makes their species, I mean, their populations crash.
Yeah,
so, and then, of course, they move, you know, they're carrying air currents, and there's a whole, you know, we are trying to look at some things we can try around there, like even putting some floating traps out further and further and try to figure out where they're coming from and locate the potential sources, whether it's on our properties or others. But it's a difficult problem. There's no question.
Absolutely. This was a really great presentation. It was very interesting about mosquitoes and larvae and such. But I'd be curious as well if there is any possibility of looking further into doing something that would get rid of them for good, or at least the majority.
I don't think we want to get rid of them. But I'm curious about the public education component. You've said some really interesting things here tonight that I did not know, and I'm guessing others do not know, like about West Nile, about healthy wetlands being actually a great way to address mosquitoes. I think those are things that, anyhow, we would benefit to.
Yeah, this was
useful for the public to know.
This was one thing that came up at the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting, as well as how can we do better to be more transparent about all the good things that we are doing and having an impact on the mosquito populations. And I think that will be a big part of this plan.
Well, and just to bring people along, you talked about adaptive management, which makes a lot of sense. But part of that is telling people, hey, this is what we've been doing, and this is what we learned. And so now we're going to do this. And, you know, like, so that, yeah, I think we want to educate the public that's dealing with the outcomes so they can understand and appreciate the challenges. Because most people in town, I think, care a lot about ecological ramifications. So you kind of want them to understand what we're trying and why.
Yeah, and we are, you know, we've all been so busy, we haven't been able to get it done, but we've been talking to Channel 8, our communications team, about creating short videos, you know, like 1-minute videos, so that we can get this information out to people. And then we're going to be spending more on-the-ground time. I mean, we already spend a ton of time at Greenbelt Meadows, but we're going to be spending more time and going out there and walking the areas with them, because the people who use that area a lot, who are outside on the trails, can probably tell us, like, you know, which areas they're coming from, or at least, you know, we can hopefully start trying to triangulate where they're coming from.
Sam and then Lisa.
I just want to second what Dan said. I know that there's limited time and limited budget and limited mind share, but if around the time when the mosquitoes are going to start coming out, you were to go have a couple of open houses that lasted a couple of hours in Greenbelt Meadows, in the places where, you know, most of Boulder doesn't really feel this problem, but one part of Boulder does. And so that's the part maybe to concentrate the outreach on and do just what Zan said, really, which is, and do it right before they have to experience it, and then maybe right after, because that's and maybe in the middle you check in with them, but, you know, there's a handful of them a handful of the people who live there who are really active about this, and if you had them pretty well educated, they could disseminate that knowledge to their friends and neighbors who live there. So I don't think it should be burdensome on your guys' time, but I think it would pay big dividends on the understanding.
It really does. We did an office hours with Brenda during the summer last year. And some of the people have been most vocal and had written you repeatedly. When we actually had time to talk to them face-to-face and explain how this whole ecological control process works, they really got it, and they were super supportive. And then one of them said, well, I always go to this one wetland and take my lawn chair because there are no mosquitoes there. So I think people, when they start paying attention to what they're experiencing when they're out there, they'll get it. So I think you're absolutely right.
So in your efforts, it seems like you're mapping these wetlands in terms of quality wetlands and not quality. And I wonder if it might also be helpful in the education component if you point out, you know, in people's private wetlands in their backyards or whatever, you know, here are weeds you definitely want to get rid of from your backyard so that you're bringing in healthier grasses, or, you know, things like that. And I think right now, if you go and try and find that information online, it's kind of difficult. And so I think that could be very helpful. I mean, we have, 18 tributaries that come through Boulder, and so those are 18 areas, swaths of wetlands. And so you have a lot of private property along those. And I think people would very much want to engage in how to improve their wetland and how to communicate that with their neighbors. And so, anyway, that would be very cool once you start getting this information to put it, you know, on website or online.
We plan on really ramping it up on the website so people know what we're doing.
Last word.
I just have a question about you talk about the high quality, high breeding areas. Where would that be?
Probably one of the best examples would be like Sombrero Marsh would be high breeding and very high quality natural wetland. It's an area we'd want to be careful about how we're managing it, but also realizing that it's in the neighborhood and breeds a lot of mosquitoes.
But isn't that a contradiction in what you said about a healthy wetland?
Yeah, and
supposedly being one of the best things to devour the mosquitoes?
Yeah, I mean, it would be one of this little group here. But the other thing with Sombrero Marsh is in 2003, when we started this program, you know, where we were trying to kill every single Culex mosquito larva we could find. Sombrero has been treated multiple times every single season for the last 15 years. And so, you know, we obviously can't stop treating it, but as we learn more from these other wetlands, we might be able to start applying some of those principles to a sombrero so that we can hopefully start cutting back on the BTI, going down on it, because it's never going to totally recover as long as we're constantly hammering it.
Because it'll have the negative effects that you
Right.
also delineated. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize that. I mean, that's an education area where people go to learn about healthy wetlands.
It still has a lot of biodiversity. You know,
Yeah.
we used to send an aquatic entomologist out there every year to check it, but, you know, it's being altered by BTI going down. And we put about 15,000 pounds of BTI on our wetlands over the last few years, because we put about 1,000 pounds a year. So we think we can do a lot better than that.
Wow. And on that note,
Yes.
Well,
I guess,
I'll just say in defense, in 2003, we thought BTI was the silver bullet.
well, and people were dying.
And people were dying, and we didn't want to apply pesticides. So I'm glad you guys have done this thorough study and recognized some of the damaging influence of BTI, but it still seems to be one of the better preferred.
It is. If we're going to use a product, it's the best
Yep.
option we have. And you're absolutely right that they did the very best they could. They, you know, with the program that was developed in 2003, that literally changed the mosquito industry because of the work we did here in Boulder.
Yep.
So, you know, even though we've had some impacts, we've had much, you know, many fewer than we would have if we just done what the mosquito industry wanted us to do at that time.
Right, and it's much better than spraying.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we'll leave it there. But it's really interesting stuff.
And you're all fine with us continuing on this?
Yes, absolutely. This is really good work.
Yeah.
Come visit me in Kulik's Basin up in Yellowstone.
No, you all really have done a fantastic job at retuning the program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The process
We're
is great.
excited about it.
Yes.
It was fun reading the memo.
Yeah.
You don't hear that too often.
Though I did keep swatting myself.
You
Yeah,
have a
made me
bunch of
itch.
nerds.
Okay. Here we go. Wow. What is it that makes you all sit way in the back? Come on up.
We are a little scary.
We are clean.
Okay.
It's the smell, I think, that scares me.
Come on.
Took a shower this morning.
Okay. So our goal is to get out of here by 11:30. Okay.
Good evening.
Go, Tim,
I'm
go.
Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. And this evening, I'm going to do a relatively brief presentation on the IGA on 30th and Pearl between the city and our housing authority, BHP. And the intent is we'll have a motion at the end, and our intent is for you to approve that. So just a brief history. The city purchased this site 14 years ago, and it's in a very transit-rich area of the city. In 2016, you gave us guidance on the outcomes you wanted for that site. We're anticipating that this IGA will bring to fruition those outcomes that you were looking for. We had an RFP that you're aware of, and earlier this year, we signed a development agreement with Zocalo Development Partners. BHP was a partner in that. After a few months, we decided to transition away from that agreement. And tonight we're talking about that transition towards BHP. One of the items that's really keeping a fire under this project is the qualified census tract, which is a geographical designation which increases the amount of resources that come into the tax credits. So this is really a collaboration, and what we're really doing is taking an entrepreneurial approach to this site. Through the previous agreement, we basically, hired a private developer to implement this site. Within this approach, we're really acting as entrepreneurs with BHP to reduce risk on the site and to increase the value of the market parcels of the property, and using that increased value to invest back in the site. So BHP plays three roles. They're developing the entitlements for the entire site. They're bringing the infrastructure approvals through and actually implementing or installing the infrastructure of the sites and the roads and the infrastructure underneath it. And they're constructing and owning the rental affordable housing on the site. So the first thing we're doing is we're bringing financial resources to the affordable housing, but then at the same time, we're creating value. So the qualified census tract equates to a value of around $5 million towards the project. BHP will also be bringing private activity bonds and potentially project-based vouchers as well. BHP will be working with us as co-master developers for the site. They won't be charging a master developer fee, but their direct cost in providing that service will be covered. By bringing this through the entitlement process, we'll be increasing the value of the land of the parcels which will be holding the market rate development. We'll take that increased value and we'll reinvest it into community benefit. What community benefit looks like on this site is primarily through the affordable housing, but it's also creating a larger variety of AMIs on the site, so we're able to reach a more diverse group of households that will live there in the future, multi-generational housing as well, and permanent supportive housing.
But Kurt, can I interrupt with a question? Sure. So those 3 bullet points for community benefit, they all look extremely interesting and like big benefits. Were they part of the Zocalo proposal and we just didn't hear about them, or is this a new development?
They are different in some ways, and there's different approaches. Zocalo approached this from a perspective of trying to maximize the site and getting the most value out of it, and therefore getting the most affordability out of it as well. However, they did that by having a large number of units. So we're going from, I think, roughly about 315 units to closer to 275 units. So we're reducing the number of units on the site, but we're creating a larger variety. They had a lot of micro units on the site, so not as much variety, and we're creating more 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, more family units, as well as a whole section for adults with developmental disabilities. And I'll talk about that, how that sits on the site now. We're actually pretty excited about that. The permanent supportive housing was also on there as well, but with BHP looking at bringing project-based vouchers, it makes that a much more sustainable approach. So this slide is looking at the affordable components. So in quadrant 2, that's your upper left-hand corner. That's along 30th Street on the north side of the site. That would be 80 rental apartments, and that quadrant would have quite a bit of diversity of sizes and types. Quadrant 4 would be the middle income for sale units that are affordable to middle income, and we would be doing that through, we're anticipating a co-housing approach there. And then quadrant 4 to the south would be 20 units, and those would be the only, I would say, small units on the site for singles and couples, but then also 20 units for adults with developmental disabilities. As part of that, you'll notice the hatched area at the bottom. This would be a community space where those individuals with disabilities would actually receive services. And we're also looking at having it be a retail space where they can actually work in the retail space. I keep pushing. Oops, sorry, I keep pushing the wrong buttons here. Yes.
I was adding up, and anyway, I was waiting for more units, so there they are.
They're coming.
And I had a question about the retail and the young adults.
Yes.
Are you, by chance, working with Ramble on Pearl?
Yes, we are.
Great.
The thing that's cool about that is they wouldn't have to change their name. They'd still be on Pearl.
Oh.
They just ramble over a little way.
Exactly. So the two market parcels, Quadrant 1 and Quadrant 3. So Quadrant 1, that would be townhomes and condos, 75 units. There would not be any affordable in Quadrant 3 or Quadrant 1. The Quadrant 1, I'm sorry, I got those mixed up. Quadrant 1 is 75 units. Those would be condos as well. Our intention is for those to be for sale units, but if the market changes, we may have to consider some portion of rental, but that's certainly not our intention. One of the things I'll mention as part of our approach is you'll notice we have a lot of pluses and minuses. The reason for that is that we are going through an entitlement process. There may be changes in unit numbers as we go through the entitlement process, but also because we're taking an entrepreneurial approach. It's actually based on what we're going to be able to sell Quadrant 1 and Quadrant 3 for. The more value we get out of that, the less risk we take, or the more risk we take away, the more we can invest in the site.
So can I ask a little bit about how that will work? So when you say you're taking it through the entitlement process, is that like a full site review level that you're anticipating?
Well, it is form-based code, so there won't be a site review process. It will be the form-based code process.
Right, okay, so but fully, so
we will be entitling all the buildings on the site. That's correct.
So then you would be selling the parcels to a developer, saying you get to build this, and then they can toy with some of the internal details and what have you.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. So here we go. The commercial is in Quadrant 1 on the ground floor along 30th and Pearl, and those would be smaller spaces for uses that would activate the neighborhood and really the pedestrian level. So again, our intention is to have affordable commercial space here, but the amount of commercial space will again be based on the value of the sale of the land that we can get from those two quadrants. The city pocket park to the northeast corner will be developed at the same time by Parks and Open Space. So the parking. There's 3 underground parking areas. Quadrant 2 will basically be parking itself, and that will be where the affordable units are. Quadrant 3 will be parking itself. That's where the market units will be. Quadrant 1 will be parking itself, but also it will be parking Quadrant 4. Because of the types of users in the residential units on Quadrant 4, we're not anticipating that they will have as high a need for vehicles. That's where the adults with disabilities will be, that's where the co-housing will be, and that's where the smaller units will be. And those users are typically don't have the same use of vehicles. We'll also be looking towards sump, but you'll notice in your memo it said as possible through the financing mechanisms. So instead of using sump in some areas, we'll be using some. With the LIHTC funding on the rental units, they don't allow you to charge the residents for parking, so the parking will be part of their cost of the units. So it still will be shared, unbundled, and managed, but it will be paid by BHP, who will be the owner of the property.
So it'll be some sump with two P's at the end, prepaid.
Sure.
Just ask a question
Sure.
about that. So when BHP rents and somebody doesn't have a car, do you give them a reduction in the rent, or is it just spread across? I mean, it seems like maybe not.
Yeah, Jeremy Durham, Boulder Housing Partners. Thanks for having us here tonight. It's a good question, and we may be able to get there at some point. That isn't currently part of the way we operate, and it's not the way we've modeled this. So the way that works is if we were to give somebody a discount, then that would, of course, affect the revenue that comes into the project. The challenge is that when we plan the project up front, we size a loan assuming a certain amount of revenue, and that loan ultimately determines how much money we need from the city and other sources, and so the bigger the loan, the better, and there's no real way of knowing which residents would have a car or not, and ultimately, so we just sort of keep that kind of flat, but it's something that we're interested in looking at in the future.
So are you concerned with overparking it, or?
No, not here, and Bill could talk a little bit about that, but we feel good about the ratios that we have in place here. I mean, it's sort of aggressively set up to assume that this is a transit-oriented site, and we're going to be trying to target those kinds of residents in general, so, yeah.
It's great.
And Jeremy, just to follow up, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Just one thought on that, maybe if parking is a little tight and there are other users who might rent it from you, you could maybe give somebody a break on their rent because you were able to rent the space to businesses, for example.
So we are actually exploring that here even. It definitely introduces like a layer of complexity to the management aspect, but that doesn't mean that we can't do it if it's the right thing. So yeah, absolutely.
Sweet. I'm going to interrupt and go, we need a motion to extend the meeting. All those in favor?
Begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly, yes. Okay, carry on. I don't know why we have to do this exercise.
You could change the rule.
No rules. It's just silly. Go ahead.
Okay, we're actually pretty close to the end here. So the from a sustainability and resiliency standpoint, there will be a focus on a fully electric site. However, there may be areas of gas where we have commercial kitchens and that sort of thing. It will also be built in such a way to maximize solar generation on site. And there'll be sub-metering and looking at ways of residents being able to control their plug usage and their usage within their units. Electric car charging will be in the underground parking. So the timeline is really important on this project. It was a tight schedule a year ago, and it's a tighter schedule now. So when this project sort of changed directions about 3 months ago, we met with BHP and took about 2 weeks to figure out how this IGA could be structured. Once we knew that, we actually restarted the project. So the project has been going for the last 2 months. On the 15th of October, the form-based code submittal was submitted to the planning department. So plans have been pushed forward, and we've basically moved forward in faith. 2019, this is a very generic timeline. BHP will be working on putting the financing together over the next few months. You'll notice in August, there's a tech doc approval, building permits in October, and a financial closing in November. This is the timeline that we have sat down with the staff and gone through and agreed upon. It's an aggressive schedule. It doesn't allow for starts and stops. The thing that we have going for us is that it is a form-based code process, which is pretty prescriptive, and we will be following that process. We will also be anticipating to market and sell the 2 market quadrants as soon as we can, probably the middle of next year. And we will be doing that as soon as the platting has been completed on the site. We can't actually market and sell the properties until the platting has been completed. So and we have to bring that through the tech doc process to get there. There's a lot of things to keep track of during this next year. Over the last month and a half, the design team and BHP and all the folks in the development review side across the street have been meeting on a weekly or bi-weekly basis to really fast track this process and try to keep it on track. Again, with the anticipation of hitting the QCT at the beginning of December 2019.
So you actually have to be under contract with somebody?
We have to have building permits, and we have to have spent $50,000 on the site by that time.
By mid-December?
Yes.
It seems tight but doable, I think. I mean, because it's only having spent $50,000 and it's having a building permit.
Yeah, the $50,000 isn't the problem, the building permit's the problem.
No, I get it.
If we can get a building permit, we'd pay a lot more than that if we could speed it up, but yeah.
So I have one more question. Why is the QCT deadline there? Is it because there's going to be a new census, and so this ran for 10 years?
I'll let Jeremy address that.
Yeah, so actually formally, the site is already out of a qualified census tract. The Census Bureau did their thing, ran different numbers with sort of different prosperity metrics for the region, and the site no longer qualifies. However, we saw this coming, and so we worked with our outside counsel at a couple different law firms, both our tax credit counsel and our bond counsel, and got an opinion that if we took certain steps towards a bond issuance by the end of last year, then we could preserve this status, sort of lock in the time frame through the end of 2019. So we did that, and so even though the site's already formally out of that designation, we'll still be able to take credit for it so long as we're able to meet these deadlines in 2019.
Go ahead.
No, just a quick question on the CHAFA tax credits. Are those going to be 4%?
Yes.
And you may have already said this, but if we fail to meet this deadline, what are the consequences?
Well,
are they mostly just monetary?
There's consequences and there's opportunities. So the consequences is that we would lose the $5 million in the QCT. The opportunity is that we would go after 9% tax credits, or I would say BHP would do that. And we think there's a very high likelihood that this project would be very successful with all the things that we're doing on this site and the populations that we're serving and the diversity of AMIs. It may take another year to do that, but we would be on track to go in that direction. Lisa.
So if I,
No, you go ahead.
I just wanted to know why we're going for the 4% instead of the 9%. We're going, did I hear that right? Would go for the 4% first?
Yeah, so that's right. So with 4% and then also state tax credits. So Colorado relatively uniquely has a state income tax credit as well, which is meant to be bundled with the non-competitive 4% tax credits and somewhat mimic a 9% tax credit. It's not quite as good. So why go for that instead of a 9%? Kurt's right. I think this site is very competitive for a 9%, but 9% are very difficult to get. And so we'd rather go for something that feels more likely and to have more than one bite at the apple, so to speak. And so also uniquely here, the expiring QCT works to our advantage. And the way it works to our advantage is that when the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, CHAFA, looks to award those competitive state tax credits, they're going to know that if they don't award it now for this project, the QCT is going to run out, and they're going to know that we're going to come back for a 9%. So as they look to allocate limited resources, they're going to understand that there's a window to get more bang for their buck now in Boulder than if they wait. And so we're hoping we're expecting actually that will really help us carry us across the finish line to get the state tax credits, which again, bundled with the 4%, will help this come together for us. Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. And so the tech docs and the building permits, is that for the entire site or just for the affordable piece?
Well,
the building permit obviously isn't.
Yeah, it's actually for the infrastructure. But Bill, you want to address that?
Yeah.
So it's done in two phases.
Why don't you go ahead and...
Bill Holleke, Coburn Architecture. So the plan is to do it in two phases. The first phase is the entire site infrastructure, all the right-of-way, all the utility improvements that do the whole site, create the blocks, and then the three affordable buildings. So the tech dock would actually be for the overall site improvement. The master tech dock is what we're calling it. And then there would be a separate tech dock for each building. The tech docks for the individual market rate buildings in quadrants would be done by the developer that buys it.
Right.
The form-based code approval would be done, so as you characterized, they would know what they're building, but they still have to take it through tech dock and building permit.
So the form-based code review that's just kicked off is for the entire site, is that correct?
It is for the site infrastructure improvements and roads and the three affordable buildings. The second phase of form-based code submittal will be directed at the market rate building.
Okay, so you're still going to fully entitle those, but in a second phase?
Yep, and they're running. It's about a 6-month lag. So that gives staff a chance to kind of say, yes, this is what we're going to do. This is where the roads go. There's a lot to figure out in terms of infrastructure, and then we can more easily plug the market rate buildings into it.
Great. Well, and that makes it more doable to accomplish this very aggressive timetable.
It does.
Right. Great. Thanks. Thanks for your explanation, Bill.
So this is the point where you have any questions, but I'll just let you know that the next slide is the motion.
Hey, how often do we do these with you? Is this pretty much...
The last time we did this type of approach would be the Holiday project. This has some similarities to that. But this is unique because the city owns the land.
Put a motion on the table.
Yep.
Yeah. So I move that we authorize the city manager to execute an IGA with Boulder Housing Partners for the development at 2360 30th Street.
Second.
Oh, this is a popular one.
Mary can have it.
I'd just say,
We like it.
Holiday was kind of a disaster, so I hope this one goes.
No, Holiday was one of the best things we ever did, so I expect this to be just the same.
I'm very impressed that you've saved our bacon on the QCT. I thought we were going to lose those $5 million. So really appreciate staff working so aggressively and all the team coming together. Looks like we're going in a really good direction.
I would say we're not there yet. And this year is going to be really tough, this next 12 months.
Oh.
Everyone's going to have to really work incredibly hard.
So our beacon is potentially saved, but at least there's a path that gives us a shot.
Yes.
All right.
So I agree with Aaron, and thank you for stepping in, Jeremy and Boulder Housing Partners. And yeah, I think it's going to be great, and nose to the grindstone, and we can interrupt these guys.
Yeah. Remind us when we get to the retreat that you're busy.
Yeah.
Sam?
Fantastic work. I expect that this will be awesome, and I look forward to you pulling it off, because even if you miss your deadline, which we hope you don't, of course, you've even got a plan B in place, which is a pretty credible plan B. So I think this is go as fast as you can, but like you said, going forward in faith. I think it's a good thing to do, because the communities that are being served by this project it's fantastic.
Yeah, I would just add that the diversity and the thought that's being put into the community benefit aspects of this is pretty outstanding. And anyhow, I'm glad we're walking our talk on this one. So
Excited.
okay then. All those.
You have to open a public hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, good golly, we do. Sorry. Does anybody want to speak to this?
Are we voting on it?
Yeah, we are. We're voting.
Yep. Did anybody sign up to speak to this?
I'm just excited. This has been
Closing
on the
the public
table
hearing.
since before 2004. It was something that Tom Eldridge and others, myself included, talked about and had a vision. And it really does take a long time to get these things implemented, but it is really exciting to finally see it on the table. We know what it's going to be. It's housing, which is what we wanted. And Tom would be very happy, I know that, so.
Remember when we called it TVAP?
Yep.
Yeah, Transit Village.
And Tom used to sit right here, so.
Okay, all
We
those.
can name the pocket park.
Pocket Park.
Yeah, maybe we name it after him.
All those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, we just have two small matters
Good night.
before we go sleep outside.
Oh, yeah, me too.
What?
We're just chatting amongst ourselves.
We're chatting amongst ourselves.
Thank you,
Thank you.
For staying up with us.
I know, we're making this happen. So we have two things. One is Mayor Pro Tem expressions of interest, and the other is this letter. Do you care which order?
Same this evening from here on.
Yeah.
It'll be short. So I'd be interested in being Mayor Pro Tem for the next year. Aaron's done a great job. I view this as being purely programmatic position, meaning that the primary duty of the Mayor Pro Tem is to sit on the Council Agenda Committee, which is the committee of three, includes the Mayor Pro Tem, and a rotating member of council, and they set the schedule. And so the primary function is to stay ahead of what's coming down the pike and to do planning so that meetings don't last quite this long, and to, kind of choreograph what's coming down the pike. So I will be transparent and open about everything. I think there's always some concern that you can manipulate schedule and that determines outcomes, but I very much just want to make sure that scheduling is done well, that we get to our items on our work plan, and that we have sufficient time at meetings to do a good job with them.
Thank you for your interest in serving. And we vote at the next meeting.
Business meeting.
Next business meeting. Does anybody else? Okay, then.
I'll thank Aaron.
Well, we're going to do that next meeting.
Yeah. You can thank me a couple times.
Okay, matter B. Everybody's got this draft letter?
Yep. So, I mean, it's not often that I think that we need to comment on things going on at the federal level. We did it when there was the immigrant ban, and we addressed the sanctuary city piece. I think what happened yesterday with the firing of the Attorney General puts us in a position where we could be in a constitutional crisis at the federal level, depending on how things work out next. And I figure it's worth our time, which hopefully will be 5 or 10 minutes, to make a strong statement that we really want the investigation into the 2016 elections that are managed by Special Counsel Robert Mueller. We want those to continue without any kind of interference to get to the bottom of, the sanctity of our election process, as well as due process. And so I just feel like my thought is that, doing a letter to our delegation, telling the individual members, both the ones that are currently seated and the ones who are incoming after this election, that we value these things, that we think our community does, and that we think it's important to stand up for that, and that we hope that they will adopt positions that are not partisan and will protect the special investigation. So that's all this is. And I did talk to Bob. Bob's in support of it. I did not know that Jill would not be here tonight. Otherwise, I would have reached out to her specifically to see what her thoughts were. And that's all I've got.
The vehicle is a letter to the delegation?
The vehicle is a letter from us as a council to each individual member of our federal delegation. So our 2 senators, Gardner and Bennett, and then the 7 sitting representatives, and then the 2 elected representatives.
I'm totally in support of doing this, but I would just like to make one comment, which is that I heard someone talking on one of the public stations the other day, and 2 people, Sam, you said it, and someone speaking earlier said it, that we're facing a constitutional crisis. And what this man pointed out was that we are not facing a constitutional crisis, because the Constitution is what governs our rules. What we are facing, if there's any kind of crisis, is a presidential crisis and a governance one. But the Constitution is there and governs us. And I thought it was a good thing to remind ourselves that it's not the Constitution that's wavering here.
Yep.
It's how we all act around it.
Yeah. And
Did you say there's a cancer on the presidency?
And by the way, constitutional crisis is not mentioned in the letter.
Right, I did see that, yeah. I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I certainly support this. And I appreciate the format of the letter to our delegation, rather than just sort of shouting into the wind that we don't want this to happen, that addressing the people who can actually vote and make a real difference, I think, is a good approach to it.
Thank you for taking that.
Well, yeah, and I guess I would just add, I think don't do this lightly, and there are times when we need to tell our delegation that this is a matter of high importance, and so anyhow, I appreciate the thought you put into this.
And I will give credit to Carl Castillo and Jane for coming up with, like I'd said, resolution, and they said this format, so that was their idea. And the draft that this is based on, I tweaked it somewhat, but was put together by Carl, so thanks to them for that.
Carl's been busy today.
Yes, he has. Okay, what do we need? A motion to?
If so, so moved. I move that we.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay.
You opened and closed a public.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, there is not a member of the public here. Would anybody of the public like to speak to this?
Patrick?
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Let's revote that. All those in favor? Okay. I am signing the letter. In terms of process, I'll just note that didn't know we were going to do such good, thorough work on the towing ordinance. I think we did a good job, and it was time well spent. I will say, it is hard to predict these things on CIC. Anyhow.
A lot of the issues that were raised and that we worked through were not known about the last time that we scheduled this. It clearly needed more than 60 minutes, but we didn't, I don't think we knew all the details.
And I want to thank you guys for all your support on this. And to Tom, thank you very much.
We do the best we can.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing it forward.
You did pretty good. All righty, well, thank you all, and I'm going to go join the Attention Home Sleep Out. So
is Shay.
And so is Shay, yeah.
Yes, excellent. Oh, you are.
That's why the meeting was.
I hope you brought some warm clothes. I brought mine. All right, we are adjourned.